Chapter 821. There was a burst of screams and applause in the variety hall. Shuya's fans were in a state of extreme excitement, enthusiastically shouting Shuya's name. Because Macau was an international metropolis, the number of people who came here was obviously twice as much as Songjiang. This was also thanks to the variety hall being much larger than the Songjiang Stadium. The exquisite and gorgeous lights suddenly shone on the stage. A fog dispersed, and a lift slowly rose. Shuya's beautiful figure appeared in front of the public. The audience immediately boiled up. They waved the light sticks in their hands and shouted Shuya's name loudly. What's more, they put up huge slogans and danced in the venue. Dear friends, good evening. Although Shuya had been accustomed to such a scene, she was still infected by the enthusiasm of the fans. She also responded enthusiastically and brought the most sincere greetings to the fans. Yang Ming was not as crazy as others. He smiled very calmly, but his eyes were fixed on Shuya's face. Is this a face wearing a mask? Why can't I see any flaws? Yang Ming had always been very confident in his eyes, but when he knew that Shuya was actually wearing a similar pair of glasses, he began to shake a little. Perhaps these two things were like contradictions. The two pairs of glasses that belonged to the same weird old man should have the function of guarding against each other, right? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little funny. These two pairs of magical glasses were actually his and Suya's. Bro, you don't look like a fanatic fan, right? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming's indifferent look and wondered, why are you so unenthusiastic? Does enthusiasm have to be written on the face? Besides, my love for Shuya is different from theirs. Yang Ming shook his head. Damn, Zhang Bin said contemptuously. You love her, but she doesn't necessarily love you. Zhang Bin didn't know the twists and turns of the past between Yang Ming and Shuya. He thought that the two were just strangers. Do you know who Shuya's first love was? Yang Ming didn't answer Zhang Bin's question, but asked instead. How would I know? Do you think I'm a paparazzi? Are you trying to say that you are Shuya's first love? Zhang Bin said jokingly. Probably. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously and didn't continue. This was because the concert had already started. The opening song was a Cantonese song, which was different from Songjiang. However, most of the fans here were from Guangdong and Hong Kong, and they were more proficient in Cantonese. However, although it was Cantonese, Yang Ming could understand it. What's more, Yang Ming had downloaded all of Shuya's albums in the past 2 days. He was familiar with almost every song. Yang Ming knew that Shuya might not notice him on the stage, and it was impossible for her to think that he followed her to Macau. Yang Ming didn't know why Shuya didn't recognize him when she was in Songjiang. Of course, it was impossible that Shuya didn't want to recognize him, because now, when he association recalled the various times when he was with Shuya, he recalled it. For example, when the two of them drank fruit tea together and sat on the side of the road to talk, Shuya was hinting at him. It was a pity that he believed in his own eyes too much at the time. Although he doubted these hints, he just regarded them as coincidences. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps Shuya didn't recognize him because he already had a girlfriend, or because the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and he had changed a lot, making Shuya feel that he had become a stranger. But one thing was certain. Shuya still had the intention to recognize him. Otherwise, she wouldn't frequently hint at him. The next song is the title song of my new album. It's called Our Anniversary. Shuya just spoke halfway when she suddenly remembered that this should be an interactive activity. There was such an activity at the concert in Songjiang. It should be arranged in Macau, so the record company arranged this song as an interactive program with the audience. I want to find an audience to sing this song with me. Is anyone willing to come on stage and try? Shuya looked at the audience under the stage and said softly. Sometimes people were really strange. When they were in Songjiang, Shuya invited Yang Ming, but Yang Ming directly refused. At this moment, Shuya invited the audience to sing with her. Yang Ming began to look forward to it again. Yang Ming was afraid that others would take the lead, so he didn't wait for Shuya to call his name. He stood up directly and walked to the stage. Fortunately, he was in the aisle, so it was more convenient to move. Originally, Shuya didn't notice that Yang Ming would be here. She didn't expect that Yang Ming would appear here. When she saw a person standing up in the audience, she frowned first. Why didn't I say who should come on stage? And this guy took the lead. But when she saw that this person was actually Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming actually appeared in Macau, appeared in my concert. Moreover, looking at Yang Ming's intention, it seems that he wants to sing with me on stage. Shuya couldn't believe it because when she was in Songjiang, she invited Yang Ming to come on stage, but Yang Ming refused mercilessly. Now, he could take the initiative to come on stage? Right? Is Yang Ming go to the bathroom? Shuya suddenly thought of a possibility. She felt that Yang Ming was unlikely to sing with her, but he wanted to go to the bathroom. No, I let him go last time. This time, I can't let him go again. Shuya said in her heart, who asked you to stand up at this time, coincidentally or not? Humph. Just admit that you are unlucky. This gentleman, it seems that you can't wait. Shuya smiled and looked at Yang Ming. She reached out and pointed at him. Then I will give you this opportunity. Yang Ming guessed that Shuya would invite him as long as she saw him, so he wasn't surprised. However, other people looked at Yang Ming with envious eyes. They regretted that they were slow to react. They didn't stand up like Yang Ming and get Shuya's favor. This time, Yang Ming didn't object. Instead, he walked towards the stage in a dignified manner. For Yang Ming's move, Shuya was also very surprised. Did he just give in like that? Last time in Songjiang, although Yang Ming refused Shuya's invitation to sing, no one could remember him. What's more, this time in Macau, there weren't many fans here, so no one recognized that Yang Ming was the person who had rejected Shuya in Songjiang. Do you know how to sing for our anniversary? Shuya was afraid that Yang Ming didn't know how to sing and would make a fool of himself on stage, so she asked in advance. The song is not fixed. It could be changed. Yes, let's sing this song. Yang Ming smiled, took the spare microphone handed by Shuya, and then nodded. Shuya looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. What happened to him this time? However, on the stage, naturally, she couldn't show her familiarity with Yang Ming. After a little surprise, she returned to normal. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. The music sounded softly, and Shuya's sweet and pure voice crossed the sky, echoing in the huge variety hall. This song was written by Shuya for Yang Ming. Therefore, halfway through the song, Shuya actually became more and more immersed, and she grabbed Yang Ming's hand. However, this action was a bit bold in the eyes of the fans under the stage, but it was not an overboard action because many stars would hold the hands of their fans, although this was Shuya's first time. I remember that day. You put the ring on my finger. This is our anniversary. Singing until here, Shuya suddenly realized that the ring finger on her hand that was holding Yang Ming was slightly cold. It seemed that something was put on it. Shuya was shocked. She quickly pretended to raise her hand and looked at her hand, but she couldn't believe that the ring that she regarded as a treasure had returned to her hand at this moment. Shuya thought that she would never see this ring again, but she didn't expect that it would return to her hand. Moreover, it was Yang Ming who put on her hand again. How did this ring run to Yang Ming's hand again? Did he already know who he was? Shuya resisted the excitement in her heart and almost sang the wrong lyrics. If it weren't for so many audience members looking at her, she immediately wanted to ask. She looked up and looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Yang Ming smiled at her slightly. That's right, this was indeed her own ring. This ring had accompanied Shuya for so many years. Shuya could recognize it with a gentle touch. She was sure that this was the original ring and not a replica. However, how did Yang Ming get this ring? In this case, Yang Ming should have guessed my identity long ago, but why did he pretend not to know? Shuya's mind was in a mess. She almost sang the wrong lyrics several times. After the song was finally over, Shuya wanted to take the opportunity to turn off the microphone and ask, but Yang Ming had already left the stage and returned to his seat. The concert still had to continue. Even if Shuya was anxious, she could only hold back the doubts and curiosity in her heart and smiled at the fans under the stage. However, she often looked at Yang Ming with doubts and tenderness in her eyes. Damn, bro, there's definitely something fishy between you and Shuya. Yang Ming returned to the stage, but Zhang Bin began to doubt. especially when Shuya frequently looked at this side, which made Zhangbin even more suspicious. Zhangbin suspected this because of Yang Ming's previous words, and others naturally didn't know, so they wouldn't think in this direction at all. Otherwise, Yang Ming was likely to become the public enemy of the entire venue. I have known her for a long time. Do you believe it? Yang Ming turned his head and whispered to Zhangbin. Chapter 822. Before? What do you mean? You already knew her in Songjiang. Zhangbin knew through Zhao Cixi that Shuya had served as the advertising spokesperson for the jewelry company, so he said so. No, I mean earlier. Yang Ming shook his head and said with emotion and nostalgia. Earlier? What do you mean? Zhangbin was somewhat puzzled. Hee, I will tell you when the time comes. Yang Ming waved the light stick in his hand and put in extra effort. When he saw Shuya's tender eyes, Yang Ming knew that Shuya had feelings for him. In the second half of the concert, although Shuya was already performing very hard, she was often absent-minded because she was thinking about the ring on her hand. Fortunately, the audience did not notice Shuya's abnormality, and the atmosphere at the scene was still very warm. Finally, the concert was over. Shuya wanted to immediately run to Yang Ming's side and ask, but because she was wearing a stage costume, and there were too many outsiders now, she could only look at Yang Ming's side with her eyes. She reluctantly returned to the backstage. Let's go. Yang Ming knew that after the concert, Shuya must be busy with the organizers. Perhaps the company would give her a celebration banquet, so Yang Ming didn't bother her, but he spoke to Zhangbin next to him. There is definitely a problem. Zhangbin walked and looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Bro, what the hell is going on? Let's go out for a walk. Yang Ming looked at Zhangbin, his best brother. He didn't intend to hide Shuya's matter from him, because this matter couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it. Zhangbin would know sooner or later. Yang Ming patted Zhangbin's shoulder and went out of the entertainment hall with him. Zhangbin knew that Yang Ming must have something important to say, so he didn't say anything. He just silently walked beside Yang Ming. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, but the streets were still brightly lit. The two of them casually entered a good-looking bar on the side of the road. Yang Ming intended to talk to Zhangbin. Sir, please show your membership card. The security guard at the door stopped Yang Ming and Zhangbin. Membership card? Yang Ming was stunned. We don't have one. Don't we receive ordinary guests here? I'm sorry, sir. We only accept members with membership cards, where you can be brought in by a member. We are not open to the public, the security guard said politely. I see. Yang Ming said helplessly. Can I get a membership card? The membership card is issued once a year. There is a review of qualifications. You can't apply for it now, the security guard explained. Then forget it. I'll just go to another bar. Yang Ming shook his head. It was not a big deal. There were such membership-based places everywhere. Without a membership card, he couldn't enter. Hey, it's you? As he was about to turn and leave, Yang Ming turned around and saw a familiar person. It was Huang Leilei's friend, the flight attendant on the plane, Wang Mei. What a coincidence! Yang Ming looked at Wang Mei's side. He didn't see Huang Leilei's figure, so he was relieved. Unexpectedly, Wang Mei's second sentence scared Yang Ming. You're quite good. How'd you find out that Leilei is here? Do you want to ask her to drink as an apology? Yang Ming was stunned and said, Huang Leilei? She's here too? Yeah, you don't know? This time, it was Wang Mei's turn to be baffled. I made an appointment with Leilei to meet here. I thought you were looking for her. I just found a bar with a friend. I didn't expect that this place would require a membership card. Yang Ming said casually. It doesn't matter. I have a membership card here. I will take you in. As Wang Mei said this, she took out a card from her delicate small bag and handed it to the security guard. After the security guard checked it, he respectfully returned the card to Wang Mei. Wang Mei put the card back into the bag and then said to Yang Ming and Zhangbin, Let's go. Let's go in together. We don't need to, right? Yang Ming was now very afraid to see Huang Leilei, so he didn't want to join in the fun with them. So he wanted to leave. Let's go together. It's more lively. We will apologize to Leilei later. Leilei is actually a very good person, Wang Mei said. However, Zhangbin, when he saw Wang Mei, began to have dirty thoughts again. Seeing that Wang Mei kept inviting them, his heart was a little itchy. Without waiting for Yang Ming to answer again, he agreed. Okay, then let's do it here. Seeing that Zhang Bin had already agreed, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He could not give face to Zhang Bin, right? In desperation, he had to bite the bullet and walk into the bar together. However, halfway through, he whispered to Zhang Bin, "There are many people now. Let's talk about what you want to know next time." Zhang Bin woke up. Compared to the nonsense of the one-night stand, Yang Ming's matter was serious. Zhang Bin also wanted to know about the past of Yang Ming and Shuya. He couldn't help but regret it, but he had already entered the bar. How could he withdraw? Zhang Bin touched his scalp embarrassedly and then said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, bro. Forget it. Let's talk about my matter when we go back." Yang Ming didn't want Zhang Bin to blame himself too much, so he smiled indifferently. Under the leadership of Wang Mei, the three of them walked to a card seat in the mouth. Sure enough, they saw that Huang Lele was already sitting there, fiddling with her nails and painting them with nail polish. "Lele," Wang Mei called out. When Huang Lele heard Wang Mei's voice, she quickly reached out and waved, but when she saw that Yang Ming was also there, her face suddenly sank. "Why are you here?" Huang Lele asked coldly. "He came to apologize to you." Wang Mei didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and spoke first. She kept winking at Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't need to provoke Huang Lele, but he didn't feel that he had offended Huang Lele. However, since Wang Mei said so, Yang Ming also held the attitude of a good man who didn't fight with a woman and nodded. Huang Lele saw that Yang Ming came to apologize, and her face was a little better. Let's see how you perform. You dare to offend me. I won't let you have a good time. My name is Zhang Bin. I'm Yang Ming's buddy." Zhang Bin introduced himself. Seeing that Huang Lele was so beautiful, Zhang Bin almost drooled. The key problem was that it seemed that his boss, Yang Ming, didn't seem to like this Huang Lele, so Zhang Bin's heart was a little excited. This is the best. If I can be with her. Zhang Bin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. My name is Wang Mei. She is Huang Lele. Well, everyone knows each other. We're good friends. Let's sit down. Wang Mei mediated the atmosphere. Huang Lele had been waiting for Yang Ming to apologize to her, but after Yang Ming sat down, there was no movement. Huang Lele couldn't help but be annoyed. Is this guy fooling me? Cough, cough. Does someone have something to say? Huang Lele was a little girl in the end. She didn't have any shrewdness. She couldn't help it and began to use words to hint. Well, if I have offended Miss Huang before, I hope you can forgive me. As Yang Ming spoke, he raised the wine glass in front of him and then drank it. That's it. Huang Lele thought that Yang Ming would say something. Do you want to fool me with such a meaningless sentence? What do you mean by offending me before? Don't you know how you have offended me? In this case, Yang Ming's apology was better off not saying it. After saying it, Huang Lele was even angrier. She was going to die of anger. Who is this person? Why does it seem like I am a delicious cake? Who wants it? Who do you think you are? I, Huang Lele, am also a princess of a wealthy family. You still put on airs with me? Wang Mei was also very helpless. Yang Ming's words were really difficult to not make people angry. She quickly mediated, while Lele, Yang Ming also apologized. You don't have to be angry with him. I'm angry with him? Hey, who wants it? Huang Lele said as she snorted. Yeah, Lele. My boss is like this. He is usually cool. Zhang Bin had been looking for an opportunity to talk to Huang Lele. At this moment, he finally found an opportunity. What does that have to do with me? Huang Lele did not look at Zhang Bin. She sat there angrily. Zhang Bin was not a fool. He had his own way of flirting with little girls. When he heard Huang Lele's current tone, he knew that there was no chance, so he changed his target to Wang Mei. Wang Mei's character was very open. When she was in a flight attendant school, she had several boyfriends. On the other hand, she was very open with Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin saw that Wang Mei was easier to get along with, so he began to attack. He kept talking about some humorous topics, which attracted Wang Mei's laughter. However, Huang Lele did not laugh. She had been staring at Yang Ming as if she wanted to eat Yang Ming. In this regard, Yang Ming was also very helpless. In order not to cause more trouble, Yang Ming did not dare to talk to Huang Lele. Zhang Bin was chatting with Wang Mei. Yang Ming had nothing to do. He could only drink beer by himself. I think some people want to drink to death. Huang Lele saw that Yang Ming was stared at by her and did not dare to look up. He drank beer by beer. She was a little happy in her heart. So she said sarcastically. Yang Ming did not expect Huang Lele's temper to be like a child. He shook his head helplessly and did not dare to speak. Originally, Huang Lele was very happy when she saw that Yang Ming did not dare to look up and only dare to drink. However, after she said a few words, Yang Ming was still like a taciturn gourd. He did not say a word. She was a little bored. She snorted. Is someone mute? Yang Ming sighed and had to look up. Lele, the words that should be said have been said. We are really not suitable. You? Huang Lele listened to Yang Ming's words and almost died of anger. What do you mean by the words that should be said have been said? What do you mean by we are really not suitable? Why does it seem like I'm shamelessly sticking to you? Huang Lele had long seen that Yang Ming did not really want to apologize. It must be that Wang Mei happened to meet him halfway. This guy is really arrogant. Does he think that I like him? What kind of person is he? Huang Lele was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open like a little lion. After staring for a while, her eyes hurt. Yang Ming lowered his head and did not speak. Huang Lele was aware that she was not interested. She was so angry that she also drank. Wang Mei was not a conservative person. With the help of alcohol, she began to put her arm around Zhang Bin's shoulder. Huang Lele saw it in her eyes and did not feel that there was anything wrong. She had seen a lot of such people. The reason why Huang Lele was not like Wang Mei was that her vision was higher and she had not met the person she liked. Coupled with Huang Lele's family education, she always felt that girls should be more reserved. However, today's Yang Ming made her so angry that she was confused. How could she care about being reserved? The more Huang Lele drank, the angrier she became. The more she thought, the angrier she became. This Yang Ming, is he really arrogant? Does he think that no one wants me? On the other side, Zhang Bin and Wang Mei were talking and laughing. On the other side, Yang Ming and Huang Lele were drinking alone. Lele, you two are really like a couple. Both of you are so silent. Wang Mei made a joke with the help of alcohol. Wang Mei, don't joke anymore. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Huang Lele wanted to say, who is a couple with him? But Yang Ming took the lead. This time, she was so angry that she trembled a little. You two drink slowly. I will go first. Wang Mei's face was full of lust. Zhang Bin smiled and supported her. Yang Ming shook his head. This Zhang Bin is really good at this. But I have some resistance to one-night stands. Otherwise, this Huang Lele in front of me is a good choice. Originally, Yang Ming was a little moved by Huang Lele. At this moment, he thought of these messy things. With the help of alcohol, his eyes began to blur as he looked at Huang Lele. Huang Lele was sulking over there. Thinking of Yang Ming's attitude, Huang Lele's tears almost came out. Since childhood, when had she been humiliated like this? Looking at the backs of Wang Mei and Zhang Bin, a crazy idea suddenly emerged in Huang Lele's mind. Huang Lele grabbed the remaining half glass of wine on the table and drank it in one breath. Then, she wiped her mouth beautifully. She suddenly stood up and reached out to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was pulled by Huang Lele. He was suddenly inexplicable. He raised his head and looked at Huang Lele. Follow me. Huang Lele couldn't help but drag Yang Ming forward. Yang Ming didn't know what Huang Lele wanted to do, but being pulled by Huang Lele's soft little hand, Yang Ming's heart throbbed. Originally, Yang Ming was a little drunk, so he followed Huang Lele in a daze. It was better to say that Yang Ming actually felt guilty for rejecting Huang Lele, and Huang Lele couldn't bring any danger to him. So, Yang Ming followed Huang Lele. Following Huang Lele upstairs, Huang Lele took out a card from her handbag and skillfully opened the door of a lounge upstairs. Obviously, it was probably Huang Lele's fixed room here. Pong! After Yang Ming entered the room, Huang Lele closed the door and locked it. For Huang Lele's action, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable, but he wasn't nervous. After all, with Yang Ming's current strength, Huang Lele couldn't pose a threat to him. Of course, Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Lele to have such a crazy idea. He just guessed that Huang Lele was probably angry with him and wanted to find a place where no one was to talk to him. Since he was here, it was good to talk about some things. Although Yang Ming also thought that Huang Lele was very beautiful, even more than Chun Ming Yin, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't provoke anymore, or he would be finished. Lele, do you want to talk about it? Yang Ming sat on the bed and looked up, but he met Huang Lele's gaze. Huang Lele suddenly tore off her top, revealing the underwear inside. Then, she rushed to Yang Ming's body. Her small mouth approached Yang Ming's mouth. I'll let you pretend to be serious. I'll let you pretend to be serious. I'll give it to you for free. Do you want to? Huang Lele's temperament was still very childish. She didn't consider the consequences when she did things. She just thought that Yang Ming was too arrogant. His disdain for her made Huang Lele annoyed. In order to suppress Yang Ming's arrogance, Huang Lele came up with such a method. She wanted to see if Yang Ming could still be serious. Yang Ming was shocked and shocked. He subconsciously wanted to push Huang Lele away. What are you doing? Pretend. Continue to pretend. Huang Lele just wanted to test it out, but after being rejected by Yang Ming, her competitive spirit suddenly rose. She couldn't care much. She hugged Yang Ming and kissed his mouth. Yang Ming was not a gentleman, and Yang Ming had never regarded himself as a gentleman. Huang Lele's girlish body fragrance seeped into Yang Ming's nose, making Yang Ming's breathing become rapid. This Huang Lele, what is she doing? Isn't she forcing me to commit a crime? If Yang Ming had not been moved by Huang Lele, then it would be fine. However, Yang Ming was already moved by Huang Lele. He just didn't want to cause trouble again, so he had been restraining himself. But now, as long as it was a normal man, he couldn't help it. How would Huang Lele know how to kiss? Her experience came entirely from the soap operas on TV. However, it was also so inexperienced that it made Yang Ming's heart even more itchy. Huang Lele just kissed Yang Ming's lips desperately. She would not put her tongue in, but the more it was like this, the more reluctant Yang Ming was to let go. His mind was hot, and he couldn't help but start to guide Huang Lele to kiss. Suddenly, she felt Yang Ming's tongue probing over. Huang Lele was shocked at first, but then there was a burst of joy. Let's see if you can still be serious. You can't help it? How would Huang Lele seduce a man? It was just that she was very seductive, but the way she played was too dangerous. Huang Lele stupidly thought that she had suppressed Yang Ming, but she didn't consider that she was taken advantage of by Yang Ming. In for a penny, in for a pound. She simply tore off all the clothes on her upper body. She just wanted to see what would become of Yang Ming's dignified appearance. How could Yang Ming bear it? Coupled with the effect of alcohol, he gritted his teeth, turned over, and pushed Huang Lele down on the bed. The deep tingling and tearing feeling made Huang Lele, who had a sense of accomplishment, frown suddenly. Why is it so painful? It's so painful. This Wang Mei and Liu Xiaoran can really lie. They lied to me and said that it was comfortable to do this with a man. They are really two big liars. Huang Lele really wanted to call them now to scold them. However, looking at the obsessed and crazy Yang Ming on her body, Huang Lele showed a satisfied and victorious smile. Let's see if you can still pretend with me. So, Huang Lele endured the pain and let Yang Ming manipulate her. However, slowly, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by a very wonderful feeling. Huang Lele couldn't help but moan. After the joy, Yang Ming's mood was extremely heavy. Looking at the blood on the bed, Yang Ming was very guilty. Huang Lele didn't feel anything at all. First, it was because the friends around her had a relationship with her boyfriend. Second, she was immersed in the joy of suppressing Yang Ming's arrogance at the moment. She didn't think about the consequences of this matter. However, Yang Ming was Yang Ming after all. After a moment of contemplation, he said directly, Lele, I will be responsible for you. Huang Lele thought that Yang Ming would say something like he was ashamed, couldn't resist the temptation, and didn't dare to pretend to be noble. She didn't expect that he would say such a sentence. Responsible? Did I say that you were responsible? Listening to Yang Ming's tone, Huang Lele was angry. What do you mean? It seems that I can't get married after doing it with you once. Can't you stop pretending? Who wants you to be responsible? It's funny. Huang Lele sneered. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, you're just this lady's one-night stand. After I finished using you, I dumped you. Let me tell you, there are many people who have been dumped by me. Don't think too much. Yang Ming was speechless. He looked at Huang Lele in astonishment. After a while, he pointed to the blood on the bed and said, Okay, Lele, I know it's your first time. Who? Who is the first time? I did it today. Huang Lele was nervous at first. Then she said affirmatively, Well, I admit it. I was wrong before. I like you, okay? Yang Ming knew that Huang Lele was angry in her heart. Anyway, there was only one person here, so he had to put down his face to apologize. It's funny. You like me? I don't like you. Huang Lele quickly put on her clothes and walked to the door. I'm leaving. You lock the door yourself. See you never. After taking 2 steps, Huang Lele let out an ah and almost lost her footing. The pain between her legs was terrible. In order to show that it was not her first time, Huang Lele gritted her teeth and insisted on limping out of the door. Yang Ming was stunned as he watched Huang Lele walk out of the room. His face was stunned. He smiled bitterly, carefully put away the sheet on the bed, and then put in the closet here. He was afraid that the waiter would take the sheet to wash, so he put it away first. After that, he quickly chased out. Chapter 823. Since it happened, Yang Ming had nothing to regret. He just felt that Huang Lele was too impulsive. She didn't consider the consequences when she did things. How could she lose her first time so casually? And she actually pretended to be indifferent and said that it wasn't her first time? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Let's solve Shuya's problem first, and then find a chance to solve Huang Lele's problem. Yang Ming's feelings for Huang Lele were mostly his love for her appearance and body. He didn't know much about Huang Lele herself. When he walked to the hotel door, he just saw Huang Lele get on a yellow Porsche Boxster and leave. This car was quite suitable for Huang Lele. The yellow color was quite cute. He stopped a taxi and returned to the hotel. Zhangbin hadn't come back yet. Yang Ming was lying on the bed of the hotel and was somewhat helpless. Chen Mingyan was right. Every time he went out, he would get into a love debt. He didn't know how to tell Chen Mingyan about Huang Lele's matter. He could only take one step at a time. He fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, he heard the sound of the door opening. It turned out that Zhangbin was back. Damn, it's really cool. Zhangbin closed the door and said to himself, This chick's kung fu is really not ordinary. Can you be a little quieter? I was asleep, but you woke me up. Yang Ming said impatiently, Hurry up and sleep. What time is it? Hey, bro, you're actually here? Zhangbin didn't turn on the light when he entered the room, so he didn't know that Yang Ming was in the room. I thought you didn't come back. Weren't you and Huang Lele? What happened to her and me? Yang Ming was a little nervous subconsciously. Did Huang Lele say something to Wang Mei? Then Wang Mei told Zhangbin. I thought the two of you would drink until dawn. Zhangbin didn't hear anything about it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't wait to eat me. Why would she drink until dawn? When the words came out, Yang Ming thought, Isn't this eating? It's true. Hee, that's true. Zhangbin nodded after listening. He said with some regret, Bro, what's wrong with you? If it were me, I would develop Huang Lele into a lover. Such a beauty. It's such a pity. Lover? Yang Ming's heart moved. It was indeed a very cool thing for Huang Lele to be his mistress, especially since Huang Lele's home was probably in Macau. It was just a flight route between Donghai and Macau. If she really became his mistress, there would not be many opportunities to meet each other. He was not afraid that Chen Mingyan and the others would notice. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was really tempted. AI, Yang Ming, how did you become such a person now? Yang Ming couldn't help but blame himself. He actually thought of such an evil idea. That Wang Mei seems to have a boyfriend. We're not familiar with this place. It's best not to cause any trouble. Yang Ming didn't say much. He just told Zhang Bin. I know. That girl went to her boyfriend after she finished with me. Zhang Bin smiled and said, It seems that you're still not satisfied. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Zhang Bin is a good person, but this habit is really not good. It has been like this since high school. Right, bro, don't talk about me. Can you tell me what happened between you and Shuya? Zhang Bin took a shower and lay on the bed. He began to chat with Yang Ming. I say, do you still want to sleep? Yang Ming was just a little sleepy, but he was awakened by Zhang Bin's voice. Ugh, I'm not very sleepy. Talk to me. Zhang Bin said with some embarrassment. Damn, I really can't sleep. Yang Ming couldn't help it, but he was woken up twice in one night. He really couldn't sleep anymore. Yang Ming picked up the drink by the bed and took a sip. Then he sat up. Say it, say it. Hee. Zhang Bin laughed twice and said, Bro, did you and Shuya know each other before? She and I don't just know each other. When Shuya was mentioned, Yang Ming was a little fascinated and remembered the past. Don't just know each other? Did you and her have? Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Since she and Yang Ming had something, why have I never heard Yang Ming mention it? Do you remember what I told you before? It was when I was in junior high school, I and a girl named Suya. Yang Ming didn't directly answer Zhang Bin's words, but he said it himself. Suya? Zhang Bin was slightly stunned, and then he exclaimed, Damn, bro, you don't want to say that Suya is this Shuya, right? Yang Ming ignored Zhang Bin's surprise and nodded. He said, It is her. But why didn't you tell me before? Zhang Bin's mouth was wide open at the moment, like a crocodile. Previously, I didn't know. For some reason, Suya's face changed a little, and I couldn't recognize her. Yang Ming shook his head and said, It was after that. I met her father, and I knew her identity. Her father? Isn't he the person who stopped you from being together? Why would he tell you this? Zhang Bin was a little baffled. Things are sometimes so strange. As Yang Ming said this, he felt a little funny. Suya's father actually wants to be the agent of Ming Yang Heavy Industry. No way, right? This person, Every dog has its day. He probably wouldn't have thought of such a day in the past, right? After Zhang Bin heard it, he also laughed with relief. Yang Ming waved his hand. You can't say that. After all, he also looked at the problem from the perspective of a father. I don't hate him. This is also true. When Shuya was in Songjiang, didn't you recognize her? Asked Zhang Bin. She hinted at me, but I thought at the time that a person's face couldn't change so much, so I didn't take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, she had a purpose at the time. A purpose? You two are really funny. Can't you just say it directly? What are you hinting at? Zhang Bin said with amusement after listening. It's probably because I already have a girlfriend. Yang Ming guessed. Bro, your luck with women is too strong. Damn, it's amazing. You actually have a celebrity wife. Zhang Bin really admired Yang Ming. I guess you'll be very busy these days. Wait, let's have a meal together and introduce her to you. Yang Ming said. That's a must. Zhang Bin nodded. After chatting for a while, the topic of the two changed from women to casinos in Macau. In fact, it was the result of Zhang Bin's intentional guidance. Yang Ming wasn't interested in these, but Zhang Bin was itching his heart. Bro, I heard Wang Mei say that Huang Leilei's family runs a casino. Her family? Runs a casino? Yang Ming frowned and smiled bitterly. How can I know this? But it has nothing to do with us whether she runs a casino or not, right? Wang Mei said that she can take us to her family's casino. It's not a big game, so we don't have to spend money. Zhang Bin said with some yearning. Yang Ming was really helpless because of Zhang Bin. If you want to try, then go and try. I really have no interest. I can accompany you. Really? Zhang Bin was delighted. Then tomorrow? Tomorrow? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. Maybe I can see Huang Leilei. At that time, I will talk to her and see what she wants. Zhang Bin got a positive answer from Yang Ming and went to sleep contentedly. Yang Ming couldn't sleep. Fortunately, Zhang Bin also slept late. Yang Ming didn't sleep until the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Bin was awakened by the ringtone of the mobile phone. He was impatient, but after glancing at the caller ID, he immediately became energetic. It was Wang Mei who called. She asked Zhang Bin to go to Huang Leilei's casino to see. Zhang Bin was excited all of a sudden. He pulled Yang Ming and went straight to the hotel. He stopped a taxi and went straight to the agreed place. Huawei Casino? Yang Ming looked at the sign of the casino and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is this name so familiar? After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized Zheng Xiaopeng, who was offered a bounty for assassination, belonged to this casino. Is this casino owned by Huang Leilei's family? Yang Ming looked at the bustling entrance of the casino. Originally, Yang Ming was still holding the attitude that it was none of his business. He was watching this assassination from a distance. But now he had no choice but to consider a deeper level of things. Does the bounty hirer have a personal grudge with Zheng Xiaopeng or a grudge with the casino? If it was a personal grudge, it would be fine. But if there was a hatred with the casino, then Yang Ming couldn't sit idly by anymore. After all, now that he had that relationship with Huang Leilei, Yang Ming couldn't ignore it. Bro, what are you doing? Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming was in a daze and pulled him puzzledly. Nothing. Yang Ming recovered. Although he and Zhang Bin were best brothers, there were still some words that couldn't be said to him. Zhang Bin. Not long after, he saw Wang Mei come down from a taxi and waved to Zhang Bin. When she saw Yang Ming, she didn't feel anything abrupt. Instead, she smiled and asked, "You and Leilei, what happened in the end?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "It's okay. Hee. I was wondering why Leilei was not angry when I mentioned you this morning. Instead, she was very happy." Wang Mei also smiled. "It seems that you reconciled with her." Happy? Yang Ming thought that Huang Leilei would regret it after she figured it out. After all, a girl's first time was very precious, but he didn't expect that Huang Leilei would actually be happy. Yang Ming really couldn't understand what Huang Leilei was thinking. Chapter 824. Reconcile. Yang Ming felt weird after listening to Wang Mei's words. Is it reconcile? Yang Ming didn't know himself. It was a very strange feeling. Isn't it? Wang Mei listened to Yang Ming's somewhat strange rhetorical question and couldn't help but wonder. Probably. Yang Ming nodded perfunctorily. Zhang Bin put his hand on Wang Mei's waist. Wang Mei pushed him and let him do it. For Zhang Bin's behavior, Yang Ming frowned, but he had already talked to him about this issue before. Now, in front of Wang Mei, it was even more inappropriate to mention it again, so he didn't say anything. The three people entered the casino together. The security guards at the entrance of the casino knew Wang Mei and knew that she was a friend of the young lady. They all nodded to her and greeted her. "Miss Wang, the young lady is waiting for you and your friend on the second floor. I will take you there." "Okay." Wang Mei nodded. "Sorry to trouble you." The security guard walked in front to lead the way. Wang Mei and Zhang Bin walked in the middle, and Yang Ming walked in the back. The decoration here was no less luxurious than Heavenly Earth, but it was obvious that it was much livelier than Heavenly Earth. This was the case no matter from the number of waiters or the flow of guests. It was no wonder that the gambling industry was one of the economic pillars of Macau. Most of the Asian gamblers would choose Macau instead of Las Vegas. After all, the road was there. In fact, there was no need for the security guard to lead the way. Wang Mei was already very familiar with this place. Leading the way was just a superficial courtesy. On the second floor, Wang Mei went straight to the innermost room that did not have any room signs, but a do not disturb sign was placed at the door. Without knocking on the door, she pushed the door and walked in directly. "Leilei, I am here." Huang Leilei was playing Bubble Bobble in front of the computer. When she heard Wang Mei's voice, she was too lazy to lift her head. She responded, "And then you take Zhang Bin to play. I am playing Bubble Bobble for a while and challenging others." With Huang Leilei's words, the security guard was relieved. Otherwise, although Wang Mei was a friend of the young lady, if he lost too much in the casino, he couldn't afford to be blamed by the higher-ups. This security guard was the captain of the security team, Chun Hu. He used to be the bodyguard of Huang Leilei's second brother, so the Huang family was willing to ask him for help. Zhang Bin and Wang Mei followed Chun Hu out of the room, but Yang Ming did not follow. When Zhang Bin was about to call him, Wang Mei slapped his outstretched hand and whispered, "Are you stupid?" Zhang Bing was stunned and immediately smiled. He looked at Yang Ming and then looked at Huang Lele ambiguously. He thought, boss won't be enlightened, right? After closing the door, only Yang Ming and Huang Lele were left in the room. Huang Lele was playing happily. She didn't notice that there was another person in the room. How can he play so fast? It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. Looking at the bubbles on her side being added more and more by the other party, Huang Lele was anxious. She didn't care about the rules and slammed on the keyboard. However, the more she slammed, the messier it became. It was going to be game over. Looking at Huang Lele's carefree play, Yang Ming was really speechless. Yesterday, the two of them just did that. Huang Lele was like nothing had happened. She was dancing and playing online games. Let me do it. Yang Ming walked to Huang Lele's side and pointed to the computer screen. Huang Lele was shocked. She didn't expect that there was someone around her. When she looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming, she was relieved, but she didn't believe it. You? Can you do it? Yang Ming was really speechless this time. He thought that Huang Lele would blush or even be embarrassed when she saw him, but he didn't expect Huang Lele to question whether he knew how to play games. Won't you know if you try? Yang Ming and Huang Lele already had that relationship, so there was not so much taboo in their behavior. Anyway, Yang Ming had made up his mind to accept Huang Lele. Huang Lele sat on a sofa bed. Yang Ming sat directly next to her and grabbed the keyboard from Huang Lele's hand. Huang Lele was dissatisfied. Yeah, she moved her body to the side. Do you want to squeeze me to death? However, the two were still very close to each other. Huang Lele stared at the computer screen closely. She was afraid that Yang Ming would break it. I'm a bubble mentor. Don't make me lose my experience. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Although Yang Ming's points in the QQ game were not high, it did not mean that Yang Ming was not a master. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple bubble bobble. In fact, there was a big story behind it. If you want to play bubble bobble well, you not only need to have agile reflexes, but also have keen judgment so that you can ensure that you can defeat the bubbles of various colors and win. These two were exactly what Yang Ming had. If an assassin didn't have these two basic skills, then he could only wait for death. Therefore, Yang Ming could still easily master this bubble bobble game. After a few crooked balls, Yang Ming gradually found his state, but Huang Lele was anxious because she saw that Yang Ming played worse than her. If this continued, it would be strange if he didn't lose. She couldn't help but say, Yang Ming, do you know how to play or not? You're deliberately retaliating, right? Don't be noisy. Yang Ming gestured for her to keep quiet. He pointed at the keyboard and then pointed at the player who challenged Huang Lele on the screen. Your keyboard is not smooth. I'm trying to find the feeling. He will lose immediately. Really? Huang Lele obviously didn't believe it. However, Yang Ming seemed to be really powerful. The bubbles on her side were decreasing layer by layer, but the bubbles of the opponent were constantly increasing. Huang Lele looked at the computer screen in surprise and excitement. Her eyes widened. Really? He will die soon. Yang Ming was operating the computer. If Huang Lele wanted to see clearly, she had to turn her body sideways. In this way, Huang Lele's chest inevitably touched Yang Ming's arm, giving Yang Ming a strange feeling. Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele's chest and looked at the excited Huang Lele. He really didn't know what to say. He had seen people who were careless, but he had never seen someone like this. It shouldn't be described as careless. How should I say it? To put it nicely, it was called naive. To put it bluntly, it was called stupid. Finally, the bubbles on the other side filled the screen. The game was over. Yang Ming won. Huang Lele was stunned at first. Then she immediately exclaimed, "Won. I actually won. I defeated Little Fox Fairy." Little Fox Fairy, what is that? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. It is the master of Bubble Dragon. She is already at the level of Bubble Martian. I have never won when I challenged her. Today is the first time. Huang Lele was so surprised that she danced with joy. Yang Ming looked at the other party's nickname. Sure enough, she was called Little Fox Fairy. Her level was Bubble Martian. Although he didn't know if Martian was more powerful than Minter, seeing Huang Lele's overjoyed appearance, it was probably the case. Lele, you cheated. Did you turn on G? Little Fox Fairy sent a private message on the computer screen. What does G mean? Yang Ming rarely played these things. Naturally, he didn't know these professional terms. Is a game plug-in. After Huang Lele saw it, she grabbed the keyboard and typed, "Who turned on G? Don't talk nonsense." Why? Are you not convinced after losing? It's not that I'm not convinced. Why did you suddenly become powerful when you were about to die before? Asked Little Fox Fairy. Hee, it's a secret. Huang Lele glanced at Yang Ming and then typed, "I just don't believe it. Why don't we go to the little new game hall again?" Little Fox Fairy said, unconvinced. Let's go. Who is afraid of who? Huang Lele typed. Huang Lele opened an icon on the desktop called Xiaoxin Game Hall. This was a new game hall. The content inside was similar to the QQ game Alliance game. It was just that it did not appear for a long time. There was no plug-in for it in the world, so Little Fox Fairy would specify here for the competition. Huang Lele skillfully logged into her account, then found Little Fox Fairy in the friend column. She pulled her into a separate room, and the battle began. Huang Lele pushed the keyboard to Yang Ming and said, "It's your turn." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and took the keyboard. Then, he began to concentrate on the competition with Little Fox Fairy. Although Little Fox Fairy kept saying that Huang Lele used a plug-in, she didn't dare to neglect this time. Although there were similar plug-ins in the world, Little Fox Fairy was very clear that no matter how good the plug-in was, it was always just a program. It couldn't be as smart as a human brain. It was okay to use a plug-in to compete with the average player, but when encountering a player above the level of Teacher Bubble, the plug-in had no advantage at all. Instead, it would die faster. Not to mention that she was a bubble Martian. However, Little Fox Fairy unexpectedly found that this time she lost even more miserably. She still persisted for a long time. This time, she died in a few minutes. Little Fox Fairy was so angry that she sent a rage emoji. Huang Lele came over and stuck to Yang Ming's body. She sent a few smiley faces with the keyboard. Yang Ming had a physiological reaction, but Huang Lele didn't know it. She was very excited. "Yang Ming, you are really amazing." Yang Ming scratched his head. "If you said this to me in bed last night, I would be very happy, but now? What is this? It's just playing Bubble Bobble." Huang Lele was happily curled up there and typed to Little Fox Fairy. Yang Ming enjoyed the feeling of Huang Lele rubbing against him. This kind of feeling of rubbing against each other was really wonderful. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. Wang Mei came in. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the intimate look of Huang Lele and Yang Ming. She was stunned at first, then she showed a clear look. It seemed that the two must be together. Chapter 825. When Wang Mei saw such a scene, she didn't want to be the annoying third wheel and quietly left the door. Huang Lele was in high spirits, and her attention was on the computer. How would she notice Wang Mei coming in? But Yang Ming was different. When the door just sounded, he locked his attention there. Originally, Yang Ming was instinctively careful as an assassin, not to mention that it was a special time now. Someone wanted to assassinate Zheng Xiaopeng, a consultant in the Huawei casino. Who knew if they would plot against Huang Lele? So, how could Yang Ming relax his vigilance? But when he saw that it was Wang Mei, he didn't care. When he saw her quietly leave, he couldn't help but find it funny. Huang Lele and I are like this. It's hard not to be misunderstood, right? Little Fox Fairy over there had completely lost her temper. Just now in the QQ game hall, she suspected that Huang Lele had used a plug-in assistance program. However, in the Xiaoxin game hall, there was no plug-in available at all. Therefore, Little Fox Fairy had lost, and there was no excuse. What was the use of being angry when her skills were not as good as others? Huang Lele was happy, and Little Fox Fairy over there suddenly reacted. She said to Huang Lele, "I know. You must have found a shooter. You are not the one playing there." Huang Lele was stunned. She didn't expect Little Fox Fairy to be so smart. She actually guessed that she found someone to replace her. But it was no wonder. Little Fox Fairy and Huang Lele were old opponents in the game, who didn't know each other. Suddenly, Huang Lele won twice in a row. The second time was such a high-profile victory. How could Little Fox Fairy not be suspicious? She didn't react because the loss was too tragic. She hadn't recovered from the pain of failure. Now that she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. Just now, Huang Lele was about to lose. How did she suddenly change a person and turn defeat into victory? When Little Fox Fairy thought of this, she immediately had this bold conjecture. However, Huang Lele was exposed. She was quite embarrassed. Her face was flushed. She pursed her lips and typed, "The one playing with you just now is my apprentice. You can't even beat my apprentice." Yang Ming was stunned. When did I become Huang Lele's apprentice? But this is nothing. I will just accept her bragging. But how would Little Fox Fairy believe it? Apprentice? Playing Bubble Bobble can also accept an apprentice? He typed, "Keep bragging." Huang Lele wanted to continue bragging, but Yang Ming closed the dialogue window with a click of the mouse. "What are you doing?" Huang Lele frowned and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. "Stop playing. I have something to ask you." Yang Ming turned off the monitor. Seeing that Yang Ming was so overbearing, Huang Lele couldn't help but pout angrily. "Seeing that you helped me win against her, I won't argue with you this time." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. "What were you thinking yesterday?" "What do you mean? What did you think yesterday?" Huang Lele was stunned. She was thinking about the computer game. She didn't think about what Yang Ming was talking about. "You didn't forget what you did to me yesterday, right?" Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This Huang Lele is really the best. "Oh, you're talking about yesterday?" Huang Lele finally remembered what she did with Yang Ming yesterday, but she was very excited. "Hey, don't you think you are great? Don't you think you are virtuous? In the end, weren't you fascinated by me?" Yang Ming opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. Why did Huang Lele still feel that she did something very proud yesterday? Didn't she think that she suffered a big loss? "You want to prove this?" Yang Ming was stunned for a long time before he asked with a bitter smile. "Yeah." Huang Lele nodded seriously. "Now, do you dare to say that you don't like me?" Yang Ming touched his chin and sighed. "First, I want to clarify that I have never pretended to be virtuous. I don't think I am great. On the contrary, I think I am a lecher. Second, I have never said that I don't like you. If I am not tempted by you, then I am not a normal man. But whether I am lecherous or tempted, I can't escape the fact that I have a girlfriend. So, I have the will, but I don't have the strength." Huang Lele widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming without blinking. After a while, she finally said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Although Huang Lele's character was very pure, she didn't think that the relationship between her and Yang Ming was inappropriate, but she was a woman after all. She also knew how important a woman's first time was. At first, she ignored this because she wanted to vent her anger. Anyway, she was the miss of the Huang family. Her future husband wouldn't dare to care about this. However, when what she did became meaningless, Huang Lele really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yang Ming readily admitted that he was tempted by her, and the previous rejection was only because he had a girlfriend. Huang Lele bit her lip. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. After a long time, did I misunderstand? Then my first time is gone just like that? As the saying goes, some people's death is as light as a feather. Some people's death is heavier than Mount Tai. If you want to die, at least you have to die meaningfully. My first time should at least have some meaning, right? Now that it had become meaningless, how could Huang Lele not be angry? Yang Ming shrugged and said helplessly, "That's what I've always said before." Huang Lele recalled carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to do. After a long time, she said, "What should I do now? What should I do?" Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele. This girl is really not ordinary. How to describe it? Yang Ming had no way to describe it. It was so silly that it was a little cute. "Do you like me?" asked Yang Ming. "Like?" Huang Lele thought about it and said, "A little. Then, do you mind if I have a girlfriend?" Yang Ming continued to ask. "It's okay. I don't know." Huang Lele thought about it again and shook her head. "Then, will you be my lover?" Yang Ming asked tentatively. "Okay." Huang Lele hesitated and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, so she nodded. Yang Ming never dreamed that one day he would pursue a girl like this. But for Huang Lele, this trick was really practical. However, Huang Lele immediately asked, "What do you do as a lover? Do you want to do what you did yesterday?" Yang Ming nodded. Huang Lele's next words shocked Yang Ming. "Can we not do it? It was very painful. Although I felt good for a while, I still felt pain when I went home at night. Why don't you play Bubble Bobble with me in the future?" Getting such a lover was enough to give Yang Ming a headache. Fortunately, Huang Lele was like a happy person. Her words made Yang Ming have a headache, but he felt that she was a little cute. "Okay," Yang Ming replied with a head full of black lines, but he was still a little uneasy about Huang Lele's stupidity. So he said, "Then in the future, except for me, don't do that with others." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Huang Lele asked with a glare. Yang Ming said in his heart, "Aren't you stupid?" But this was not easy to say. Since the identities of the two people had been revealed, Yang Ming did not have many taboos. His hand naturally hugged Huang Lele's waist. Huang Lele was not used to it first. She moved her body and looked up at Yang Ming. But she thought that lovers should be closer, right? She no longer cared about Yang Ming. She reached out and turned on the computer monitor, wanting to continue playing her Bubble Bobble. On the screen was a bunch of private chat messages sent by Little Fox Fairy. They were all scolding Huang Lele for finding someone to play for her. After scolding for a long time, there was no response from Huang Lele. In the end, she was impatient and went offline. Huang Lele saw that Little Fox Fairy was gone, and she lost interest. She flattened her mouth and returned to the QQ game hall. She looked for others to challenge, but this time, the people who played with her were almost the same level. Huang Lele won and lost. Yang Ming only admired and liked Huang Lele. Feelings couldn't be formed overnight, so Yang Ming's love for Huang Lele was mostly shown on her body. It was undeniable that Huang Lele's figure and appearance were top-notch. It was just that she was too simple. It was no wonder. She grew up in such a rich family and was spoiled. Everything was self-centered. Otherwise, she would not do stupid things and still be proud of herself. Right? Yang Ming suddenly remembered an important thing. He patted Huang Lele's back and said, "Did you take the medicine after you went back yesterday?" "Take the medicine? What medicine?" Huang Lele was surprised. "Birth control pills. Stupid. Do you want to get pregnant?" Yang Ming whispered in Huang Lele's ear. "Yeah, I forgot." Huang Lele was shocked. "What do I do now? Can I get pregnant?" "It shouldn't be possible. It's not too late to eat now." Yang Ming was defeated by her. Huang Lele really didn't understand anything. "Then hurry up and eat. I will ask Wang Mei to buy it." Huang Lele had never bought this kind of thing, but she knew that Wang Mei must have bought it, so the first person she thought of was Wang Mei. This kind of thing, it's better not to let her know. Yang Ming shook his head. Is Huang Lele really not afraid of others knowing? "You wait. I will buy it." "Okay." Huang Lele nodded and continued to play the game heartlessly. Yang Ming glanced at Huang Lele and got up to leave the room. He didn't go far, but he saw Wang Mei standing not far away. Yang Ming couldn't pretend to not see her. He had to say, "Wang Mei, why are you here?" "I met my boyfriend. He came here with his friends to play. He almost saw me with Zhang Bin." Wang Mei smiled bitterly and patted her chest. "I saw you and Lele in a room. It wasn't good to go in and be a light bulb, so I just walked around outside." Chapter 826. Yang Ming listened to Wang Mei's words and couldn't help but shake his head. Yang Ming hated this kind of disloyal woman the most. No matter what, she couldn't cheat on her boyfriend. But thinking about it in reverse, wasn't he like this in the eyes of women? However, since ancient times, the custom was that men were superior to women. Men could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women couldn't. So many unequal things had become natural. Then what are you going to do? Yang Ming looked at Wang Mei and sighed. If you continue like this, it won't be a problem. You are Huang Lele's friend, so I advise you to know your place. Wang Mei looked at Yang Ming with some depression. She lowered her head thoughtfully. "Where's Zhang Bin?" asked Yang Ming. "He is downstairs. He was playing roulette just now." Wang Mei said, "Fortunately, I was watching the horse race. Otherwise, something big would have happened." What does your boyfriend's family do? Asked Yang Ming. Although the matter between her and Zhang Bin was consensual, if she met an unreasonable and strong boyfriend, he might harm Zhang Bin after knowing about it. Therefore, Yang Ming paid attention to this matter for the sake of Zhang Bin's safety. It's an import and export trade. There is a big company in Macau, Wang Mei said, and she didn't avoid it. He is also a member of the upper class, but I don't have much feelings for him. For money? Yang Ming could only think of this. If I say no, then it is a bit hypocritical. Wang Mei smiled. A woman's youth is very short. Love and money often can't be had at the same time. Yang Ming nodded. What Wang Mei said was true, and her behavior was understandable in today's society. Yang Ming was not qualified to criticize her. Everyone had their own pursuit and outlook on life. Wang Mei suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, I have to call Zhang Bin and tell him. If he doesn't know the severity of the matter and calls my name in the casino, then it will be terrible. As Wang Mei said this, she opened her backpack and began to search for her mobile phone. Perhaps because she was anxious, the mobile phone was at the bottom. Wang Mei was so anxious that she directly poured the things in the bag on the windowsill. She finally found the mobile phone, and then she hurriedly dialed Zhang Bin's phone. The things in Wang Mei's bag could be said to be a variety of things, from cosmetics and sunscreen to women's pads. And Yang Ming suddenly found something that he was going to buy, Leavener gestural tablets. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mei exhaled. It was really thrilling. As she was about to pack up the things in the bag, Yang Ming picked up a small box and said to her, Can you give this to me? Get it to you? Wang Mei was stunned. She saw the words on the small box. She suddenly looked at Yang Ming with a strange look. You and Lele? Yang Ming smiled and did not answer. With Huang Lele's character, she would definitely tell Wang Mei about yesterday's matter. Since he decided to find Huang Lele to be his lover, he couldn't hide it from her. No way. What did you two? Wang Mei was a bit puzzled. Just now? So fast. Yang Ming didn't want to discuss this topic with Wang Mei. He was looking for a reason to change the topic, but he saw Zhang Bin running over here. Zhang Bin is here. I'll go back first. You talk to him. Yang Ming pointed behind Wang Mei and smiled. Wang Mei was shocked. She subconsciously began to look around. When she saw Zhang Bin, she said with some annoyance, How did you come up? Do you want to kill me? Unbeknownst to him, she had a guilty conscience. Just now, when she was standing with Yang Ming, she talked for a long time without feeling anything wrong. However, as soon as Zhang Bin appeared, she began to feel uncomfortable. What are you afraid of? At most, we will break up. Zhang Bin said indifferently. Break up? Are you going to support me after we break up? Wang Mei glared at Zhang Bin. She didn't know if Zhang Bin was joking or what, but he actually said, Okay. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Bin. He didn't know what he was thinking. He shook his head and ignored the two of them flirting. He turned and walked to Huang Lele's room. After entering the room, he closed the door. Huang Lele just looked up at Yang Ming and then buried her head to play the game in her hand. Here, eat it. Yang Ming handed the medicine box to Huang Lele. So fast. Huang Lele looked at the time on the computer and was surprised. There were big hotels and casinos nearby, and there were no pharmacies. Yang Ming bought the medicine so quickly, which made Huang Lele a little surprised. It's for Wang Mei. I saw that she had it in her bag, so I took it. Yang Ming found a bottle of mineral water for Huang Lele, opened the lid, and put it on the computer table in front of her. Wang Mei opened the medicine box and took the medicine. Then she said, Oh, she knows about us? Probably. Yang Ming nodded. Are you hungry? Let's go and eat something. My treat. Hey. You're finally willing to treat me to a meal? Huang Lele looked up and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Isn't it different now? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Huang Lele. Huang Lele turned off the computer, stood up, stretched, and said, I choose the place. Of course, no problem. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. After a morning of contact, Yang Ming found that he already liked Huang Lele's heartless character. It was really rare for a girl to be so pure. Huang Lele put on a beige trench coat and then looked in the mirror. She felt quite satisfied, so she went out of the room with Yang Ming. Yang Ming gently pulled Huang Lele's hand. Huang Leilei's body trembled, but she obediently let Yang Ming hold her hand. However, Yang Ming could feel that Huang Leilei's palm had a layer of sweat. It was probably the first time this little girl was held by a man, right? Hey, Yang Ming, do you think we are dating? Huang Leilei hesitated and said to Yang Ming. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. Oh, so this is dating. Huang Leilei nodded thoughtfully. It's okay. I feel quite happy. When they went out and didn't see Zhang Bin, they were puzzled. However, they heard Zhang Bin's low voice, Bro, here. Yang Ming turned his head and saw Wang Mei and Zhang Bin hiding behind a screen in the corridor. He couldn't help but be amused. There was nothing to worry about in the world. If you stood there openly, it wouldn't make people feel anything. If you were to hide behind the screen, it would be difficult for people to not associate some dirty things. You too. Yang Ming was dumbfounded as he pointed at Zhang Bin. It's fine to stand together as ordinary friends. The more you hide, the more trouble you will have. Zhang Bin scratched his head. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he felt that it was true. He couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. Let's go out and eat. Yang Ming said to Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. Can't we eat here? Wang Mei was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming and Huang Leilei strangely. Is there a restaurant here? Yang Ming was also stunned and turned to look at Huang Leilei. Huang Leilei's face was red. Even if there was a restaurant here, she didn't want to eat here. She was still annoyed that Yang Ming broke his promise before. Now that there was a chance, how could she let it go easily? The food here is not delicious. I don't like to eat. Huang Leilei blushed and found an excuse. If the chef here heard it, wouldn't he be mad? This was the standard of a five-star restaurant. Huang Leilei actually said that it was not delicious. However, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything. Who let Huang Leilei be the miss? Wang Mei opened her mouth and wanted to say something. She vaguely guessed what Huang Leilei was thinking. So she said, Okay, then let's go out and eat, but let's go through the back door. I'm afraid of being seen. In fact, it's nothing. Just say that Zhang Bin and I are Leilei's friends. Yang Ming followed Huang Leilei to the back door. This car can't fit all of us, right? Yang Ming pointed to the Porsche Boxster in the parking lot. And there are other cars. I will ask someone to drive it. Huang Leilei nodded and took out her mobile phone and started to make a call. After a while, a Toyota Previvia commercial car drove over. The driver opened the door and got off. He respectfully said to Huang Leilei, Miss, do you want to drive yourself, or should I drive? You go ahead. Just leave the car here. Huang Leilei didn't like outsiders. Okay. The driver got out of the car and quickly left. Who's driving? Huang Leilei turned and asked Yang Ming and Zhang Bin. I'll drive. Zhang Bin volunteered. He hadn't driven a right-hand car yet, and he wanted to try it out. Can you do it? The traffic rules here are different from the mainland. Don't make any mistakes. Yang Ming was a little worried, but Yang Ming had driven a right-hand car during training. No problem, Zhang Bin said indifferently. In this way, Wang Mei and Zhang Bin sat in the front, and Yang Ming and Huang Leilei sat in the back. Yang Ming had never been very interested in Japanese cars, but he had to admit that this Toyota commercial car was still very good. In the beginning, Zhang Bin was still not used to driving a right-hand car. After all, it was not easy to master, but he slowly got the hang of it. On the road, it was the same as driving in Songjiang. Wang Mei's boyfriend, Liu Jihao, accompanied several clients of the company to the casino today to improve each other's relationship. At noon, there was a client from Hong Kong who wanted to eat at the Newport restaurant in Macau. Although the casino also had similar food, Liu Jihao, of course, focused on the client's request. Liu Jihao just came to the parking lot with the guests, but he caught a glimpse of a Toyota commercial car passing by in front of him. Sitting in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Wang Mei. Chapter 827. In fact, Liu Jihao didn't associate anything bad. The casino here was opened by Huang Leilei's family, and Wang Mei and Huang Leilei were good friends, so it wasn't strange for Wang Mei to come out here. Although the driver was a strange man, there was nothing to be suspicious about. Liu Jihao took out his mobile phone and called Wang Mei. Looking at the caller ID on the phone, Wang Mei was shocked. She glanced at Zhang Bin in a panic. What's wrong? Why don't you answer the phone? Zhang Bin found it strange when he saw Wang Mei holding the phone and not answering. My boyfriend, Wang Mei whispered. Zhang Bin looked at the phone in Wang Mei's hand and said, Do you want me to answer it? Why are you answering it? Wang Mei was shocked and quickly said, Don't make a sound. I will answer it. Mei, where are you? Lu Jihao called for a long time and saw that no one answered. He was about to hang up the phone, but the call was connected. I am with Lele. Wang Mei looked at Zhang Bin and said, Oh, just the two of you? Lu Jihao asked tentatively. Yeah, I'm at Lele's house. How could Wang Mei dare to say that there was someone else? Really? Lu Jihao was stunned. He hesitated and said, Oh, then that's it. I am accompanying the guest. After that, he hung up the phone. Lu Jihao frowned. Did I just see it wrong? But it's impossible. My eyesight isn't that bad. Others can be wrong, but can my girlfriend be wrong? Obviously, I am in the car. How can I say that I am at Huang Lele's house? What's there to lie about? Could it be that I want to hide something? Originally, Lu Jihao didn't think so much, but now he began to be suspicious. It's over. He seems to have some doubts. Wang Mei said with some worry after she turned off the phone. Did he see us? Zhang Bin guessed. Wang Mei was shocked and lost her voice. It must be like this. This is bad. What should we do? You shouldn't have lied to him. What's wrong with being with a friend? Yang Ming also heard the conversation between Wang Mei and Zhang Bin. I was subconsciously nervous, Wang Mei said with a bitter face. But it's too late to say anything now. I hope he doesn't suspect anything. Under the guidance of Huang Lele, Zhang Bin drove to a shop called Dali Lai Ji Coffee House. It was a very simple shop. Yang Ming didn't expect that a lady like Huang Lele would have a hobby of eating roadside stalls. However, after listening to Wang Mei's introduction, Yang Ming realized how famous this seemingly small coffee house was. It had even become a landmark in Macau. Many native Macau people would habitually come here to drink a cup of coffee and eat a pork chop bun in their spare time. Huang Lele found a table and sat down first. She ordered 4 cups of coffee and 4 pork chop buns. Because the pork chop buns were made on time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and it was only 2 o'clock now, they had to wait for a while before they could eat it. Do you often come here to eat? Yang Ming took a sip of the coffee that was served first. The taste was really good. Yeah, every time I take a break, I come here with Wang Mei. Huang Lele nodded. I like to eat the pork chop buns here the most. I learned how to make it myself, but I can't make it taste like that. Yang Ming smiled. This was natural. This kind of shop relied on these delicious dishes to attract customers. If it could be made normally, there would not be so many people patronizing. Looking at Zhang Bin and Wang Mei on the opposite side, the two of them were still making small movements in this situation. They were stepping on their feet and scratching their palms. Yang Ming couldn't help but be angry and amused. They are really not afraid of death. They are already suspected, and they still dare to play like this? Not long after, there were more people here. It seemed that they all came for the pork chop buns that were freshly made at 3 o'clock. After a while, the pork chop buns were served. Because there were so many people, the waiter was probably anxious. When he served the pork chop buns, he accidentally spilled the half cup of coffee that Zhang Bin hadn't finished drinking. Fortunately, it didn't get on him. After the waiter apologized, he brought a new cup of coffee to Zhang Bin. Why didn't he spill mine and then give me a new cup? Huang Lele shook the cup with only 1 cup of coffee left in her hand. She looked at Zhang Bin's cup full of coffee with some envy. After the 3 people heard it, they all laughed. Huang Lele was really cute. With her family background, how could she care about a cup of coffee? Zhang Bin pushed the cup of coffee in front of Huang Lele. You can have it. I don't want to drink it. I want to eat the pork chop buns. I still want another cup. Huang Lele was a little embarrassed and declined. Just drink it. He is a carnivore. Yang Ming smiled and took the coffee back to Huang Lele. Only then did Huang Lele pick it up and take a sip happily. The pork chop buns here were really delicious. It was delicious. Huang Lele and Wang Mei's appetite was relatively small. They couldn't eat any more after eating one. Zhang Bin and Yang Ming asked for 8 more in one go, which was equivalent to eating 5 per person. When they checked out, they found that the things here were really not expensive. The four of them spent less than 200 patakas. Because Wang Mei had something in her heart, she didn't go anywhere else after eating. Huang Lele wanted to go out with her second brother, so Yang Ming and Zhang Bin sent them back to the Huawei casino. During this time, Shuya sent a short message to Yang Ming, asking Yang Ming if he had time tonight. Yang Ming naturally replied that he had time. Shuya said that she would look at the situation after the concert and try to get away as much as possible. Back at the hotel, Zhang Bin was lying in bed with some melancholy. Yang Ming watched TV for a while and found that Zhang Bin was still silent. He asked with some surprise, "What happened to you?" Zhang Bin sighed and sat up in confusion. He said after a while, "Bro, I fell in love with Wang Mei." "What?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't understand. "You? Fell in love with Wang Mei? What do you mean?" "It was when I realized that I had feelings for her, and they were very strong. It was like love at first sight." Zhang Bing held his head with both hands and said helplessly, "Are you kidding?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin with some surprise. Zhang Bin didn't seem to be such an irrational person. "What about Zhao Cece?" "I don't know, but there are two ways of liking." Zhang Bin shook his head and said, "Zhao Cece is more like a family member to me. She is plain and indispensable, but I can't find the passion. Wang Mei and I are different." Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Zhang Bin from talking. Instead, he asked, "What are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I just don't know what to do, so I'm distressed. Just now, I hoped that Wang Mei and her boyfriend would quarrel and break up. Then I would have a chance." Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. "Does Wang Mei know your feelings for her?" Yang Ming asked. This was the key. "I don't know." Zhang Bin still shook his head. "Bro, what should I do?" "You're asking me?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin and suddenly laughed. Zhang Bin was inexplicable by Yang Ming's laughter. He said with some surprise, "Bro, what are you laughing at?" "If you ask me, the answer is very simple. That is, you accept it all." Yang Ming smiled. "Yeah." Zhang Bin slapped his thigh. "Why didn't I think of it? It's just like that. Today in the corridor of the casino, I talked to Wang Mei. She and her boyfriend have no feelings. They are together mainly for a woman's vanity. After all, her boyfriend's family is very rich, but you're not bad. It is good to let her follow you." Yang Ming analyzed. "It's just that Wang Mei's character is really... You have to at least determine if she loves you, or else you will be cuckolded in the future." Zhang Bin nodded and didn't say anything, but Yang Ming believed that he must have thought so. Since Wang Mei could betray her boyfriend and be with Zhang Bin, how could he guarantee that she wouldn't betray Zhang Bin in the future? However, Yang Ming didn't say anything. Zhang Bin would also know this. It depended on how he decided. No matter what he thought, Yang Ming would support him. After all, this was a personal matter. Yang Ming wouldn't interfere too much. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Bin received a call from Wang Mei, asking him to go out and meet her. It could be heard that Wang Mei's voice had a sobbing tone. Zhang Bin was sleeping. When he answered the phone, he began to put on his clothes without saying anything. "Go out? Do you want me to go with you?" Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Bin would cause some trouble. "No need. I will deal with this kind of thing myself." Zhang Bin shook his head. "I can go by myself." "Then you be careful. I guess that your matter has been discovered by Wang Mei's boyfriend." Yang Ming said, "If there is any trouble, call me immediately." "I got it, bro, don't worry." Zhang Bin patted his chest confidently. Yang Ming had nothing to do here, but something happened at home. When he received a call from Yang Li, Yang Ming was watching TV. "Big sister, what's the matter?" Yang Ming was surprised that Yang Li suddenly called him. Although his relationship with Yang Li had eased, and it wasn't as tit-for-tat as before, Yang Li was studying in another city. She didn't have much interaction with Yang Ming. "Big Ming, something happened to me and my dad." Although Yang Li said so, she wasn't very anxious. She thought that things weren't particularly serious. "What happened?" asked Yang Ming. "Didn't second uncle, who is your dad's company, start some heavy engineering equipment projects under my dad's suggestion? My dad and I went to the engineering company in Phoenix City to discuss business, but we were stopped by another local engineering equipment factory. Yang Li said, they threatened us not to sell our company's products in Phoenix City. Otherwise, we would have to bear the consequences." Originally, it was better to call Yang Ming for this matter, but since the kidnapping incident, Yang Li had an inexplicable trust in Yang Ming. When something happened, the first thing she thought of was to call her brother. "Oh, are you all right?" asked Yang Ming. Chapter 828. They are fine. They just threatened us. They didn't dare to do anything to us. Yang Li said, "That's fine. You can come back first. I am in Macau now. I will talk about other things when I go back." Yang Ming told Yang Li, "Oh, that's fine. Then we will go back first." Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly agreed. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. The problem that Yang Li mentioned seemed to be a small matter, but it was a big problem. The sales target of this kind of engineering equipment was not to the public like cars, but to a fixed target. The company or institution that purchased these things in each city was fixed. As a result, an important problem was local monopoly. The threshold for the manufacturing of engineering machinery was not high, and many parts could be imported. As long as the assembly technology passed, engineering equipment such as trenchers, bulldozers, and other engineering equipment could be produced. Many small local engineering enterprises could produce. Although these enterprises did not have the strength of Mingyang heavy industry, they had deep backgrounds and relationships in the local area, so it was impossible to ignore Mingyang heavy industry snatching their business. A warning was considered light. If they encountered someone with an underworld background, it was possible to beat them back. However, it was not that there was no solution. It depended on the individual's means. But in any case, Yang Ming had to go back and make a decision. After all, it involved some gray fights. His father, Yang Dahai, and his uncle, Yang Dashin, were not good at this. If Bao Sanli were to deal with it, he might make a big deal out of it and bring a group of people to kill them. So Yang Ming chose to let them give in temporarily. Zhang Bin received a call from Wang Mei and quickly rushed to the place Wang Mei said. This was a coffee shop, but the location was a bit remote. The shop was not bad, and the interior decoration was also very elegant. Zhang Bin walked into the coffee shop quickly. At the moment, there were not many people in the coffee shop. Zhang Bin saw Wang Mei wearing sunglasses at a glance, but he could not help but be stunned when he saw a man next to her. A thin and tall man in his 30s, wearing a black suit, sat there with a gloomy expression. Wang Mei lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Bin. When Zhang Bin saw the situation in front of him, he vaguely guessed something. He quickly walked to the card table and sat down. "You are Zhang Bin?" the lanky man asked in a condescending tone to Zhang Bin. Although Zhang Bin had seduced the man's girlfriend, he didn't feel that he was in the wrong. She was his girlfriend. Since they were not married, it meant that there was no legal relationship between them. She looked up at the man in front of her, who was Lu Jihao, and asked with some disgust, "Who are you?" "Hey, brat, your words are quite blunt." Lu Jihao sneered at Zhang Bin and said softly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have much time." Zhang Bin often hung out with Yang Ming, so he became calmer and not as impulsive as before. "Well, since you have this attitude, we don't need to talk about it." Lu Jihao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I think you have already guessed who I am. Now that you are on my girlfriend, how are we going to settle this?" Why are you so funny? You said it yourself. She is your girlfriend, but she is not your wife." Zhang Bin smiled with some contempt. Do you think I can still want this kind of trash?" Lu Jihao snorted. "Since you like her so much, then I will give her to you." "Oh, that's good. Thank you very much." After listening to Lu Jihao's words, Zhang Bin was suddenly inexplicable, but what he said was a good thing for Zhang Bin. "Don't be too happy too early. There are still accounts to be settled." Lu Jihao smiled. "What accounts?" asked Zhang Bin. "Now, Wang Mei is your woman, right?" asked Lu Jihao. "So what?" Zhang Bin still didn't quite understand Lu Jihao's meaning. "That's fine. Wang Mei was with me for 2 years. The money I spent on her in these 2 years was spent on you. Don't you think I have to get the money back?" Lu Jihao finally said his purpose. Zhang Bin was stunned and immediately understood. Lu Jihao wanted to extort a sum of money from him, and the previous words were just excuses. Of course, you cannot give the money, but the consequences of not paying back the debt are very serious. TSK tisk. Lu Jihao waved his hand, and two black-shirt macho men immediately stood up from a table not far behind him and walked over. Lu Jihao pointed at them and said, "I have spent tens of millions on Wang Mei in the past 2 years. I just owe them 10 million, so I will transfer it to you." "All right, I forgot to mention, these two are loan sharks. You're from mainland, right? You don't want anything to happen to you in Macau, right?" 10 million. When Zhang Bin heard this number, an angry expression suddenly appeared on his face. 10 million in 2 years? Who are you kidding? Why? You don't believe it? Then you can ask Wang Mei yourself. Lu Jihao had a look of confidence as he pointed to Wang Mei next to him. "What happened?" Zhang Bin looked up at Wang Mei. My mother was sick before, so I borrowed from loan sharks. Later, the interest compound. Lu Jihao helped me settle it," Wang Mei explained while trembling. When Zhang Bin heard Wang Mei's words, he knew what was going on. Is loan sharks again? It seems that this Lu Jihao and these two loan sharks are likely to be in cahoots. He found them to scare me and take some money from me. Did she borrow money from both of you? Zhang Bin looked up at the two black-shirt macho men and said with ridicule. The two macho men's faces suddenly turned red. It seemed that Zhang Bin hit the nail on the head. "Don't say those useless things." Lu Jihao waved his hand and said, "Take out the money. You take her away." "Do you think I could take out 10 million? Zhang Bin looked at Lu Jihao as if he was looking at a fool. Zhang Bin's family was indeed rich, but Zhang Bin's total was only tens of millions. "Don't you have a friend? Didn't he hook up with a little rich woman? You can borrow from him." The little rich woman Lu Jihao was referring to was naturally Huang Lele. After listening to this, Zhang Bin suddenly stared at Wang Mei with some anger. Why did Wang Mei tell everything to Lu Jihao? "Make a call. Just say that you owe a loan shark. Let it pay you back." Lu Jihao didn't care about Zhang Bin's expression and said proudly, "Are you sure you wanted to make a call?" Zhang Bin knew Yang Ming's temper very well. If he really called Yang Ming, forget about paying the money. The three people in front of him wouldn't be able to walk out of here in one piece. If he was in Songjiang, Zhang Bin would definitely be very thick-skinned and call Yang Ming. As Yang Ming's underling, Zhang Bin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was natural to let Yang Ming clean up his mess. But in Macau, he was unfamiliar with the people in the place. Zhang Bin didn't want to add any trouble to Yang Ming. The two people in front of him were loan sharks. They obviously didn't look like good people. Maybe they had a relationship with the local gangs. It would be troublesome to provoke these people. "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." Lu Jihao didn't hide his threat. Zhang Bin hesitated. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Zhang Bin asked himself that he was definitely not the opponent of these two macho men. If he didn't make this call today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this alive. However, because this matter would drag Yang Ming into it, Zhang Bin didn't want to do this. "You don't want to call, right? Then you call." Lu Jihao threw his phone in front of Wang Mei. Wang Mei lowered her head and didn't speak. She didn't pick up the phone that Lu Jihao handed over. "I asked you to make a call. Didn't you hear it?" Lu Jihao shouted. "I don't want to call." Wang Mei shook her head. "Pa!" A loud slap was thrown over, and the sunglasses on Wang Mei's face were knocked away. Lu Jihao said furiously, "Do you believe that I will kill you?" At this time, Zhang Bin saw that Wang Mei's originally delicate face was bruised everywhere. Because of the sunglasses, and Wang Mei had been lowering her head, he didn't notice it. "What happened to you? Did he hit you?" Zhang Bin was shocked. Originally, he complained that Wang Mei told everything to Lu Jihao. Now, he only sympathized with her. Wang Mei pursed her lips and didn't speak, but her expression had already acquiesced. "Fuck your mother." Zhang Bin slammed the table and pointed at Lu Jihao. "You hit a woman? Are you still a man? Why? Are you distressed?" Lu Jihao curled his lips indifferently. "If you're distressed, quickly take the money. You can hurt as much as you want when you go home. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Jihao's business wasn't very smooth recently, and he had lost a lot of money. He wasn't the only son at home. He had a younger brother, So if he didn't fill in the losses as soon as possible, it was likely that his younger brother would use it as an excuse to attack him and let him leave the company's core. His mood was already bad, and Wang Mei happened to hit the muzzle. Originally, Lu Jihao didn't doubt Wang Mei. He just said that he saw her in the parking lot of the casino and asked why she lied to him. However, Lu Jihao's face wasn't very good. Wang Mei, coupled with her nervousness, thought that Lu Jihao knew something. She didn't explain it clearly for a long time. At this time, Lu Jihao's suspicion was even greater. He questioned a few more words and found that Wang Mei's words were full of flaws. Under his bluff and deception, he finally figured out that Wang Mei actually had an ulterior motive. How could this be? Lu Jihao was already in a bad mood, and his girlfriend did this kind of thing. He was so angry that he punched and kicked her, forcing her to ask about her lover's situation. Originally, Wang Mei didn't want to say it, but she couldn't withstand Lu Jihao's punches and kicks, so she said it all. Chapter 829. It was not that Lu Jihao had no feelings for Wang Mei. After all, they had been together for such a long time. However, Lu Jihao was a very narrow-minded person. He couldn't tolerate his girlfriend having an affair with others. Moreover, he was in a bad mood these days. He encountered a business failure, and he heard that the adulterer's friend had hooked up with Huang Lele. His heart immediately began to become active. How could Lu Jihao not know about Huang Lele's family? That was more than 100 times bigger than his own family business. He also had feelings for Huang Lele, but Huang Lele couldn't be interested in him at all. He didn't expect that the adulterer's friend was also good at hooking up with girls. After weighing it, he decided to use Wang Mei as an excuse to squeeze some money from them to make up for the previous deficit. Thinking about it, these two foreigners couldn't make any waves, and this matter was also Zhang Bin's fault, so Lu Jihao was not afraid. It could be said that Lu Jihao was a villain who liked to scheme. In order to get Wang Mei, he used some underhanded means. Those loan sharks were his friends, and they were also instructed by him behind the scenes. In fact, Wang Mei also vaguely guessed this. Although she had no love for Lu Jihao, because she could live a life of luxury with Lu Jihao, she accepted her fate. Later, she became a stewardess and met Huang Lele. She felt that her friends were all rich people. Wang Mei was afraid that Huang Lele and the others would look down on her after losing the current life of luxury. She did not dare to break up with Lu Jihao, although Wang Mei had no feelings for him from beginning to end. In fact, Wang Mei was not as bad as Yang Ming imagined. Although she hooked up with Zhang Bin, it was also because she really had feelings for Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin's humor and care for her were something she had never gotten from Lu Jihao. Love came so suddenly that Wang Mei was a little dizzy for a while. Otherwise, Lu Jihao couldn't see the clues so quickly. Wang Mei didn't think about breaking up with Lu Jihao and then being with Zhang Bin. However, after knowing that Zhang Bin had a girlfriend, she changed her mind. Is it possible that Zhang Bin is with her? She probably only thought of him as a playmate. This time, she called Zhang Bin and asked him to come out to meet her. Wang Mei didn't expect him to stand up for her, but she didn't expect that Zhang Bin's reaction to Lu Jihao hitting her would be so fierce. Zhang Bin was extremely angry. His chest heaved up and down as he panted heavily. However, when he thought about how he couldn't cause trouble, he could only suppress his anger. He slowly sat down and said, 10 million. Isn't your tone too big? Do you think Huang Lele will give me 10 million? Hey, I don't know if I'll give it to you or not, but if your friend asks Huang Lele for it, it should be possible, right? Huang Lele's family doesn't need this 10 million. Lu Jihao saw that Zhang Bin's tone had loosened, and he was overjoyed. Moreover, this IOU is still in my hands. I tell you, now we have a good discussion. If you take out the money, we will be fine. Otherwise, I will sue you in court, and you won't be able to reason. If this kind of IOU written under the pressure of a loan shark really went to court, 80% of it would not have legal effect. However, Lu Jihao was sure that Zhang Bin, a foreigner, definitely did not understand the local laws of Macau, so he was not afraid that he would be exposed after cheating him. Although Zhang Bin knew that if this kind of thing was brought to the mainland court, The other party's chances of winning the lawsuit were very small. Here, he really didn't know the corresponding legal provisions. It was basically unrealistic to ask him to take out 10 million. Zhangbin didn't have so much money. But if he looked for Yang Ming, Zhangbin still didn't know the true value of Yang Ming. Although he knew that Lu Weishan gave a lot of money to Yang Ming, the money was also invested in the new jewelry company. The cash on hand of Yang Ming should not be much. If he borrowed money from Yang Ming, Zhangbin could naturally put down his face. After all, the relationship between the two was still there. However, if he asked Yang Ming to ask for money from Zhangbin, this kind of thing could not be done. Have you thought about it? What do you want to do? Lu Jihao saw that Zhangbin didn't speak, and he was impatient. He said with a gloomy face, I will give you two choices. One is to call your friend and let him find a way to get money. The second is that I hand you over to these people. I don't care how they deal with you. Lu Jihao pointed to the few big men around him who were loan sharks. Zhangbin also had no way. He hesitated and decided to tell Yang Ming about it. No matter what, it was good to discuss it. I will go out and make a call, Zhangbin said as he stood up and walked to the door. Watch him. Don't let this kid run away. Lu Jihao was afraid that Zhangbin would use this as an excuse to escape. He didn't think that Wang Mei had any attraction to Zhangbin. If it was just for Wang Mei, would Zhangbin be willing to spend 10 million? Lu Jihao really didn't believe it. However, Zhangbin really planned to do so. Otherwise, what did Wang Mei's life and death have to do with him? Zhangbin came to the door. The four big men who collected loan sharks stood by and stared at Zhangbin, fearing that he would run away. Zhangbin dialed Yang Ming's phone number. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to answer. Bro, I am in trouble, Zhangbin said straightforwardly. With his relationship with Yang Ming, there was no need to hide. What's wrong? Yang Ming was waiting for Shuya's call. He was lying in bed and watching TV. When he heard Zhangbin's words, he was shocked. Wang Mei's boyfriend knows about our matter. He wants 10 million from me. I don't know what to do now, Zhangbin said as he clenched his teeth. 10 million? Yang Ming was a little surprised by this price. He didn't expect Wang Mei's boyfriend to offer such a high price, but this money was nothing to Yang Ming. Bro, I know that I have troubled you. Can you help me borrow some? I have been working for you all my life. Zhangbin knew that Yang Ming was also in a difficult situation. He hesitated for a long time before he spoke. Work? Yang Ming was dumbfounded, but he found it strange that Zhangbin was willing to spend 10 million for Wang Mei. Are you sure you want to give him 10 million? And it was the loan sharks that Wang Mei owed. Her boyfriend paid it for her. Zhangbin smiled bitterly. Although I don't know if there is anything fishy in this, my feelings for Wang Mei, okay, you don't have to say it. Where are you? When Yang Ming heard this, he understood that what Zhangbin said to him before wasn't just a casual remark, but he really fell for it. Although Yang Ming's impression of Wang Mei wasn't good, Zhangbin liked her. He wouldn't interfere with anything. This time, Zhangbin should really have feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such an irrational thing. It seems that he isn't very rational, but wasn't I the same at the beginning? Because of Suya's departure, how many stupid things did I do? I spent a lot of money at the auction just to buy a similar ring. Although it was confirmed later that this ring was the one that I gave to Suya, I didn't know about it at the beginning, right? Zhangbin set a location. Yang Ming hung up the phone and hurried over. When Yang Ming appeared in the coffee shop, Zhangbin lowered his head embarrassedly, but Lu Jihao's eyes lit up. If Yang Ming could come over, it meant that there was an 80 to 90% chance. Otherwise, Yang Ming couldn't come over. Yang Ming sat calmly next to Zhangbin and looked at Wang Mei, whose face was full of injuries. He couldn't help but frown. It was true that he didn't have a good impression of Wang Mei, but Yang Ming also hated people who hit women. He patted Zhangbin's shoulder and signaled him to rest assured. Then he said to Lu Jihao on the opposite side, 10 million, right? After that, you have nothing to do with her. Wang Mei, right? Yes. Lu Jihao held back the excitement in his heart and nodded. He didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Okay, then it's up to you. Yang Ming looked at Lu Jihao and said, Is a check okay? Yes, yes. Lu Jihao couldn't help but be excited in his heart. He really wanted to shout twice. The company's deficit was only more than 6 million. This time, not only could he make up for the deficit, but he could also get a lot of income. He couldn't help but be a little smug. This Huang Lele is really willing to give up. She asked for 10 million, and she gave it to me. Ha ha, brother, you are amazing. Huang Lele. Yang Ming was stunned, but he immediately guessed what he was saying, but he did not refute. In Yang Ming's view, it was a waste of cells to talk to this kind of person. Yang Ming took out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote down the amount, and then signed a strange name. This was a checkbook from the Union Bank of Switzerland. Yang Ming had an account there. Of course, it was not the main account. There were only a few $100 million on it. The account name was also a pseudonym, but it didn't matter. The bank only recognized the customer's exclusive checkbook and signature. Even the checkbook is given to you? So strong? Lu Jihao looked at Yang Ming in surprise and opened his mouth wide. He had always thought that Yang Ming's money came from Huang Lele. Yang Ming was too lazy to explain so much to him. He tore off the check and spread it on the table. It is from the Union Bank of Switzerland. There is a branch in Macau. You can call to confirm now. Lu Jihao was also a person in the business field. He still recognized the authenticity of the check. He made a phone call, and the other side gave a positive answer. Lu Jihao reached out and wanted to put the check into his pocket. Yang Ming was quick with his eyes and hands. He directly put his hand on the check. Where's the original IOU? IOU? What IOU? Lu Jihao wanted to act shamelessly and leave a trick behind. He would leave the IOU to see if there was any opportunity to extort in the future. He didn't expect Yang Ming to remember this. Chapter 830. I don't want to talk nonsense, Yang Ming said as he took the check back. Yang Ming's hand just took the check back. One of the four macho men behind Lu Jihao reached for his waist and seemed to want to take something out. He took it out and shouted, "Put it down." Yang Ming frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble. Since Zhang Bin really liked Wang Mei, and Wang Mei owed Lu Jihao money, then he would help them pay it back. However, he didn't want to cause trouble here, but Lu Jihao was playing tricks on him. There was a burst of disgust in his heart. Yang Ming's hand gently stretched forward. He had already taken the thing out of the macho man's waist. It turned out to be a three-edged knife. Yang Ming sneered and threw the knife in front of Lu Jihao. It's best not to play tricks in front of me. When I came out, you didn't know what you were doing. Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were soft persimmons, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to have such skills. He could actually grab the knife from the macho man behind him. Listening to the tone of Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he was also in the underworld. He couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. It seems that this person is not easy to provoke. Lu Jihao was also afraid that there would be more problems, so he chose to stop while he was ahead. He awkwardly took out an IOU and said with a dry smile, "Hee hee, it's just a joke. We are all civilized people. There is no need to use knives and guns. That's the best." Yang Ming despised Lu Jihao's softness in his heart. He was too easily frightened, and his impression of Lu Jihao was even worse. After taking the IOU, Yang Ming glanced at it. After confirming that there was no problem, he directly tore it up and threw it into the juice in front of Zhang Bin. The handwriting on the IOU was soaked in the juice, and all of it became blurred. Coupled with the corrosion of the sticky juice, it was impossible to restore it. However, Zhang Bin was even more extreme. He picked up the cup and drank it directly. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. "Let's go," Yang Ming said and stood up. He turned to Zhang Bin and said, "Take her back to the hotel." Although Zhang Bin didn't say a word of thanks, Zhang Bin was already very grateful to Yang Ming. However, Zhang Bin knew that Yang Ming didn't need him to thank him. That would be too pretentious. Zhang Bin stood up silently and took Wang Mei's hand. Wang Mei trembled and stood together with Zhang Bin. She understood what it meant when Zhang Bin drank the drink with the IOU and held her hand. In fact, from the fact that Zhang Bin was willing to borrow 10 million yuan for her, she already knew Zhang Bin's intentions. Wang Mei suddenly had a very relaxed and liberated feeling. She didn't have to be a hypocrite in the future. With Zhang Bin, whether he was rich or poor, what did it matter? Wang Mei suddenly felt that she didn't care about anything. As long as she could be with this man, she was happy. Yang Ming didn't take 2 steps, but he turned around again and went straight to Lu Jihao's side. He picked up the tri-edged knife in front of him. What are you doing? Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming had changed his mind and wanted to fight with him. This knife is very good. Give it to me as a souvenir. Yang Ming patted Lu Jihao's shoulder and said, oh. Lu Jihao was stunned and nodded. It's just a tri-edged knife. Just give it to him. Yang Ming took the knife and walked out of the coffee shop with Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. As soon as they went out, Yang Ming threw the tri-edged knife into the trash can not far away. Bro, why did you throw that away? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming strangely and didn't understand. I lied to him. What I need this broken knife for? Yang Ming smiled and said, it's just to confuse him. Zhang Bin didn't understand much, but he didn't ask. He just held Wang Mei's hand tightly and said to Yang Ming, Bro, you can rest assured. I will find a way to return the money to you as soon as possible. Money? That's not necessary. Yang Ming waved his hand and took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin took the paper and opened it. It was actually the check that Yang Ming had just signed. He couldn't help but be surprised. Bro, what's going on? Didn't you give it to him? I originally wanted to give it to him, but he was so greedy that he wanted to play tricks, so I simply didn't give it to him. Yang Ming said with a smile. When I asked him for the tri-edged knife, I took it back. Damn! Zhang Bin shouted excitedly after listening. Bro, you're too badass. This works too. I thought I would be a slave in the future. Even if I gave it to him, he wouldn't ask you to return it. Yang Ming shook his head indifferently. Then he stopped the taxi and said, Let's go. That guy will find out in a while. The 3 people got into the taxi together. Yang Ming sat in the front row, and Zhang Bin and Wang Mei sat in the back row. Back at the hotel, Zhang Bin booked another room, which was opposite Yang Ming's original room. You apply some medicine to her first. You all come to my room in a while. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Mei and instructed. Okay, bro. Zhang Bin nodded and took Wang Mei into the room. He had just bought some medicine downstairs. Zhang Bin applied the medicine to Wang Mei. Wang Mei wore sunglasses again, so it wasn't obvious. Zhang Bin, you seem to be afraid of Yang Ming? Wang Mei asked, baffled. I'm not afraid, but I do admire and respect him. Zhang Bin said sincerely. If we were to talk about bro's speed of development, no one can compare to him. Wang Mei nodded. She knew that from now on, she would be integrated in a Zhang Bin circle. The 2 of them came to Yang Ming's room together. Yang Ming was reading the local newspaper. When he saw the 2 of them come in, he put the newspaper aside and signaled them to sit down and talk. Let's talk about it. What are you going to do in the future? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. In the future, Zhang Bin really didn't think about what to do in the future. After being impulsive, it brought a lot of trouble. Zhang Bin's mind calmed down at this moment. If he brought Wang Mei back, not to mention Zhao Sisi, even his father, Zhang Jiafeng, wouldn't let her go. Although Zhang Jiafeng wasn't a conservative, he wouldn't allow Zhang Bin to casually bring a woman home. It was fine to play outside and socialize, but if he really brought her back, he would definitely be the first to disagree. What about you? Yang Ming looked up at Wang Mei again. I don't know. Wang Mei lowered her head. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that she became very cautious and oppressed in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming seemed to have a condescending feeling, like an elder. Then I will arrange it for you. You can bring your family to Songjiang. You don't have to work as a stewardess, or I can find someone to change the route for you. Don't fly to Macau. Is that okay? Yang Ming seemed to be asking for Wang Mei's opinion, but in fact his tone was unquestionable. Wang Mei didn't have her own opinion at the moment. She didn't have any opinion about Yang Ming's arrangement. She also knew that Lu Jihao wasn't a good person. If she still flew to Macau, she might meet him again. At that time, it might cause some trouble. Then, you can keep the check. Yang Ming turned to Zhang Bin and said, First, buy a house in Songjiang and settle her down. Then, we will slowly study later. How can this be? Zhang Bin shook his head subconsciously. Although he didn't know where the money came from, he thought that it was definitely not Yang Ming's own money. How could he let Yang Ming owe others money for him? What's more, he didn't need this money to buy a house at all. Buying a small house with more than 40 square meters in Songjiang was about 400,000 yuan. He could still take out this money. Don't worry, the money was not borrowed from Lele. It was my own money. Yang Ming saw Zhang Bin's thoughts and comforted him with a smile. There are some things that I will find time to tell you. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. Wang Mei was a little shocked when she heard it. It seems that I really underestimated Yang Ming. Yang Ming's net worth didn't seem to be under Huang Lele, or even more. Huang Lele couldn't just throw out 10 million yuan casually, but Yang Ming didn't seem to care about it at all. However, Yang Ming was so badass. Zhang Bin, as his underling, shouldn't be bad. At least, Zhang Bin had a bright future. It was 100 times better than following Lu Jihao. The most important thing was that the feeling of being with Zhang Bin was something that Lu Jihao couldn't give. Well, you shouldn't go out in these 2 days so as to avoid new problems, Yang Ming told Wang Mei. Walking out of the room, Wang Mei breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Zhang Bin, "Is your boss very powerful in Songjiang?" Although Zhang Bin didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, from the people who Yang Ming usually contacted, he could know how good Yang Ming was now. It was no exaggeration to say, boss is very low-key here. In Songjiang, probably no one dares to talk to him like this. Of course, except for me and his father, and several of his girlfriends, Zhang Bing boasted as he laughed out loud. Wang Mei snorted. However, wasn't Zhang Bin telling the truth? Yang Ming was just the young master of Ming Yang heavy industry. No one dared to underestimate him. Besides, Lu Jihao was happy that he had made an unexpected fortune. When he returned to the company, he wanted to cash the check immediately, but when he touched his jacket pocket, he found that the check was gone. Lu Jihao was shocked. This wasn't a joke. How could the check be gone? He took off his coat and flipped it around until it was torn, but he still couldn't find it. Chapter 831. Where's the check? Did you see it? Lu Jihao asked the 4 men beside him. These 4 men were the ones who had just collected the loan sharks. On the surface, they seemed to have nothing to do with Lu Jihao, but in fact, these 4 men were all Lu Jihao's subordinates. They usually did business with the bank and helped Lu Jihao obtain some private money. "Brother Hao, didn't you keep the check in your pocket?" said one of the macho men. "Of course I know, but now it's gone." Lu Jihao frowned and said anxiously, "That's 10 million yuan. Then could be left in the coffee shop?" Another macho man reminded. "No, I remember that I put it in my pocket." Lu Jihao shook his head. "I also remember that brother Hao put it in his pocket," said the macho man who spoke before. "Then how could it be gone?" Lu Jihao began to think hard, but there was no place where he could lose the check. Coming out of the coffee shop, he was surrounded by his own people. Then he got in the car and went all the way back to the company. There was no place where he could lose the check. "Brother Hao, why don't you call that bastard again and ask him to write a new check for you?" A macho man suddenly suggested. "Yeah." Lu Jihao slammed the table and said, "This is a good idea." As Lu Jihao said this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Mei's phone. But in less than 2 seconds, his face that was full of hope suddenly showed a disappointed expression. He slammed the phone and scolded, "Damn, smelly woman, she actually turned off her phone. The phone number of her lover, Brother Hao. Didn't you also save it?" The macho man quickly reminded him after listening. After Lu Jihao listened, he quickly picked up the phone again and dialed Zhang Bin's phone number. When Wang Mei called before, Lu Jihao secretly saved it. When the phone was turned off again, Lu Jihao was completely desperate. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The other party definitely didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. It was reasonable for her to turn off the phone. It was just that Lu Jihao was really unwilling. That was 10 million yuan. Not only could it make up for the loss of his business, but it could also accumulate a sum of money for his little treasury. As he was thinking about what to do, Lu Jihao's phone suddenly rang. Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that it was Wang Mei and the others who called. He quickly picked up the phone. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who are you looking for? Lu Jihao reluctantly answered the phone. Is this Brother Lu? The person who spoke was a somewhat hoarse male voice. I am. Who are you? Lu Jihao was not familiar with this voice. Now that he was in a bad mood, his attitude was even worse. I'm Ouyang Junwei. Why? Brother Lu, don't you remember me? The man on the other side introduced himself. Lu Jihao was stunned at first, then immediately remembered who the other party was. Ouyang Junwei, the helmsman of a very powerful company in the mainland's Province P. He had business dealings with Yang Junwei, and they were all big deals. Yang Junwei had made a lot of money. Moreover, the Ouyang family also controlled the underground forces of Province P. Even when they were drinking, Ouyang Junwei inadvertently revealed that his old man was abroad, and he still had contact with an assassin organization. How could Lu Jihao not maintain a good relationship with such a powerful person? Thinking of this, Lu Jihao's face was suddenly full of smiles. Big brother Ouyang, it turned out to be you. Sorry for the neglect. It's fine. I changed my number. It is normal that you don't know it's me. Ouyang Junwei said with a smile. Brother Lu, I'm afraid I have to ask for your help this time. Help? Lu Jihao was stunned. With Ouyang Junwei's strength, does he still need my help? However, since he has a favor to ask of me, it can't be better. As long as he brings me a big deal after this, it will be great. Lu Jihao said quickly. As long as big brother Ouyang needs something from me, just say it. This is the case. I am now in Macau. Are you free? Let's meet and talk, said Ouyang Junwei. Oh, you are in Macau now? Lu Jihao said after listening. Where are you? I will come to you right away. I'm staying at the AO Hotel. Call me when you arrive. I will go downstairs, said Ouyang Junwei. Okay, no problem, Lu Jihao promised. Although he was troubled by the inexplicable disappearance of the check, he couldn't ignore other things just because the check was lost. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Every time Ouyang Junwei contacted Lu Jihao, he could send a lot of money to Lu Jihao. Although it wasn't as much as 10 million, it was always in the millions, so Lu Jihao didn't dare to neglect him. In other words, Ouyang Junwei came to Macau this time for Yangming. Ouyang Junwei always remembered his brother's broken finger and waited for the opportunity to retaliate against Yangming. During this time, Ouyang Junwei had found some of Yangming's background through his own channels. These backgrounds were amazing. The son-in-law of Donghai's Sun family also had great power in Songjiang. He had a close relationship with Songjiang's local tyrant, Bao Sanli, and Ho Jinhan. It could be said that if he sent someone to Songjiang to find Yangming, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return. This was the same as others wanting to attack the Ouyang family in the territory of Province P. It was simply nonsense. Therefore, Ouyang Junwei had been waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. Yangming actually went to Macau. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? Yangming went to Macau through the normal channels, so it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of people like Ouyang Junwei. As long as there was a relationship in the airline, it could be found. Moreover, the airline's network was connected to the internet, and it could be checked in Province P. Ouyang Junwei had already greeted his acquaintances in the company and asked them to pay attention to the flight records of a person named Yangming. Although there were several people with the same name before, the departure place was not Songjiang, so Ouyang Junwei did not pay attention. This time, the plane took off from Donghai. Ouyang Junwei paid attention and carefully checked the registered ID number. He calculated the age of this Yangming. It was basically consistent with the age of the Yangming who hurt his brother. Ouyang Junwei knew that the opportunity had come. He quickly contacted his father, Ouyang Kanki. When Ouyang Kanki heard that the murderer who hurt his younger son went to Macau, he didn't say anything. He brought the most powerful assassin in his Hawkeye group, nicknamed Delay Man 001, to Macau. The reason why this guy was called Delay Man 001 was that when he killed someone, there would be a 1-second delay. No matter what kind of weapon he used, he would pause for a second before it fell on the victim, so that the victim would have a second to show panic, fear, and despair. Then, he would kill the victim in one move. He liked to see this kind of panic, fear, and despair, which gave him an indescribable feeling of happiness. This was a psychological desire that was close to perverted, but Delay Man 001 was happy in it. Of course, because they were in Russia, they wouldn't come as fast as Ouyang Junwei. So Ouyang Junwei arrived in Macau first. He just wanted to explore the situation and find out where Yang Ming was. It didn't take long for Ouyang Junwei to receive a call from Lu Jihao, telling him that he had arrived downstairs at the hotel. Ouyang Junwei put on his coat and went downstairs. He saw Lu Jihao waiting for him in the hall at a glance. Although Lu Jihao was a business partner of the Ouyang family, he was a very small business partner. He didn't account for any proportion of the Ouyang family's business. Normally, although it couldn't be said that Ouyang Junwei despised him, Ouyang Junwei wouldn't lower himself to call him a brother. However, this time, he had to ask Lu Jihao for help, so Ouyang Junwei couldn't care so much. He had power in Province P, but when he came to Macau, he didn't know anything. If he wanted to do things here, he couldn't do it without knowing one or two local tyrants. What's more, if he wanted to find Yang Ming's residence, he had to rely on the local tyrants here. So Ouyang Junwei thought of Lu Jihao. Lu Jihao had once mentioned to him that there was a small underground money house here. Although it wasn't a big deal, this was enough. The people who were in contact with the underground money house were people from all walks of life. It shouldn't be difficult to find out Yang Ming's residence through them. The next thing would depend on his father, and Lu Jihao didn't need to do anything. Big brother Ouyang. Lu Jihao saw Ouyang Junwei and greeted him enthusiastically. Younger brother Lu, how have you been? Ouyang Junwei also enthusiastically reached out and shook hands with Lu Jihao. Hee, I'm just SOSO. I'm not as good as you, big brother. Lu Jihao smiled. Since we are in Macau, let the younger brother be the host. Let's find a place to have a good drink. Ouyang Junwei also had this intention. Some words were more convenient to say at the wine table. This was also the habit of the Chinese people to talk about things. The two people occupied a private room, but the hotel waiter didn't have any displeasure because the dishes ordered by these two people were enough for 5 people. Lu Jihao naturally wouldn't save money on these occasions. How much was a meal? How much money could a business bring back? Lu Jihao lost a check. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was still very uncomfortable in his heart. He unconsciously began to drink to drown his sorrows. Ouyang Junwei was also looking for the right opportunity to speak, so he naturally accompanied Lu Jihao to drink. After 30 minutes of drinking, Ouyang Junwei began to talk about business. Younger brother Lu, in fact, I came to Macau this time to find someone. Who? Let's talk. How can I help? Lu Jihao raised his head with a big tongue. Of course, it is brother's enemy. Ouyang Junwei didn't need to hide it from Lu Jihao. In his opinion, Yang Ming and Lu Jihao couldn't have any intersection. Oh, tell me about it. I will do my best. Lu Jihao promised immediately. Chapter 832. This is the case. This person broke a finger of my brother, Ouyang Junyuan. Ouyang Junwei said with hatred. Damn, who is so bold? Who dares to hurt big brother, Ouyang's brother? Lu Jihao was shocked. He still knew the power of the Ouyang family. Daring to provoke the Ouyang family was simply courting death. Yeah, I came here this time to make him unable to return. Ouyang Junwei sneered confidently. Lu Jihao couldn't help but shudder. Although the Ouyang family didn't have any local power, it wasn't difficult to retaliate against an individual. Who is it? Lu Jihao was a little curious. It's a person named Yang Ming. You won't know him even if I tell you, said Ouyang Junwei. Yang Ming. Yang Ming? Lu Jihao was stunned. Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Why? Do you know him? Ouyang Junwei's heart tightened and asked vigilantly. I don't know. I just feel that this name is a bit familiar. Lu Jihao shook his head. He only remembered the name of Zhang Bin. The name of Yang Ming was only mentioned occasionally. How could Lu Jihao remember? What's more, he was already drunk at the moment. He didn't think about that place at all. When Ouyang Junwei heard Lu Jihao say this, he was relieved. He took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lu Jihao. There is a photo of this person here. He is now in Macau. I will rely on you to find him. Oh, there's a photo? That's easy. I will find some henchmen. Lu Jihao took the envelope. I have 4 henchmen under me. If you're in a hurry, I can mobilize more. Understand this. If you want the brothers to work for you, naturally there must be benefits. Ouyang Junwei smiled and took out a box that had been prepared long ago. He pushed it in front of Lu Jihao. This is 1 million. Let the brothers rest assured. If you find the person, there will be a big reward. When Lu Jihao heard that there was 1 million in his account, he immediately smiled. He pretended to decline and said, "Logically, I shouldn't accept money for your matter, brother, but those henchmen aren't my people. If you don't give them benefits, they really won't work for you." "Brother, you don't have to say it. I understand it. If it's not enough, just tell me. I just want to find the person as soon as possible." "Okay, don't worry. Just leave it to me." Lu Jihao opened the envelope and took out the photo. He wanted to see who was so awesome that they dared to provoke the Ouyang family. And, seeing the photo, Lu Jihao was obviously stunned. The person in this photo was not someone else. It was the person he had just met this afternoon, the friend of Wang Meifeng. Yes, otherwise, why did the name Yang Ming sound so familiar? It turned out to be him. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ouyang Junwei looked at Lu Jihao's expression and asked, baffled. "I know this person," Lu Jihao exclaimed. "What? You know him?" Ouyang Junwei frowned imperceptibly. He didn't expect that Lu Jihao would actually know Yang Ming. What is the relationship between the two of them? I have revealed that I want to kill Yang Ming. Will he immediately inform me? Thinking of this, Ouyang Junwei's heart suddenly had a murderous intention. I was a little careless. I can only kill Lu Jihao together. Lu Jihao also suddenly felt this murderous aura and couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly understood what was going on and hurriedly explained, "Big brother Ouyang, don't misunderstand. I just know this kid, but there is no friendship at all. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me." "How do you say that?" Ouyang Junwei smiled, but he still didn't feel alert in his heart. "It's like this." Lu Jihao told Ouyang Junwei about what happened today. He also told Ouyang Junwei about the company's loss and how they wanted to use the 10 million that they cheated to offset the debt. Later, the check was lost and so on. He also told Ouyang Junwei the whole story. There was no concealment. It turned out to be like this. Ouyang Junwei nodded after listening. He said with some regret, "If I came a day earlier, it would be effortless. Now, it is not so easy to find him, because Ouyang Junwei also heard Lu Jihao say that the key figures were turned off and couldn't be contacted. It doesn't matter. I will try my best. For this 1 million, Lu Jihao had to work hard. Right? It seems a bit suspicious that you suddenly lost the check." Ouyang Junwei said, "After you put the check in your pocket, did Yang Ming do anything strange to you again?" "No." Lu Jihao was stunned and suddenly said, "You don't mean that Yang Ming took my check back, right?" "Exactly." Ouyang Junwei nodded and said, "That Yang Ming is not simple. His skills are very good. It is not difficult for him to steal a check from you without anyone noticing." "I remember," Lu Jihao said suddenly. When they left, that Yang Ming suddenly came back and said that he wanted to take my 3-edged knife as a souvenir. At that time, he also patted me on the shoulder. "That's right." Ouyang Junwei said affirmatively. He must have taken it back again. In fact, Ouyang Junwei wasn't sure whether the check was taken back by Yang Ming. This was originally a matter without evidence. But in order to make Lu Jihao hate Yang Ming, he could only do this. Because the more Lu Jihao hated Yang Ming, the more effort he could put in to find him. Fuck. Lu Jihao slammed the table. I was wondering why he took out the money so obediently. It turned out that there was still a trick behind it. "But isn't it just 10 million? Ouyang Junwei said in a timely manner. Brother Liu, rest assured. If this is done, I will give your company a big order. I guarantee that you will earn no less than 10 million. That's great. When Liu Jihao heard this, he was so excited that he almost danced. If I can earn 10 million for the company, then the position of the heir will be mine. I will find someone to search for him in a while. Damn, he dares to fool me. Then I will trouble Brother Liu. Ouyang Junwei saw that his purpose had been achieved, so he no longer talked nonsense. He had to rush back to the hotel to arrange some matters after his father and Delay Man 001 arrived in Macau. Big Brother Ouyang, you go ahead. I am here. Don't worry. Liu Jihao patted his chest and promised. After Ouyang Junwei left, Liu Jihao gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. Yang Ming, Sun Jie was a master's student at Songjiang Industry University. There was a computerized accounting in the elective course in the new semester. This was not unusual, but coincidentally, the teacher of the computerized accounting course was actually Xiao Qing. Looking at the newly announced class schedule on the campus website, Sun Jie was a little dumbfounded. I actually became Xiao Qing's student? This relationship was getting more and more chaotic. Since that night in the hotel, Sun Jie's thoughts had also undergone some subtle changes after Yang Ming caught the two of them fooling around. Although she had a very close relationship with Xiao Qing before, she always felt that there was some gap between the two. After experiencing the absurdity of that night, she really felt that the relationship between her and Xiao Qing had gone one step further. They had truly become a sister who could talk about anything. Because the two people were originally a couple, there was no hostility between them, and it was impossible to have any hostility. How to say it? In short, this wonderful triangle relationship made the two people more closely connected. After Valentine's Day, Sun Jie also spent the night at Xiao Qing's house, but the two did nothing. No one was interested in playing the two-person game that they used to enjoy. They just lay quietly in bed and talked about women's topics. Although the two did not mention Yang Ming again, they seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. Well, it's fine to be a student. Isn't Yang Ming also a student? Sun Jie selected this elective course. After submitting it, she closed the class schedule. She pursed her lips and glanced at the windowsill. The flowers were sent by the express delivery company in the morning. She thought, this Yang Ming doesn't know how to change the pattern. He only knows how to send flowers every day. Similarly, there was another person who received flowers. That was the mysterious Wang Xiaoyan, student Little Wang. At this moment, student Little Wang was gritting her teeth and staring at a lot of love cards in front of her. This Yang Ming is not done yet, right? He still sends flowers every day? Wang Xiaoyan wanted to find him and clarify, but in the villa next door, she couldn't see him all day long. Yang Ming didn't seem to have come again at all. Therefore, although Wang Xiaoyan was angry, there was no place to vent. Fortunately, there were other things to do, so this flower-sending incident was temporarily put aside. She would talk about it again in the future. Sun Jie selected the elective course for the next semester online. Zhao Ying was also looking at the class schedule on the other side. For students who studied economics, computerized accounting was also a knowledge that should be understood. Therefore, Zhao Ying selected this elective course very quickly, submitted it, and succeeded. After carefully noting down the name of the teacher, Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying closed the website. Remembering the name and contact information of the lecturer was something that students who loved learning on university campuses would do. Because the university was not like junior high school, the lecturer would leave after the class. If there was a problem, they could only find the lecturer privately. Of course, Zhao Ying didn't know the relationship between Xiao Qing and Yang Ming. She didn't know that there was another lover of young Master Yang, Sun Jie, who would also appear in this class. Chapter 833. Yang Ming didn't know that Liu Jihao actually had such an opportunity to meet the people of the Ouyang family. But even if he knew, it didn't matter. Yang Ming didn't put the Hawkeye group of the Ouyang family in his eyes from beginning to end. After all, this was not his territory. Yang Ming told Zhongbin not to go out in these 2 days. If he wanted to eat something, let the hotel's waiter send it to the room. Everything had to be done in a low-key manner. Zhongbin also knew the importance of the matter and nodded seriously. He didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. After all, Zhongbin was never vague about the overall situation. Wang Mei was also surprisingly honest. She began to be cautious in front of Yang Ming. She didn't tease him when she saw Yang Ming. She didn't dare to joke about Huang Lei. However, after Wang Mei saw Yang Ming's net worth, she sincerely blessed Huang Lei. At least, Lei wouldn't be wronged if she followed him, right? Of course, not being able to go out was limited to Zhongbin. Yang Ming was not afraid of anything. Even if Lu Jihao wanted to do something to Yang Ming, he had to have the strength. Yang Ming lay on the bed in the hotel room and looked at the empty bed beside him. He was a little dumbfounded. This Zhongbin, who just stayed for 2 days, left the bed empty again. In fact, Lu Jihao's strength was not great. The gangs in Macau were very complicated. After 1999, most of them began to turn to legitimate industries, but those underground money houses still existed. The operators had also changed from the original big gangs to the current small gangs. The people under Lu Jihao were one of them. Although they had some power, they were not big. They could only speak in a limited area. But for the face of money, how could Lu Jihao not work hard? Lu Jihao took out 200,000 yuan and gave it to his men. He asked them to find some good gang friends to inquire about the whereabouts of Yang Ming. He also made some copies of Wang Mei's photos and gave them to his men. In his opinion, Wang Mei must be with Yang Ming and the others. Although the underlings acted, how could it be so easy to find a person in a big city? What's more, the number of people doing this was limited. They could only inquire from hotel to hotel. Because of the gang forces, many hotels that had no direct relationship with them did not put them in their eyes. Most of the hotels here also had the shadow of the gang, so they basically did not buy these people's accounts. Therefore, there was little progress in one night. This made Lu Jihao very anxious, but there was no other way. I'm not the police, and I can't post things like a wanted poster. At night, he would probably be able to meet Shuya. Yang Ming's mood could be said to have never been so nervous. What kind of feeling is this? Yang Ming himself couldn't explain it clearly. Excited? Confused? Nostalgic? Expectant? In the end, Yang Ming, Wang's TTS after all. In this groggy state, he waited until 9:30 in the evening. Then, his mobile phone text message rang. Yang Ming touched the mobile phone and opened the text message with some excitement. Sure enough, it was from Shuya. The concert celebration banquet has just ended. I'm at the variety show hall. Where are you? Yang Ming smiled and replied with a message. Wait for me. I will come to you. When Shuya sent a text message for the first time today, Yang Ming knew that a tacit understanding had been established between the two people. Although Shuya's mobile phone number was changed, and the person who sent the text message did not say who she was, Yang Ming was still sure that this person was Shuya. After greeting Zhongbin, Yang Ming hurried downstairs. There were taxis at the entrance of the hotel, waiting for guests 24 hours a day. Yang Ming got in the car in front and told the name of the variety show hall. The driver started the car and quickly left the hotel. Wait for me at the back door of the variety show hall. When he got in the car, Shuya's text message came again. Sir, go to the back door of the variety show hall. Yang Ming added, Okay. Although the driver didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to go to the back door, he didn't ask much. Generally, except for the staff there, very few people went to the back door. Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around. There was no one nearby, so he found a bench to rest and sat down first. It seemed that Shuya's matter hadn't been dealt with yet. Sitting on the bench, Yang Ming's thoughts couldn't help but return to that winter. He and Suya were also sitting on a bench, but the location was by the Sea of Songjiang. The sea breeze was blowing in his face, and he was thinking about the future of the two. The feeling of the tender and inexperienced love was still unforgettable. After a long time, soft footsteps sounded. Yang Ming returned to reality from his memories. Someone came over. Yang Ming looked up subconsciously. A girl in white was walking slowly to this side. Although it was far away and Yang Ming didn't use his special ability, Yang Ming was sure that she wasn't Shuya. Even if he couldn't see clearly, the outlines of the two faces were different. Yang Ming was about to shift his gaze away, but his eyes suddenly focused. A person in his memory suddenly emerged in his mind and gradually overlapped with the person who was walking over. Yang Ming was stunned. His whole person was stunned. So when the girl came closer, Yang Ming still looked at her in a daze. Although the person in front of him was more beautiful and didn't have the original childishness, Yang Ming could still recognize that she was Suya. It was the real Suya, not the big star Suya. Suya seemed to be very proud of Yang Ming's current reaction. Her mouth was slightly raised with a playful smile. Until Suya sat next to Yang Ming, Yang Ming calmed down from the shock. He said with some disbelief, "Is it really you?" "It's me." Suya nodded gently. The voice was still the voice of Shuya that he had heard before, but the person in front of him had become the woman who was very important to him in his memory. It wasn't until this time that Yang Ming really believed that Suya was the fact that Shuya was Suya. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Yang Ming had a pair of miraculous glasses. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to so easily believe that a person wearing a pair of glasses can change their appearance sounded so absurd. The same moonlit night, a different location. 6 years later, the two of them sat on the bench again. This "it's me" was enough. Yang Ming no longer had any doubts, and it was impossible for him to have any more doubts. Suya also knew for sure that Yang Ming still had her in his heart, which also made her feel relieved. There wasn't so much concern. They looked into each other's eyes. Everything was expressed without words. Chapter 834. Although the winter in Macau was much warmer than Songjiang, the temperature in the middle of the night was still relatively low. A cold wind blew on their faces and messed up Suya's bangs. "Are you cold?" Yang Ming gently raised his hand and put it around Suya's waist. Suya shook her head and leaned on Yang Ming. "I have gotten used to the climate here. Why didn't you tell me before that you are her?" Yang Ming said it very vaguely, but the person involved would definitely understand. "You know," Suya lowered her head, "because of Chun Mingyan?" Yang Ming also faintly guessed this reason. "She used to be, but not now." Suya smiled and shook her head beautifully. "Because I talked to Mingyan." "Talked to? You too?" Yang Ming widened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, he was really surprised. Chun Mingyan had actually reached an agreement with Suya before me. Sometimes, the things between women were really incomprehensible. Suya actually told Chun Mingyan her identity. "When we were in Songjiang, I didn't let her tell you, so don't blame her," Suya said faintly. Yang Ming nodded silently. Although the two women did something behind his back, which made Yang Ming somewhat uncomfortable, it also solved a big problem. That was the balance between Chun Mingyan and Suya. Could they come up with a harmonious problem? But now, it seemed that this problem no longer existed. If it were up to him to adjust, it would be much more difficult. "Right. Why did you change your phone?" It was a very bad topic to talk about with a woman about another woman. "Change my phone?" Suya was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming strangely, but she didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "You didn't open the gift I gave you?" "Gift?" "No. I wanted to open it, but I met Uncle Sue at the door of the hotel, so I rushed Macau to find you." Yang Ming replied truthfully, "You met my father?" This time, it was Suya's turn to be surprised. She thought that Yang Ming came because he saw the gift she gave him, but now, it seemed that this was not the case. "Did he tell you my identity?" "Yeah, otherwise, how could I be so sure?" "Your appearance has changed too much. Even if I have doubts, I'm not sure that you are her," said Yang Ming. "It turned out to be my father," Suya suddenly said. "But why is he here?" Then, she said reproachfully, "I think he told you about me. But didn't you think that I was wearing a mask or something?" Yang Ming hesitated and smiled bitterly. "I thought about it, but the reason why I was so sure that you weren't her was that I have a similar secret as you." "Similar to me?" Suya looked at Yang Ming baffled. Previously, she also doubted whether Yang Ming would believe that she could change her appearance through a pair of glasses, because this matter was too outrageous. However, when she met Yang Ming with Suya's real appearance, Yang Ming did not show too many doubts, and from just now until now, he had not mentioned the relevant topic. This made Suya a little puzzled. Why didn't Yang Ming have any doubts? Now, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Suya was stunned. Yang Ming also has a secret similar to mine? What would that be? This matter started when I was in my senior year in high school. For Suya, Yang Ming didn't need to hide his secret at all. First, it was because of his trust in Suya. Second, it was because Suya herself had a similar experience as him. So it was easy for others to accept it, including Shaoqing. Yang Ming didn't mention how he got his special abilities because the process of having special abilities was too bizarre. Most people wouldn't easily believe it. Yang Ming told Suya about the process of getting the glasses. Suya exclaimed loudly, "You also have such a pair of glasses?" It sounds a bit incredible, right? But it is really a coincidence. Maybe this is the only 2 pairs of glasses in the world, and they fell on you and me respectively. Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's just that the function is a little different. However, I don't know what other functions my pair of glasses have." You just said that your pair of glasses has many other functions besides X-ray vision? Suya frowned and began to think. Why? What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Suya and immediately realized that Suya seemed to have thought of something. Sure enough, after a long while, Suya said, "At that time, when Grandpa's son gave me the glasses, he said that this was a pair of glasses with incomplete and defective functions. And your glasses were guessed a long time after me. It was probably the glasses that he said had a complete function." You mean your glasses and mine were given by the same person, Grandpa's son? Yang Ming actually had doubts in his heart that these 2 people were the same person. And from the way you said the old man spoke and looked, it should be the case. Suya nodded. So, your glasses should be the latest complete version. You mean my pair of glasses can also change my appearance? Yang Ming was surprised. This was something he had never thought about. For a long time, he had been exploring the abilities related to X-ray vision and telescopic vision, but he didn't pay attention to other aspects. Now that he listened to Suya's words, he was enlightened. It seemed that his vision was limited in the past, so he walked into the dead end that he set up himself. If our assumption is not wrong, then it should be like this, Suya said. After listening to Suya's words, Yang Ming was a little excited. This ability was not a small matter. If it was small, it could trick others. If it was big, it could even provoke a war between 2 countries. How do I change my appearance? I want to try. Yang Ming was very anxious. He wanted to confirm whether his pair of glasses had the function of changing his appearance. You just have to think of yourself changing into another appearance in your mind. Suya said, "Mine is like this, but I'm not sure about yours." Yang Ming didn't expect it to be so simple, but thinking about it carefully, aren't my other abilities also issued by the brain? They can be achieved just by thinking about it. However, Yang Ming really didn't try it, and he simply didn't have a similar idea. But fortunately, although Yang Ming wanted to try it, he didn't forget the situation at the moment. Although there was no one nearby, Yang Ming didn't dare to casually try to change his appearance. If someone saw it, it would be a big problem. Yang Ming took off his coat and covered his head with it. He said to Suya, "I'll try to see if I can change my appearance. Help me take a look." Suya nodded and also got into Yang Ming's coat. Yang Ming closed his eyes and began to think of the image of Zhang Bin in his mind. Yang Ming wanted to ask, but Suya said, "It's really possible." Suya exclaimed softly, "You become your friend." Really? Yang Ming listened to Suya's words and touched his face excitedly. Sure enough, the outline had changed a lot compared to before. Quickly change back. Why do I feel weird? It was no wonder that it was inappropriate for Suya to be so close to a strange man. Yang Ming smiled and thought about himself in his mind. Only then did Suya breathe a sigh of relief. A faint fruity breath sprayed on Yang Ming's face, making him a little restless. It was a familiar smell, Anna Suya's wishing spirit, the perfume it used to be Suya's favorite. After so many years, it still hadn't changed. Originally, Yang Ming and Suya suddenly met. Although they were very excited, It was more of the joy of reuniting after a long time. Now that they were covered in clothes, the long-suppressed feelings in Yang Ming's heart were suddenly released. Lilia? Yang Ming looked at Suya's black eyes and said softly. "In?" Shuya was stunned. Yang Ming hadn't called her like this for a long time. It was a very familiar feeling that made her heart beat faster. Yang Ming took the opportunity to kiss Suya's slightly raised lips with some doubts. Suya's body stiffened, and then she closed her eyes as if she had been prepared. At this moment, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. The long-lost passion burst out in an instant. The flame of love was quietly ignited in this cold winter night. Although this was Suya's first kiss, it didn't have the slightest awkwardness. Everything seemed so natural. It was more of a communication between the two of them. Even if they had just met, they weren't eager to talk about their thoughts. Instead, they talked about some private topics like lovers for many years. This was a very rare, tacit understanding. Time passed by minute, but the two of them didn't feel the slightest boredom and fatigue. They hugged each other tightly and used the contact of their tongues to express their love for each other. "Old hey, I think we got a big news." Not far away, two people wearing caps and holding cameras were squatting. One of them said to the other, "Zhu, are you sure that person is the big star, Shuya?" The one called Old Hey asked the person who just spoke. "Of course I'm sure. You didn't attend Shuya's celebration party just now. You don't know. Shuya was wearing this set of clothes at that time." Zhu said proudly, "It must be right. Look at the height and figure. Besides, if it wasn't Shuya, who would cover her head when dating with a man? Then what should we do now? Just like what you said, the person's head is covered. If we take a photo, others won't believe that this is Shuya," said Old Hey. Chapter 835. So, I will go over in a while and suddenly lift up their clothes. You take the camera and shoot. After the shoot, we will evacuate. Zhu had already thought of a countermeasure. When he heard Old Hey's words, he immediately suggested, "This, is it okay?" Old Hey hesitated. After all, as a member of the paparazzi, it was okay to take photos secretly, but what Zhu said was a bit against the rules. "Why not? Let me tell you. This is big news." Zhu said indifferently, "Let me tell you. Once this news is published, our magazine will immediately sell. At that time, won't the bonus be counted until your hand cramps?" When it came to money, Old Hey began to be tempted. After all, who couldn't get along with money? After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, then let's do it. In a while, you go over and lift up their clothes. I will take photos from behind." Old Hey's courage wasn't as big as Zhu, but after thinking about it, he was only responsible for taking photos. The work of going forward was done by Zhu, so there was no danger for him. After the two premeditated, they began to slowly approach Yang Ming and Suya. Speaking of which, Zhu was able to succeed because Yang Ming was too immersed at the moment. Otherwise, if it were any other time, he would have been discovered by Yang Ming before he could get close to Yang Ming. However, he just approached Yang Ming when Yang Ming didn't notice him. The reunion of Yang Ming and Suya made him very surprised. Even his usual vigilance was thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. How could he have the mood to care about other things when he was kissing his lover? Zhu quickly ran forward and pulled off the clothes covering Yang Ming and Suya's heads. Then, the flash suddenly lit up and the sound of the camera shutter was endless. Zhu was stunned, and Old Hey was also stunned. They originally agreed that after the photo was taken, they would quickly escape the scene together, but at this moment, they were stunned at the same time, because they found that the person sitting there wasn't the big star Shuya. Although she was wearing the same jacket as Shuya, they definitely looked like two different people. Even if this girl was also so beautiful and even better than Shuya, she was still not Shuya after all. Only then did they realize that they had chosen the wrong person. Yang Ming was very immersed before, but if he didn't make a quick reaction at this time, then he wasn't Yang Ming. What's more, because Zhu and Lao He had hit the wrong person, they were momentarily stunned. This gave Yang Ming more time to catch them. Just as the two of them were about to run away, Yang Ming grabbed their collars from behind. Are the two of you crazy? Zhu Zi and Old He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce. He actually caught both of them in one shot. They were shocked, but they gave up the idea of continuing to run away. Anyway, it was a mistake. It was better to apologize to others. I'm sorry, sir. We are reporters from XX Weekly. We shot the wrong person, Zhu Zi quickly explained. Oh, shot the wrong person? Then who do you want to shoot? Yang Ming's heart moved, and he asked. Zhu Zi's eyes turned, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. This person didn't reprimand him for ruining his date with the couple. Instead, he asked who they wanted to shoot. This doesn't seem to be very reasonable, right? Speak. Yang Ming tightened the clothes behind the two of them, and suddenly the two of them couldn't breathe. Lao He was more cowardly. He couldn't be scared. After being strangled by Yang Ming, he spilled the truth. We saw that your girlfriend's clothes were very similar to the big star Shuya's. We thought it was her. Then you came over to take photos of us? Yang Ming's face turned black after listening. Aren't you being mean? Even if it is Shuya, she doesn't have privacy. Yang Ming let go of Lao He and slapped him. Lao He was shocked and immediately closed his eyes in fear. There was a loud sound. This slap was on Zhu Zi's face. Look at your shifty look. Is this your idea? Yang Ming said as he stared at Zhu Zi. What are you doing? Zhu Zi was slapped until half of his face immediately swelled. He exclaimed, Don't mess around. We didn't mean it. We have already apologized to you. Don't push it too far. I tell you, we are not to be trifled with. Our boss is Brother G. I don't care what Brother G or Brother Duck you are. I am Brother Goose. I tell you, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time. Yang Ming snorted and grabbed the camera in Zhu Zi's hand. Then, he took out the memory card and put it in his pocket. This memory card can't be given to you. Until Yang Ming took away the memory card and returned the empty camera to Lao He. Lao He suddenly reacted. Are you stupid? Yang Ming looked at Lao He like he was looking at an idiot. You took photos of me and my wife. It's good that I didn't sue you for invasion of privacy. Why don't you give me the memory card? No, I can delete the content in front of you. Lao He said quickly. Do you think I am stupid? Yang Ming looked at Lao He contemptuously. The deleted content can be restored. Do you think I am Brother Shi? Lao He pouted and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming impatiently. Okay, get out before I get angry. Don't hang around in front of me. Lao He looked at Zhu Zi with a bitter face and looked at Yang Ming, who was strong. He knew that the two of them together were not his opponent. He had to sigh and leave helplessly. Isn't it just a memory card? Yang Ming looked at the memory card strangely and put it back in his pocket. He was puzzled and said to himself, Hey, a 2G SD card is only a few dozen yuan, right? Is it necessary to be so stingy? However, Yang Ming didn't care. How could he know that the two of them didn't care about the value of the memory card itself? But Lao He and Zhu Zi walked far away. Lao He said with a sad face, What do we do now? It's your fault. You insisted on taking photos of the big star, Shuya. Now, we didn't take photos of Shuya, and the memory card was taken away. Didn't I also want to get more bonuses? Who knew that such a thing would happen? Zhu Zi also had a sad look. The thing is gone. How do we explain if the boss asks? Lao He was a little scared when he thought of this. Zhu Zi thought of the boss who paid them to be private detectives. He also had a cold sweat. That person was too mysterious and too terrible. They thought they had taken on a big deal, but now it was true that it was a big deal. The mysterious man gave enough money, more than 1 million yuan. However, after a few contacts, Lao He and Zhu Zi began to be a little scared. This mysterious man was simply not a human. It was okay to take his money and do something for him. If something went wrong, then Yang Ming returned to Suya's side. Suya's face still had the blush from the previous passion, especially when she heard Yang Ming's words. You took photos of me and my wife. It made her heart beat faster. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly meant that he had completely accepted her, which made the remaining anxiety in Suya's heart disappear into ashes. These two people are annoying enough, Yang Ming said with some resentment. The French kiss with Suya was going on, but it was destroyed by these two guys. Now, without the mood and atmosphere just now, it was impossible to continue. Fortunately, if that was photographed, wouldn't it be worse? Suya sighed. Being a celebrity is really a hard job. There is no privacy at all. Even if they were photographed, they can't take it away, Yang Ming said with a smile. If they dare to talk nonsense, I will directly make them disappear from the earth. Suya listened to Yang Ming's words. She first smiled, and then suddenly thought of Yang Ming killing Dorsk in front of her. It was not good to ask about her identity before, but now, Suya began to be curious. What is Yang Ming's identity now? He said that he was the leader of the underground forces in Songjiang, but Songjiang was only a prefecture-level city in the mainland. It wasn't even a provincial capital city. Even if the leader of the underground forces in that place was powerful, it was impossible to go abroad to kill people, right? Moreover, judging from Yang Ming's skill, it seemed that he was more like an assassin in a movie, not an underworld leader. Not to mention a small city in the mainland. Even the underworld leader of Hong Kong couldn't just go abroad to kill people, right? But these questions were not good to ask at the time, but now it was different. The two had revealed their identities, so Suya didn't need to care so much. Yang Ming, what happened to you? It's not as simple as what you told me before, right? Suya asked. Are you talking about the incident with Dorsk? Yang Ming immediately noticed what Suya wanted to say, but it was no wonder. Who asked him to mention the topic of killing people? Suya nodded. You didn't know who I was before, so you didn't say much. Now you won't hide anything from me, right? That's natural. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. I had doubts about your identity before. How could I tell you so much? Of course, it's different now, but it can't be explained clearly in a few words. When I have time in the future, I will slowly tell you about my experience over the years. But one thing won't change. I'm still the previous Yang Ming. At this moment, the sky had begun to brighten slightly. Suya knew that this was indeed not the time to talk. There was still an intense rehearsal to do in a while. She should go back to the hotel. She had been out for too long. The two were like a young couple who had just fallen in love. They were reluctant to part with each other, but there would be a time when they had to part. I am leaving? Suya hesitated for a moment, but she still said goodbye. And Yang Ming nodded because he had already seen it. Not far away, Su Li's car had already stopped there. She must have come to pick up Suya. Chapter 836. Watching Suya disappear from his sight, Yang Ming turned and left the entertainment hall. Recalling this magical night, it was like a dream. The knot in his heart had been untied just like that. Just like the saying goes, all of this happened too suddenly. Moreover, what surprised Yang Ming the most was that Suya and Chen Mengyan had already contacted each other privately and established some kind of tacit understanding. This made Yang Ming surprised, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Logically, with Chen Mengyan's temperament, how could she accept Suya so easily? How could Yang Ming think that Chen Mengyan actually did this to keep her promise? Chen Mengyan also understood Suya's position in Yang Ming's heart. Indeed, she could mess with Yang Ming about Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Zhou Jiejia. Only this Suya, she couldn't mess with him. When he returned to the hotel and opened the door, Yang Ming hesitated. He glanced at Zhang Bin's room with his special ability. Fortunately, Zhang Bin and Wang Mei didn't leave. They were hugging each other and sleeping soundly. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to peep into other people's privacy, but at this moment he had to be cautious. If Zhang Bin wasn't in the room, he would be busy again. Just now, when he was with Suya, he didn't feel sleepy. He was full of energy. Now that he returned to the hotel, he was sleepy. Yang Ming fell on the bed and quickly fell asleep. However, it didn't take long for Yang Ming to wake up with a burst of alarm from the phone. He took a look at the phone. It turned out that there was a notification from the memo's schedule. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that today was the day when a new issue of Australian Street Shopping magazine was released. In other words, today, the assassin who took the mission would find the place to assassinate Zheng Xiaopeng in the magazine. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. This was the first mission that Feng Tian gave him alone. Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless. Although it was just to let him figure out the ins and outs of the matter, Yang Ming also had to take it seriously. After simply washing his face, Yang Ming went out and went to the coffee shop near the hotel. Yang Ming saw the waiter from the last time. The waiter naturally had an impression of Yang Ming. He gave him so much tip last time that it was impossible for him to forget. He smiled and greeted him. "Sir, you are here again. Welcome." Yang Ming nodded. "Show it to me, and give me a cup of coffee by the way." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment," the waiter said with a smile, but he wondered in his heart. The world is really full of strange things. Someone is actually interested in this kind of magazine full of advertisements. The waiter handed the coffee and the latest issue of the magazine to Yang Ming. Yang Ming paid him 100 patakas and said, "Keep the change." The waiter took the banknotes happily, thanked him, and turned away. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He opened the magazine and turned to the page number of the advertisements in the middle of each issue. Sure enough, it was still in that position. There was a code. Yang Ming couldn't immediately read the meaning of this code. After all, Yang Ming was still in contact with the assassin industry for a short time. Although he had mastered a lot of things, these codes were really not all of them. He could only check with the dictionary. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the code. Then, he quickly got up and left the coffee shop. Only the waiter was left. He shook his head inexplicably. This customer is really strange. He is generous, but why is he interested in that broken magazine? The waiter tidied up Yang Ming's table and casually flipped through the magazine that Yang Ming had just read. He didn't feel that there was anything particularly interesting in it, so he casually threw it into the newspaper column in front of the bar. After Yang Ming returned to the hotel, he pulled up the dictionary file on the computer and then compared it with the code on the mobile phone to get the complete information. At 8:00 tonight, Zheng Xiaopeng, the director of Huawei Casino, will participate in a small exchange meeting organized by the Folk Gambling Association. After the meeting, he will participate in a banquet and dance. Of course, the specific banquet and dance time were not mentioned. It was probably not fixed. The possibility of temporary arrangements was higher. The timing of the action was controlled by the person who took over the task. At 8:00 in the evening, Yang Ming still had a long time to prepare. Seeing this information, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. At least this assassination seemed to have little to do with Huang Lele on the surface, because the assassination location was not in Huawei Casino, but Zheng Xiaopeng was killed when he participated in the event. But it was not done against Huang Lele's casino. Yang Ming had no time to investigate, and there was no clue to investigate, but these were not important. As long as Huang Lele was not hurt, it was fine. As for that Zheng Xiaopeng, Yang Ming was not an international humanitarian. He did not care about the life and death of this stranger. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Yang Ming quickly turned off the dictionary file on the computer and turned the mobile phone screen back to standby before he got up and opened the door. Zhang Bin and Wang Mei had already woken up and just at breakfast. Wang Mei thought of a very important thing. That was, her parents were still in Macau. Her mood was very unstable yesterday, and she did not think too much about it. She only thought about it today. If she and Zhang Bin returned to Songjiang, what would happen to her parents? The most important thing was that Yang Ming played with Lu Jihao yesterday. If he couldn't find her, what would she do if he retaliated against her parents? Although Wang Mei had never mentioned her family to Lu Jihao, this was not something that could be hidden. As long as Lu Jihao went to the airline to check the file, he could easily know the address of her parents. "Bro, I want to accompany Mimi home and bring her parents to the hotel." Wang Mei didn't dare to speak, so Zhang Bin said Wang Mei's idea. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown after listening. At this time, it was taboo to go out and hang out. If that Lu Jihao was not a fool, he should have noticed it. The check couldn't disappear for no reason. He didn't lose it himself, so there were only a few possibilities left. Therefore, once Zhang Bin and the others encountered any trouble, it was really difficult for him to handle. Because Yang Ming had more important things to do today, he couldn't be distracted. Is it okay to go tomorrow? I will accompany you. I have other important things to do today. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Bin and said, But bro, I'm afraid that tomorrow, Lu Jihao will. Zhang Bin said with some difficulty. Yang Ming hesitated. He knew that Zhang Bin was telling the truth. If Lu Jihao really made an issue out of Wang Mei's parents, then things would be troublesome. After pondering for a long time, he said, Well, you go and come back quickly. Remember, don't take anything from home. It's fine as long as you come over. You won't lack anything in Songjiang. Yang Ming could only hope that Lu Jihao didn't think of this. Yang Ming wasn't distressed about the 10 million yuan, but Lu Jihao was really unlikable. I know. Wang Mei nodded quickly. She also understood the current situation. She didn't want to add unnecessary trouble to Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was right. She didn't need to care about the things at home. She would have everything when she returned to Songjiang. If you encounter trouble, call me quickly, Yang Ming instructed. After Zhang Bin and Wang Mei left, Yang Ming began to prepare for the evening. Yang Ming's previous plan was to carefully put on makeup. Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his true identity. After all, today's matter had nothing to do with him. There was no need to involve himself. But now, this plan was completely unnecessary. Yang Ming could now change his appearance without the help of any accessories. To be honest, Yang Ming had never thought that his glasses had such a function before this. Even though he learned from Su Haikua that Suya's disguise was entirely due to such a pair of glasses, Yang Ming thought at the time that every pair of glasses had a unique function. Until Suya said that she got the glasses, the old man told her that this was an undeveloped pair of glasses, and Yang Ming's pair might be a fully functional version. If he followed this train of thought, then this pair of glasses couldn't only have these functions that he saw now. There must be other functions that had not been discovered, but Yang Ming had no way to discover them one by one. Yang Ming pulled the curtains and then began to change his appearance in the mirror. After changing a few appearances, Yang Ming wasn't very satisfied. It was either too handsome or too ugly. Of course, Yang Ming didn't care about whether his appearance was ugly or not. These didn't matter. Anyway, it wasn't his true appearance. What he cared about was that as an assassin, his face shouldn't be too distinctive. It should be the kind of common face that made people feel very ordinary after seeing it and forget it in a blink of an eye. In the end, Yang Ming merged the images of many people in his memory and made a very ordinary face. It wasn't handsome or ugly. It couldn't be more ordinary. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He took out a pair of sunglasses from the suitcase and put it on his face. He covered his eyes with his hands. A person's appearance changed, but it was difficult to change the eyes. So, to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still wore sunglasses. Before going out, Yang Ming first scanned the corridor with his special ability and found that there were no guests and waiters passing by. Then, he quickly flashed out of the door of the room. Downstairs and out of the hotel, no one doubted the identity of Yang Ming. There were many strangers coming and going in the hotel every day, especially with Yang Ming's current common face. There were even more. Chapter 837. Yang Ming bought a newspaper on the side of the road and held it in his hand to make himself look more like a local, a white-collar worker working in a company. Yang Ming followed the address provided in the Australian Street Shopping magazine and came to the vicinity of the gambling seminar venue. This was a small private club. Yang Ming wanted to go in, but he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation." Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect to need an invitation to enter here. It seemed that entering here required strict checks. Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. "I don't have an invitation. I thought this place was open to the public." "I'm sorry, sir. You can't enter without an invitation." The security guard politely reached out and stopped in front of Yang Ming. "So forget it. It's nothing." Yang Ming pretended to be indifferent, shook his head, and turned to leave the club. The security guard didn't care. There were a few people like Yang Ming every day, so he was already used to it. However, Yang Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and walked far away. He turned back, but this time he did not go to the main entrance of the club. Instead, he walked around the club. There was a tall fence around the club. It could be seen that at the top of the fence, there was a surveillance camera running. Although Yang Ming could climb over it, he would definitely be recorded by the camera. In other words, the security here was very tight. If you wanted to enter here, you could only break in if you had an invitation. It was obviously unwise to carry out an assassination here. First, it was a big difficulty to enter here. Unless you had an invitation, you could enter openly. If you broke in, it would not be such a scene now. Those security guards would definitely have acted. Second, even if you entered here and the assassination was successful, it was quite difficult to get away. But if the first possibility was established, it was not impossible to do so. However, the key problem was that Yang Ming didn't think that the assassin here would get an invitation. The reason was very simple. He was the same as Yang Ming. He only knew the location of the assassination target after reading the magazine today. It was impossible to prepare an invitation here in advance. Now, it was too late to find a way to forge an invitation. Therefore, that person was likely to be rejected and left like Yang Ming, or he hadn't come yet. Thinking of this, Yang Ming decided to wait at the door of the club for a while. If he could meet the assassin, it would be great. But to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still used his special ability to look around the clubhouse and the courtyard. Except for the security personnel, everyone else gathered in a conference room. It seemed that they all knew each other and were discussing something enthusiastically. It could be concluded that the assassin was not among them. Yang Ming was slightly relieved. However, Yang Ming waited here for nearly 20 minutes, and no one else approached the club. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but it was reasonable to say that the assassin should not have come yet. When Yang Ming came, the seminar had just begun, unless the assassin came earlier. As he was thinking about it, Yang Ming suddenly found a young man wearing a cap walking to the door of the club. Yang Ming was shocked and immediately vigilant. "Brother Wang, are you on duty today?" The cap man said to the security guard on duty. Although Yang Ming couldn't hear it, he could tell what they were saying by looking at the shape of their lips. "Yeah, Boss Zhu, 20 chicken chops for takeout today," said the security guard called Brother Wang. "Okay, no problem. Is it delivered at the same time?" asked the man in the cap called Boss Zhu. It's the same time every day." Brother Wang nodded. "Give the brothers more food. Don't worry, you're all old customers. I will definitely let you eat until you are full." Boss Zhu nodded with a smile and promised. After that, he turned and left. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head helplessly. It seems that this is just a delivery man. It can't be an assassin. However, Yang Ming still had patience. Otherwise, there was no other place to go at this time. He sat on a bench on the side of the road, holding the newspaper he just bought in his hand. It seemed that he was reading the newspaper seriously. In fact, Yang Ming's eyes had already passed through the newspaper and stared at the door of the club. About 10 minutes later, a fashionably dressed and sunny girl with a small bag on her back walked towards the entrance of the clubhouse. Looking at her clothes, she should be a student. She wasn't tall, but she was well-proportioned. A pair of sunglasses was pinned on her hair, which made her look more charming and lovely. According to common sense, this person should have no connection with an assassin. Such a pure and lovely girl really couldn't be an assassin, but Yang Ming didn't relax because of this. Assassin? Must look alike to be an assassin? Yang Ming shook his head. "My usual appearance is very sunny. My identity is also a college student of Songjiang Industry University. Isn't my secret identity equally shocking?" Therefore, from the moment this girl approached the club, Yang Ming's eyes never left her. The girl was very beautiful. How should I say it? She had an indescribable temperament. She was lazy, but she was very cute. This feeling gave Yang Ming an illusion of déjà vu. There seemed to be such a person beside him, but Yang Ming couldn't think of anyone who was more similar to her. When Yang Ming narrowed his eyes like a telescope, Yang Ming felt a hint of abnormality. The girl's appearance looked very natural and sweet, but it was carefully decorated. Although the current, non-mainstream people liked to paint themselves beyond recognition, it was also because their foundation wasn't good enough. This girl, whether it was the shape of her face or the position of her facial features, was perfect. There was no need to put so much makeup on herself. This made Yang Ming subconsciously look with his X-ray vision. When he saw the girl's true appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost dropped the newspaper in his hand. This was because the shock that this incident brought to him was too great. Yang Ming couldn't imagine that this girl was actually that person. The person I know. Yes, this person is my neighbor, the delinquent girl, Wang Xiaoyan. This brought Yang Ming more than a little shock. What is Wang Xiaoyan doing here? Yang Ming's eyebrows frowned together. Things were getting more and more complicated. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wang Xiaoyan was the murderer, but if not, why did Wang Xiaoyan come here after dressing herself up? Yang Ming didn't believe that there were such coincidences in the world, but coincidences still existed. Yang Ming adjusted his emotions and decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. Wang Xiaoyan walked lightly to the front of the clubhouse. She looked inside the clubhouse curiously, but she didn't take the initiative to talk to the security guard. When the security guard Brother Wang saw a cute little girl come here, although it was a little strange, he still asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here? What is this place? Can I go in?" As Wang Xiaoyan spoke, she took out her mobile phone and shook it. "I'm a tourist here. I see that this place is very beautiful, so I want to take a few photos." "Little girl, this is a private clubhouse. People who don't have an invitation can't just enter." The security guard Brother Wang shook his head embarrassedly. "If you want to take photos, you can stand outside and take photos." If that's the case, Wang Xiaoyan's face showed a disappointed look. "Then I'll just take a picture around." After that, Wang Xiaoyan turned around and walked around the clubhouse. The security guard Brother Wang didn't care and let her go. Because Wang Xiaoyan's appearance was too harmless, Brother Wang didn't have any vigilance. Just from a few words of dialogue between Wang Xiaoyan and the security guard, Yang Ming couldn't determine whether Wang Xiaoyan was the assassin or a group of people with the assassin. He could only continue to observe her. However, the next behavior of Wang Xiaoyan made Yang Ming suspicious. The reason was very simple. When Wang Xiaoyan walked around the clubhouse, she didn't take photos with her mobile phone, but looked at the fence and the monitor above. When she saw that the security here was so tight, she seemed to shake her head slightly and sighed. This made Yang Ming even more suspicious. Wang Xiaoyan didn't come here to take photos, but she had other intentions. Her approach was almost the same as his. First, she found an excuse to talk to the security guard. Then she observed the security situation and terrain of the clubhouse. This made Yang Ming suspicious. However, Wang Xiaoyan is the assassin who took the mission? Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? Yang Ming couldn't associate her with the assassin. However, there was a good saying, "You can't judge a book by its cover." Do I look like an assassin? Even if Wang Xiaoyan isn't an assassin, then she should have some connection with the assassin. Yang Ming then turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoyan's bag. In the next moment, Yang Ming no longer had any doubts. A small silenced pistol, a small dagger for assassination, binoculars, a flashlight. All of these were familiar to Yang Ming. This is an assassin's suit. There was only one sentence to describe Yang Ming's current mood. That was, "This world is really crazy, oh? What is this?" In Wang Xiaoyan's backpack, there was also a pack of feminine hygiene pads. Yang Ming sweated. After Wang Xiaoyan observed the terrain, she probably felt that it was basically impossible to start here. She turned and left the clubhouse. She looked around and found the bench where Yang Ming was. This was the nearest bench near the clubhouse. Although there was already someone on it, Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and walked over here. Chapter 838. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened slightly. Could it be that she saw some clues? However, he was relieved immediately. First of all, it was impossible for her to recognize him now. Even if she had doubts, she would not come over to alert the enemy. The only possibility was that Wang Xiaoyan had the same idea as him. That was to find the nearest bench to sit down first, and then observe the movement of the clubhouse. After the seminar was over, she would find a suitable time to make a move. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoyan just glanced at Yang Ming faintly, and there was no doubtful expression. Yang Ming was still reading his newspaper, but his attention was not on the newspaper. Wang Xiaoyan took out a napkin, wiped the chair, and sat next to Yang Ming. She put the MP3 headphones on her ears. It looked like a tired tourist taking a break midway. Wang Xiaoyan certainly couldn't have the ability to see far like Yang Ming. She couldn't take out the binoculars in the daytime, but she couldn't stare in the direction of the clubhouse. However, she had her own way. She pulled down the sunglasses on her head so that others couldn't see the direction of her gaze. She could observe what she wanted to observe without any scruples. Of course, these couldn't be hidden from Yang Ming, because Yang Ming and she were the same kind of people who were doing the same things. The difference was that Yang Ming's attention had now shifted from the clubhouse to Wang Xiaoyan. The appearance of Wang Xiaoyan made Yang Ming feel that things were more confusing. Which side does Wang Xiaoyan represent? What kind of person is she? She and Zhao Ying have lived together for so long. Didn't Zhao Ying notice anything? Yang Ming was more willing to believe that he didn't know the person in front of him, but the truth was the opposite. Could it be Wang Xiaoyan belongs to an assassin organization? Now that he thought about it, there was indeed this possibility. Although he didn't have much contact with Wang Xiaoyan, it was certain that Wang Xiaoyan had kung fu. Moreover, she was agile. This could be seen from the time Wang Xiaoyan attacked him and the time they climbed the rock. Moreover, he had never heard about Wang Xiaoyan's family from Zhao Ying. Wang Xiaoyan was alone, but she could afford a villa. This made the Yang Ming Association realize that her money was earned as an assassin. However, is there an assassin organization in Songjiang? Wait, Yang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. Songjiang really has an assassin organization. I remember that the assassin Wu Ming that I caught once said that there seemed to be an assassin organization called Black Widow in Songjiang. Could it be that Wang Xiaoyan also belongs to it? However, Yang Ming was calm on the surface. He still seriously read the newspaper in his hand. Wang Xiaoyan's expression was also normal. She listened to the MP3 quietly. She even hummed a few words from time to time. She had the image of a young girl. The seminar was still going on slowly. About an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of it ending. Yang Ming had almost finished reading the content of the newspaper. Even if a person read the newspaper carefully, an hour was almost enough. Sometimes things go in the opposite direction. When Wang Xiaoyan came over, Yang Ming was already reading the newspaper. Now more than an hour had passed. If Yang Ming read it again, it would be a bit fake. Yang Ming put down the newspaper and took a deep breath. Then he turned his head to Wang Xiaoyan and asked with a smile, "Are you a tourist here?" He and Wang Xiaoyan had been sitting in this chair together for almost an hour. Yang Ming felt that according to common sense, he should say hello. Wang Xiaoyan took off her headphones and turned to look at Yang Ming. "Sorry, what did you say?" "I said, are you a tourist here?" Yang Ming repeated what he had just said with some helplessness. "Yeah, how did you know?" Wang Xiaoyan did not hide it. In her opinion, Yang Ming was not a threat to her. He was just a passerby. I guess because I'm not a local." Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "Are you also a tourist?" Wang Xiaoyan was also very bored. Now that there was someone to talk to, she naturally would not refuse. "I'm not. I'm working here." Yang Ming's current outfit did not look like a tourist at all. If he insisted that he was a tourist, it would be suspicious. However, "I'm from the mainland." "That's the case." Wang Xiaoyan nodded. "I'm also from the mainland. I came here during the winter vacation." "Are you alone?" Yang Ming seemed to be chatting, but in fact, he was trying to figure out the details of Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan had no defense against Yang Ming at all. She nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm alone. I like the feeling of traveling alone." It's good to be alone. However, since you are a student, won't your family be worried if you go out alone?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible sadness. "Yeah, being born in this kind of family, there are many things that are beyond my control. When I graduate from university, I will have to marry someone I don't like, and then I will probably have to live a very restrained life. My family is not around. They're very busy. They can't take care of me. Wang Xiaoyan's expression returned to normal in an instant, and she said faintly, "It turned out to be like this." Yang Ming certainly did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to tell the truth to him, and Wang Xiaoyan would not tell the truth to a stranger like him. Anyway, the current matter was both true and false. What Yang Ming wanted was the information that Wang Xiaoyan inadvertently revealed. "These few days, I just happen to be on vacation. How about I be a tour guide for you?" Yang Ming casually probed. He now wanted to figure out which side Wang Xiaoyan was on. Naturally, he had to find a way to get close to her first and gain her trust. Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a request. She came to perform a mission this time, not to travel at all. How could she ask Yang Ming to be her tour guide? "Why? Don't you believe me?" "Hee. Although I'm not a local, I've been living here for a while. At least, I won't get lost." Yang Ming was purely talking nonsense. If he didn't take a taxi when he went out now, he wouldn't be able to find anywhere. "No, forget it. I don't want to trouble you, and I also like the feeling of being alone." Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and rejected Yang Ming's kindness. It's okay. It is fate that we meet. My name is Lu Lei. What about you?" Yang Ming smiled casually and did not continue to ask. If he did, it would arouse Wang Xiaoyan's vigilance and make her doubt his purpose. However, Yang Ming still used a pseudonym. He read a novel where there was a ruthless person named Lu Lei, so he used it on himself. "Wang Yan," Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. "Wang Yan." Yang Ming laughed in his heart. Obviously, she was Wang Xiaoyan, but she changed her name to Wang Yan. However, Yang Ming did not expose it. He nodded and said, "It's a very nice name, right? Why have you been sitting here? It has been more than an hour, right?" Wang Xiaoyan felt a chill in her heart. Lu Lei was sitting there reading the newspaper, but she was aimless. It was not reasonable to say that she was sitting here listening to the MP3 and enjoying the scenery. The scenery here was not beautiful, and there were no scenic spots nearby. It was difficult not to arouse the curiosity of others. If she said that she was tired and came to rest, resting for more than an hour seemed to be a bit too long. Wang Xiaoyan's brain was thinking quickly. She regretted talking so much with Yang Ming. If she knew, she would have pretended to be cold. Pretended? Got it. Wang Xiaoyan stretched lazily and then said with a slightly red face, "It just so happens that I'm not feeling very well today. I walk a lot, so I took a break." There were many reasons why a person was not feeling well, but when it was said by a girl, and she specifically emphasized today and coincidentally, then there was only one situation, which was her period. When Yang Ming heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to give such an excuse. Yang Ming subconsciously looked between Wang Xiaoyan's legs and unconsciously used his special ability. In a light pink underwear, a cluster of black forest was reflected in Yang Ming's eyes, and it made Yang Ming's heart suddenly move. Liar! Where did that come from? It was clean inside, and there was nothing padding. Yang Ming did not know why he peeked under Wang Xiaoyan's body. One of the reasons was to confirm the truth of her words, and the other was that there should be some impure motives. Wang Xiaoyan's figure was very good. Although she was petite, she was very pleasing to the eye. Yang Ming was lost for a moment, and quickly returned to normal. So that's the case. Because of Wang Xiaoyan's words, the two became awkward. Yang Ming could not expose her, right? If Wang Xiaoyan asked him, "How did you know?" Yang Ming did not know how to answer. Now, Wang Xiaoyan had a good reason to sit here, but Yang Ming, after reading the newspaper, it was a bit strange to sit here. However, Yang Ming did not care about this. He took out his phone and pretended to dial a number. "Hello, Guiqing. I am Lu Lei. When are you coming? I have been waiting for you for almost half an hour. And Zhao Yinyin and the others have already gone over, and you are the only one left." Okay, I am still waiting for you here. Just hurry up." "What? Who are you talking about?" "Ding Bao-san. I don't know. Who knows who he is?" "Okay, I won't say it. Yang Ming said a lot of nonsense, and also found a reasonable reason for himself to continue to stay, making Wang Xiaoyan mistakenly think that Yang Ming was waiting for someone. Chapter 839. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming continued to sit on the bench with peace of mind, but Wang Xiaoyan was a little impatient. If Yang Ming was here all the time, then it would be difficult for her to take the opportunity to make a move when the clubhouse was over. However, there was only one bench nearby for people to rest. There was no other place to rest. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't drive Yang Ming away, right? In desperation, she could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the security guard who was standing at the entrance of the clubhouse to suddenly become busy. Then, a group of people came out of the clubhouse and walked to the parking lot next to the clubhouse. These people were basically the directors of major casinos. They all came with their cars, so even if they were going to have a meal in a while, they would drive their own cars and then gather at the dining venue. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming next to her with the corner of her eyes. At this time, she had to move. If the restaurant was like this clubhouse where there were security guards and outsiders were not allowed to enter, then there would be no chance to make a move. Wang Xiaoyan had moved. Yang Ming had no reason to stay, but he couldn't move with her. He could only follow her and observe the changes. Yang Ming didn't want to stop Wang Xiaoyan. For him, Zheng Xiaoping's life and death had nothing to do with him. Whether Zheng Xiaoping was good or evil, and why there was a bounty on him for assassination, it didn't matter. The purpose of Yang Ming's trip was to figure out which group Wang Xiaoyan represented. If she really had a relationship with the Black Widow organization, then Yang Ming had to investigate carefully. The reason was very simple. The Black Widow had sent people to assassinate him and Bao Sanli. He didn't remember having a feud with the Black Widow. If he could start with Wang Xiaoyan, he believed that it would not be a big problem to solve this puzzle. However, just as Yang Ming was thinking about how to follow Wang Xiaoyan, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang Bin. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. "Hello, what's the matter?" Yang Ming answered the phone. "Boss, something's wrong," Zhang Bin said anxiously. "Something happened? What happened?" Yang Ming asked. "Wang Mei's parents were captured by the people sent by Lu Jihao," Zhang Bin said. "When we arrived at Wang Mei's house, her parents were no longer there. They only left a note on the table, asking boss to pick her up. You want me to go and get him?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed a bit illogical to think about it. The kidnappers were Wang Mei's parents. He didn't ask Wang Mei or Zhang Bin to go, but he asked an outsider like me to go. Even if he guessed that the check was taken by me, then the person he was looking for should be Zhang Bin, right? He got the check from me through Zhang Bin. Why would he look for me directly? This made Yang Ming very puzzled, but also made Yang Ming feel a little relieved. After all, this was a very special period. He still had important things to do, so it was impossible to spare time. If Zhang Bin and Lu Jihao's people were in conflict at the moment, then Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. But now, Lu Jihao had already captured Wang Mei's parents and asked him to pick them up. In any case, it avoided a direct conflict and gave Yang Ming some time. Since he asked Lu Jihao to pick them up, Lu Jihao must have a purpose, and his purpose was nothing more than money. He wanted to get the check. In this case, Lu Jihao would not embarrass Wang Mei's parents. Thinking of this, Yang Ming comforted, "Lu Jihao must have figured out the check, but you don't have to worry. In order to get the money smoothly, he will not embarrass Wang Mei's parents. People who seek money will not create problems. You go back to the hotel first. Let's discuss countermeasures at night." Zhang Bin was originally overwhelmed by anxiety. At this moment, after listening to Yang Ming's analysis, he suddenly calmed down. Yang Ming was right. Lu Jihao should only be seeking money. If he simply wanted revenge, he would not leave this so-called note. "I got it, bro. I will go back to the hotel with Wang Mei," Zhang Bin quickly promised. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bin told Wang Mei about Yang Ming's intention, and Wang Mei was slightly relieved. The two of them couldn't help here. They would go back to the hotel and wait for Yang Ming to come back before making a decision. While Yang Ming was answering the phone, Wang Xiaoyan had already stopped a taxi on a roadside and followed behind the motorcade in front. She would not pay attention to the content of Yang Ming's phone call. It was better to leave when Yang Ming was answering the phone. This also avoided the embarrassment of Yang Ming asking where she was going. Yang Ming saw that the car in front had gone far away. He quickly got into another taxi that was waiting at the roadside stop and asked him to follow the taxi that Wang Xiaoyan was in. "Mister, can you please follow the taxi in front?" After Yang Ming got in the car, he told the driver, "Don't follow too close so that she won't notice." The taxi driver listened to Yang Ming's words, but he was vigilant. He hesitated and said, "I'm afraid this is against the rules, right? Why are you following the car in front?" Yang Ming didn't expect the taxi driver to be so upright. He would ask this question, but Yang Ming's reaction ability was super strong. His ability to talk nonsense was also far ahead. When he was in high school, he tricked Chen Mingyan all day long. "Big brother, in fact, I don't want to hide it from you." In the car in front is my girlfriend. We came from the mainland to travel. We just quarreled because of differences in opinion. She didn't ask me to follow her. But this is an unfamiliar place. I was really afraid that she would get lost, so I wanted to follow far behind and not let her notice. Yang Ming said with a bitter face. So that's the case. The driver saw that Yang Ming was sincere and believed a little. But the most important thing was that when the driver was waiting for the customer, he did see a girl get into the taxi in front, and this girl was also sitting with Yang Ming before. As for whether the two people were boyfriend and girlfriend, and whether they quarreled, he didn't care. But according to what he saw and listened to Yang Ming's explanation at the moment, it was probably not far from the truth. So he said, "Well, young man, you can rest assured. My skills are not bragging. I promise to let you catch up with your girlfriend." "Thank you, big brother." Yang Ming took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and put it on the dashboard of the car. This is a small thing. Seeing that Yang Ming took out yuan instead of patakas, the driver believed a little more. Yang Ming was a tourist from the mainland, so it was impossible for him to be a person with ulterior motives. In the motorcade in front, in a black Buick Boulevard sedan, Zheng Xiaopeng was talking to a person on the phone. "Boss, the seminar is over. I'm on my way to the restaurant," Zheng Xiaopeng reported. "Very good. Is that chick following you?" A male voice asked from the other side of the phone. "She is following. I saw a taxi following behind the motorcade." "It should be her," said Zheng Xiaopeng. "Very good. Act according to the plan. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down," said the male voice. "Don't worry, boss." Zheng Xiaopeng nodded solemnly. Hanging up the phone, Zheng Xiaopeng took a long breath. To be honest, he was not very scared now. It could be said that he was very scared. The person he was facing was a professional killer. Although the boss had sent reliable people around him and said that they would deal with the killer, it was better to be safe than sorry. This was a matter of life and death. If he was not careful, he would be dead. But even so, Zheng Xiaopeng did not hesitate to agree to the matter. Because this was what the boss asked him to do, he had to do it. Without the boss, there would be no Zheng Xiaopeng, and there would be no achievements today. Of course, this boss was not the boss of Huawei Casino. Zheng Xiaopeng's relationship in Huawei Casino was only an employment relationship. The boss of Huawei Casino had no right to dispatch him. 8 years ago, Zheng Xiaopeng was nothing. He was just a gambler. In a gambling game, he cheated and was caught red-handed. Someone wanted to beat him to death. Just as Zheng Xiaopeng was in despair, that person appeared and helped Zheng Xiaopeng out of his predicament. That person was the boss on Zheng Xiaopeng's phone call. The boss not only helped Zheng Xiaopeng out, but also took a fancy to Zheng Xiaopeng's technique and talent when cheating. He taught Zheng Xiaopeng a lot of unique gambling skills. Of course, these skills were not important. What was important was the boss' unique training method. It allowed Zheng Xiaopeng's technique to reach the limit. His ability to change cards was simply superb. Zheng Xiaopeng didn't know the true identity of the boss, nor did he know what he did, but this was not important. The boss gave him a new life and gave him today's wealth and glory. It could be said that without the boss, Zheng Xiaopeng would have died long ago. Even if he didn't die, he would still be a little gambler who was nothing. Now, he could call the wind and summon the rain in the gambling world. He enjoyed what he should enjoy, and he had the material life he should have. It was enough for a person to live to this realm. Therefore, when the boss found Zheng Xiaopeng and told him his plan, Zheng Xiaopeng almost didn't even think about it and decided to cooperate with the boss plan. Zheng Xiaopeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Success or failure will be decided tonight. Let's go all out. Although Zheng Xiaopeng was wearing a bulletproof vest, the bullet could hit his head. If it was a close fight, Zheng Xiaopeng would not be able to block it. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the two bodyguards around him. These two bodyguards were sent by the boss. They replaced the original two bodyguards around Zheng Xiaopeng. These two people looked very ordinary, but Zheng Xiaopeng knew that they were definitely not simple. How could the people around the boss be simple? Chapter 840. Yang Ming's reason sounded funny and ridiculous, but it was the easiest to accept. It was normal for couples to quarrel. Everything became reasonable. Young man, don't be too calculative when you are outside. Women, it's not a big deal. The taxi driver said to Yang Ming as he drove. It's not a big deal. And I know. After she calms down, I will talk to her. Yang Ming nodded. Now she is angry. She probably won't listen to anything I say. That's true. The taxi driver also thought so after listening. I can only help you follow her. You have to rely on yourself for other things. Wang Xiaoyan's attention was all on the motorcade in front of her. She didn't notice that there was a car following her. As for Wang Xiaoyan's reason for following her, it was even funnier. She told the taxi driver that her boyfriend was in the motorcade in front. She was afraid that her boyfriend would go to some bad place with others, so she wanted to secretly follow them to see what was going on. It was similar to Yang Ming's reason. It was ridiculous, but the taxi driver didn't doubt it. Little sister, I'm not talking about you, but you can't do this. The taxi driver said to Wang Xiaoyan helplessly, you are too strict with your boyfriend. It's not a good thing. Why? Wang Xiaoyan didn't have a boyfriend at all, but in order to act, she cooperated with the taxi driver. Looking at the motorcade of your boyfriend and his friends, they should be successful people, right? The taxi driver said, men, especially successful men, always have to socialize outside. It's inevitable to put on a show. Sometimes we could just turn a blind eye to it. Wang Xiaoyan listened to the taxi driver's words, but she sighed faintly. She thought of her own life experience and her future. What kind of person will my future husband be? It's going to put on a show outside. As long as his heart is with me, it's enough. But is this possible? Let me marry a man who has no emotional foundation with me. I don't like him, and he won't like me. Don't mention his heart. I probably can't see him more than a few times. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be silent. The taxi driver thought that Wang Xiaoyan was thinking about what he said. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. This kind of thing needed the person involved to think about it carefully. It was useless to say more. Sure enough, as Wang Xiaoyan expected, the motorcade drove into the gate of a villa. Obviously, this was a private place. The taxi driver, Wang Xiaoyan, was thinking about how to do it. She was a little absent-minded. She gave the driver 100 patakas and got out of the car without waiting for the change. The taxi driver shook his head and drove away. The taxi that Yang Ming took also stopped a few hundred meters away from here. Young man, your girlfriend got off. I think you should stop here. I won't go forward. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, sorry to trouble you. Hee, what trouble? You are my customer. You should think about how to persuade your girlfriend. The taxi driver smiled. And I know. Yang Ming got out of the car and waved to the taxi driver. After the taxi driver drove away, he was still thinking. What did that person look like? How did I forget in a blink of an eye? He carefully recalled Yang Ming's characteristics. That was, he had no characteristics. Yang Ming didn't have to go forward. He saw the motorcade enter the villa, and Wang Xiaoyan stood at the door. He understood that the situation here was similar to before. Strangers were not allowed to enter. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan came for nothing again. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny. An assassin and a terrorist organization were two different things. If it was a terrorist organization, they wouldn't care whether the security was safe or not. They would directly take a submachine gun and force their way in. If it didn't work, they would use tanks and bombers. It was completely reckless. But an assassin was different. An assassin emphasized secrecy. While killing the target, they didn't reveal their identity. Otherwise, even if the mission was completed, they would be finished here. Although Zheng Xiaoping's purpose was to lead Wang Xiaoyan to kill him, it couldn't be too fake. Only when she felt that it was difficult, it would be more realistic. Therefore, according to the behind-the-scenes boss arrangement, he had to whet Wang Xiaoyan's appetite. Looking at the countless delicacies on the banquet, Zheng Xiaoping had no appetite. It was nonsense to say that he was not afraid. Who was not afraid of death? But fear was fear, and he did not retreat. Zheng Xiaoping was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. The boss taught him proud skills, and he also changed from a little punk to a senior consultant. Only Zheng Xiaoping knew the difference between them. Mr. Zheng, you can rest assured. We won't let anything happen to you. One of the two bodyguards seemed to see Zheng Xiaoping's nervous mood and comforted him. It doesn't matter. Even if I die, I don't care. It's just that my mood is a little difficult to calm down. Zheng Xiaoping smiled bitterly and shook his head. One of the bodyguards patted Zheng Xiaoping's shoulder again and smiled. We are all people who work for the boss. However, if we have to die, it should be the two of us who die first. After listening to the words of one of the bodyguards, Zheng Xiaoping's heart calmed down. He drank a mouthful of red wine, then clenched his teeth and nodded. It's almost time, right? One of the bodyguards looked at his watch and said, After 5 minutes, your phone will ring, and then we will act according to the plan. Zheng Xiaoping nodded. He randomly picked up some dishes from the tray and started eating. 5 minutes later, Zheng Xiaoping's phone rang as scheduled. Zheng Xiaoping took a deep breath and took out his phone. Hello. Zheng Xiaoping walked to a crowded place and said as he walked, Xiaoping, you can act now. On the other side of the phone, it was the boss's voice. Okay, I got it, Zheng Xiaoping said firmly. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Xiaoping went to the person in charge of this event to ask for leave. President Zhang, something happened at home. I have to go back now. You see? Okay, if you have something, you can go first. Anyway, the seminar is over. Now it's just a meal. Everyone is just chatting together. It doesn't matter if you don't participate. President Zhang just saw Zheng Xiaoping answer a phone call, so he did not doubt it. Besides, there was nothing to doubt. Although he was the president in name, he was also recommended by everyone who respected his qualifications. He only played the role of calling and organizing. He was not qualified to care about other people's private affairs. After Zheng Xiaoping asked for leave, he hurriedly turned and left. Several friends who were familiar with him greeted him. Old Zheng, are you leaving? And something happened. I have to go first. Let's meet again next time. Zheng Xiaoping smiled perfunctorily. Out of the villa, one of the bodyguards and two of the bodyguards went to the Buick Boulevard one after another. One of the bodyguards sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Two of the bodyguards and Zheng Xiaoping sat in the back of the car. After starting the car, the Buick Boulevard slowly drove out of the villa's courtyard. Although the employer did not tell Wang Xiaoyan where Zheng Xiaoping appeared tonight, he told her the name and identity of the assassin in advance. Wang Xiaoyan naturally had to conduct an investigation first. She had already gotten Zheng Xiaoping's photos, and she also knew that he usually rode in a Buick Boulevard with the license plate number MMXXXX. There were two bodyguards around him, but their skills were very ordinary. What she didn't know was that the bodyguard around Zheng Xiaoping had been replaced by others. Looking at the photos in her hand and the Buick that slowly drove out of the villa's gate, Wang Xiaoyan's nerves immediately tensed up. Yes, it was this car. Wang Xiaoyan also saw the person sitting in the car clearly with the binoculars. In the car, two of the bodyguards also held two photos in their hands. One of them was of Wang Xiaoyan, and the other was of Yang Ming. For Yang Ming, the two bodyguards received the task temporarily. They were originally responsible for dealing with Wang Xiaoyan, and Yang Ming was added later. But it didn't matter. One sheep was still a sheep, and two sheep were still a sheep. They just didn't understand why the boss told them to be extra careful with Yang Ming. What is so great about this young man? Wang Xiaoyan stopped the taxi and followed. Yang Ming also stopped the taxi. Yang Ming didn't know what reason Wang Xiaoyan used to follow the car in front, but Yang Ming used another method this time. It was inevitable that the same method would be somewhat unnatural if it was used too many times. Yang Ming pretended to hold a mobile phone and said to the phone while getting in the car, "Okay, I'm getting in the car. You tell me. I will tell the driver how to go." When he got in the car, Yang Ming said to the taxi driver, "Mister, you drive forward. You follow my instructions." Okay. The driver also heard Yang Ming's previous words. He thought that Yang Ming was going to a friend's place and was not familiar with the road. He could only listen to the phone and guide him to drive, so he didn't think much and started the car directly. Turn right at the intersection in front. Yang Ming saw the taxi that Wang Xiaoyan was in turn to the right. Yang Ming also instructed the driver. The taxi driver thought that the person on the phone told Yang Ming how to go, so he didn't have any doubts at all. He directly followed Yang Ming's instructions and turned right at the intersection in front. The Buick Boulevard in front was not fast, but it couldn't be fast in the downtown area of Macau. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and stared at Zheng Xiaoping's car in front of her. This was the downtown area. It was difficult to have a chance to make a move. Even if she made a move, her chances of escaping were not high. There were policemen on duty patrolling the streets not far away. Now Wang Xiaoyan didn't know where Zheng Xiaoping was going, but it didn't take long for Wang Xiaoyan to smile. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 841. Zheng Xiaoping's car turned right at the intersection in front and then drove in the direction of Kowloon Island. Of course, if it were someone else, going in this direction might not necessarily be going to Kowloon Island, but Wang Xiaoyan was sure that Zheng Xiaoping must be going in the direction of Kowloon Island. According to the previous investigation, Zheng Xiaoping had a total of 3 houses in Macau. In this direction, the closest one to here was the villa on Kowloon Island. Zheng Xiaoping rarely went here. He would only go there for vacation on weekends. Today happened to be Zheng Xiaoping's vacation day. Kowloon Island belonged to the suburbs of Macau. There were not too many people at night, especially in the villa area. There were not many people. Moreover, Zheng Xiaoping lived alone. There was no one else at home except for his 2 personal bodyguards. It was just convenient to make a move. Of course, this was a facade deliberately created by Zheng Xiaoping. The purpose was to lure Wang Xiaoyan here. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill Wang Xiaoyan in turn. Zheng Xiaoping sometimes wondered why the boss didn't directly kill Wang Xiaoyan in Songjiang. Why did he have to lure the snake out of its hole to get Wang Xiaoyan to Macau to assassinate her? Although the boss didn't say it to him, Zheng Xiaoping probably guessed some reasons later. It was not so easy to kill a person in the mainland, but it was different here. Wang Xiaoyan appeared in Macau as an assassin, so she definitely wouldn't use her real identity to enter Macau through the normal channel. In this way, her identity would not be reflected in the entry and exit records, and she would become a real illegal resident. If an illegal resident died here, no one would notice it at all. The reason why he chose to use himself to lure Wang Xiaoyan was probably to be on the safe side. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't a fool. It was impossible for her to not investigate a person before she assassinated him. If she randomly grabbed a person to replace him or fabricated a person, it would be easy to reveal flaws and arouse suspicion. That was why they chose him, a well-known consultant in the gambling industry. It just seemed more reasonable. Zheng Xiaoping gritted his teeth and sat in the car. As long as Wang Xiaoyan didn't take action on the way, it would be easy to deal with after returning to the villa. At that time, there was no need to hide anything. The 2 bosses beside him would send people to deal with Wang Xiaoyan for him. Seeing that the villa was right in front of him, Zheng Xiaoping let out a long sigh of relief. He had just taken a detour from the gates of hell. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would shoot him in the back. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, but not his head. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan was also very anxious. The reason was very simple. She was sitting in the taxi and was unwilling to make a move on the road unless she killed the taxi driver as well. But Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to hurt the innocent. She had her own set of standards of good and evil. Although Zheng Xiaopeng was engaged in the gambling industry, it was legal in Macau. However, even if it was legal, Wang Xiaoyan also hated this person. After taking over this business, Wang Xiaoyan investigated Zheng Xiaopeng. He had been in the business for 8 years. There were countless small gambling games, but there were 76 big gambling games. More than half of them ruined the other party's family. They either committed suicide on the spot, or they were forced to death by loan sharks with no way out. It was gambling. The consequences of losing were naturally serious, but in Wang Xiaoyan's view, all of this was forced by Zheng Xiaopeng. He could have left some leeway for others. Therefore, after figuring out Zheng Xiaopeng's character, Wang Xiaoyan didn't have the slightest pity for him. She would just kill him. Zheng Xiaopeng's Buick slowly drove into his villa on Kowloon Island. Zheng Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that he should be safe. After the 2 bodyguards got out of the car, they went to arrange the things in their hands to prepare for the arrival of Wang Xiaoyan. Zheng Xiaopeng hid in the villa and didn't dare to come out. His task was basically completed. As the bait, he was already in a cold sweat. He had to take a good bath and drink a cup of hot tea to calm down. Wang Xiaoyan naturally didn't know that someone in the villa had already prepared to welcome her. She still stupidly thought that no one knew. Wang Xiaoyan asked the taxi driver to park the car next to a vending machine not far from the villa. She said, "Just park here." The driver thought that Wang Xiaoyan lived nearby and went to the vending machine to buy something before going home. He didn't ask much. He parked the car, collected the fare, and left. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was holding the phone and pretending to be talking. Oh, I know. Here, right? Okay, I'm here. That's it. See you later. Driver, could you please stop here? The driver naturally thought that Yang Ming had arrived at the location mentioned by the friend on the phone, so he quickly stopped the car. Yang Ming put away the phone, paid the fare, and got off. Yang Ming didn't care about Zheng Xiaopeng's life and death at all. He followed Wang Xiaoyan here just because he was curious about what organization Wang Xiaoyan belonged to. Then, he took the opportunity to see how Wang Xiaoyan's skill was. Wang Xiaoyan waited for the taxi to go away. She looked around again and found that no one else was around. Then, she carefully opened her backpack and took out a small lipstick silencer pistol and a dagger in her hand. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have a good assassination weapon. This lipstick pistol was already considered good. The mainland was the most difficult place to get guns. It was probably the place with the strictest gun control in the world. But to be honest, this lipstick pistol was the same as the dagger. It was a weapon for close combat. It had no effect if it was far away. After preparing all this, Wang Xiaoyan tiptoed to the villa. Yang Ming followed Wang Xiaoyan calmly. When he saw the 2 assassination weapons in Wang Xiaoyan's hands, Yang Ming shook his head. His vigilance toward Wang Xiaoyan was also reduced a lot. The assassin organization that Wang Xiaoyan belonged to was definitely not a large organization. This could be seen from the weapon she used. When a high-level assassin set out, he would either bring the best equipment or nothing at all. Of course, the best equipment referred to professional guns such as infrared sniper rifles, which were suitable for long-distance assassination. For close-range assassination, they generally didn't take anything. Yang Ming belonged to the latter. Anything in his hand could become a murder weapon. While thinking, Wang Xiaoyan had already arrived outside the villa. Although the villa had thick walls and strong iron gates, there was no monitoring system. This made Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be happy. The opportunity was rare. This was a good place to do it. The terrain was remote, and there was only one door. If something happened, it would be difficult to be discovered. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan began to inquire about the way to enter the villa. After walking around the villa, she found that the walls outside the villa were similar. However, behind the villa, there was a transformer box. From this transformer box, it was easier to climb into the villa. Wang Xiaoyan certainly didn't think that this transformer box was just a decoration. There was no transformer inside. It was completely an empty shell. Zheng Xiaopeng deliberately set up an illusion here to facilitate Wang Xiaoyan to enter the villa. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know, but someone knew. This person was Yang Ming. It was also a coincidence. When Yang Ming saw Wang Xiaoyan lock her eyes on this transformer box, he knew that she wanted to use this transformer box to climb over the wall and enter the villa. Yang Ming subconsciously wanted to use his special ability to take a look at the situation in the villa. At this time, his gaze naturally passed through the transformer box. Yang Ming was surprised to find that the transformer box was empty, and it was very new inside. There wasn't even a trace of dust. This couldn't help but arouse Yang Ming's suspicion. How could there be no transformer in the transformer box? Well, even if it was an abandoned transformer box, there should be dust and rust inside, right? How could it be so clean? Obviously, it was impossible. With this layer of suspicion, Yang Ming carefully checked the situation in the villa. It didn't matter if he checked, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the walls of the villa, there were actually two guys waiting for him. This gave Yang Ming a huge shock. The villa's security is so tight. But then Yang Ming denied this idea. It was because these two people were the two bodyguards that Zheng Xiaopeng brought back. Besides here, there was no one else. It seemed that these two people were waiting for Wang Xiaoyan. Could it be that Zheng Xiaopeng had already noticed? He sent these two people here to wait for Wang Xiaoyan to take the bait? It seems unlikely. Yang Ming carefully recalled all of Wang Xiaoyan's behavior today. There was nothing suspicious. Most of the time, she was with him. She didn't even have any contact with Zheng Xiaopeng. Unless Zheng Xiaopeng was a prophet, it was impossible for him to know that Wang Xiaoyan would be unfavorable to him. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. There was another possibility that Zheng Xiaopeng had long known that someone was unfavorable to him and deliberately set up today's situation. The transformer box was the best evidence. Of course, even if Yang Ming was smart, he wouldn't think that all of this was self-directed by Zheng Xiaopeng and his behind-the-scenes boss. It was because Yang Ming never thought that there would be any personal grievances between them and Wang Xiaoyan. In Yang Ming's view, the advertisement hiring the assassin had a certain degree of randomness and chance, so he simply didn't think that these people would target Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming thought that Zheng Xiaopeng probably had already noticed that someone wanted to harm him. Of course, there were many sources of this information, or he himself knew that he had recently offended someone, so he had a hunch in this regard. So he deliberately set up today's situation to lure this assassin. As for how he would deal with Wang Xiaoyan after catching her, Yang Ming couldn't guess. Either he would kill her directly, or he would use a strategy of sowing discord to let the assassin go back and kill the person who hired her. Chapter 842. However, Yang Ming would never allow Zheng Xiaopeng's people to kill Wang Xiaoyan. Not to mention the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Zhao Ying. Wang Xiaoyan herself and Yang Ming were also friends, and they were neighbors. It was impossible for Yang Ming to ignore it. The most important thing was that Yang Ming suspected that Wang Xiaoyan was related to the Black Widow assassin organization. Yang Ming wanted to figure out why the Black Widow wanted to attack him, so he had to start with Wang Xiaoyan. If Wang Xiaoyan died, wouldn't the clues he just got be broken again? Therefore, no matter what, Yang Ming would not let Wang Xiaoyan die. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan had planned to climb up the transformer box, Yang Ming did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly ran over there, because Yang Ming saw that one of the two bodyguards on the wall had already raised the iron bar in his hand. He was waiting for Wang Xiaoyan to jump down so that he could hit her with the bar. Yang Ming was shocked. If this bar hit her head, Wang Xiaoyan would be disabled even if she did not die. Yang Ming did not care much. He was not afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would find him. He ran directly to Wang Xiaoyan's leg and pulled her directly from the transformer box. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly felt that someone was pulling her, and she couldn't help but be shocked. When she fell to the ground, she looked back and saw that it was Yang Ming. She couldn't help but frown. "Isn't this the Lulei that I met today? Why is he here? What are you doing?" Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming vigilantly and asked in a low voice. "Saving you." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan's expression and found it funny. This chick not only did not accept his kindness, but she also acted as if he ruined her good deed. "Save me?" Wang Xiaoyan naturally did not believe it. "Who are you? Are you following me? I don't have time to explain to you." Yang Ming glanced inside the wall with his special ability and said quickly, "You are being schemed against." The two bodyguards on the wall saw that Wang Xiaoyan did not come in for a long time, and they were anxious. At this time, they heard someone talking outside. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen, and they were afraid that they could not complete the task given by the boss. They were anxious and wanted to climb over the wall. Wang Xiaoyan still looked at Yang Ming very suspiciously. His words were too confusing. However, in the next moment, Wang also realized the danger. Two people quickly jumped out from behind the wall. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked by how nimble their movements were. These two people were Zheng Xiaoping's previous bodyguards, but through his own investigation, these two bodyguards were hired by Zheng Xiaoping from ordinary security companies. Their skills were definitely better than the average person, but compared to the professionals, they should be far worse. But now it seemed that the skills of these two people should not be worse than her, or even better than her. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. She couldn't care about Yang Ming anymore. She took out a dagger from her body and looked at the two bodyguards with a dignified expression. After the two bodyguards climbed out, they did not stop. One held an iron bar in his hand, and the other was barehanded. They directly greeted Wang Xiaoyan. The two also saw Yang Ming, but they did not care at this time. The boss only asked them to kill Wang Xiaoyan. If they saw Yang Ming, they would also kill Yang Ming. But the man in front of them was not Yang Ming at all, so the two did not bother with him. Instead, they made killing Wang Xiaoyan the primary task. Although Wang Xiaoyan wore makeup, it was far worse than Yang Ming. As long as they looked carefully, they could distinguish it. On the other hand, Yang Ming had changed his appearance. He had completely transformed into another person. It would be strange if these two people could see through his disguise. Wang Xiaoyan's petite body was instantly surrounded by these two macho men. In just two moves, Yang Ming could see that the kung fu of these two people belonged to the kind of cross-training. One person used the iron bar to perfection, and the other person's fist was also powerful. Just by looking, Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan could not be the opponent of these two people, including himself. It was unknown whether he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with them head-on. Although Wang Xiaoyan was agile and her kung fu was not weak, most of her skills were skillful. When a killer killed, the main thing was to be fast, ruthless, and accurate, and to give the enemy a fatal blow when they least expected it. In such a close combat like now, let alone two against one, even Wang Xiaoyan was not their opponent in a one-on-one fight. After only two moves, the sweat on Wang Xiaoyan's head came out. She was the person involved. She was more clear about the strength of these two people than Yang Ming, let alone assassinating Zheng Xiaoping. It was a problem whether she could escape from these two people in one piece. "Come and help," Wang Xiaoyan shouted to Yang Ming in a hurry. At this time, regardless of whether Yang Ming was an enemy or a friend, just based on this point that he just reminded her, he was definitely not with the two people in front of her. Of course, Yang Ming would not leave her in the lurch. Otherwise, he would not have reminded Wang Xiaoyan just now. It was just that Yang Ming was waiting for the opportunity at the moment. Yang Ming was not stupid. He would not use his own disadvantage to meet the other's advantage. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to find the best time to give them a sneak attack, but Wang Xiaoyan's shout ruined his entire plan. Yang Ming couldn't help but be annoyed, but there was no way. Now, even if he didn't make a move, these two macho men would regard him as Wang Xiaoyan's accomplice. They would be vigilant against him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming no longer hesitated. He accelerated his run-up. His body rose into the air, and a flying kick kicked the Macho Man with the iron rod. It was the first time that Yang Ming made a move. The Macho Man with the iron rod did not dare to be negligent. He raised the iron rod in his hand and blocked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was expressionless, but he smiled slightly in his heart. It seemed that he made the right bet. Yang Ming wanted this effect. It was his first move, and the other party did not know his depth. As long as people with a little brain would be cautious, it was impossible to fight with him head-on. Yang Ming grasped this point, so he made such a bold move. The Macho Man with the iron rod was just as Yang Ming expected. He only used the iron rod to block Yang Ming's attack and did not dare to fight head-on. Yang Ming kicked the iron rod. The Macho Man felt the strength of Yang Ming, and his heart suddenly relaxed. It seems that he is just SOSO. I thought he was a tough opponent. Compared to me, he is far worse. The Macho Man breathed a sigh of relief. He was preparing to teach Yang Ming a lesson after he landed. However, he did not expect that Yang Ming's other leg suddenly changed direction in the air and kicked toward the Macho Man's neck. Although the Macho Man realized that something was wrong, it was too late to resist. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. Now, it was useless to do anything. However, he didn't understand. Yang Ming had already kicked once in the air. How could he kick again without landing on the ground? This was not a movie. The Macho Man had never seen such a series of flying kicks in Kung Fu. But what if he did not know? He had no chance to know. The Macho Man originally felt the strength of Yang Ming. Although he was kicked by Yang Ming and was kicked by Yang Ming, he did not feel anything. The strength of Yang Ming's kick was only SOSO. Moreover, it was the second kick. The strength should be weaker than the first kick. The kick would definitely not hurt him. However, he was wrong. Although the strength of Yang Ming's kick did not bring a special impact to him, it also depended on where the kick was. He thought that his Kung Fu was superb, but he did not know that no matter how powerful the Kung Fu was, the human body was still made of flesh. There were still many acupuncture points on the neck. As the successor of Fong Tian, Yang Ming was particularly proficient in the acupuncture points. Yang Ming's kick hit his Yamen acupuncture point. The Yamen acupuncture point was one of the 36 death acupuncture points in the human body. It was the intersection point of the Du Meridian, and the Yang Wei Meridian. After being hit, it would impact the medulla oblongata. The person would lose his voice, become dizzy, and fall unconscious. Yang Ming's kick was enough to make him unconscious for a few hours. Before the Macho Man could figure out what was going on, he fell to the ground in a daze. The other Macho Man who relied on his iron fist for a living thought that the Macho Man with the iron rod was more than enough to deal with Yang Ming. However, he did not expect to be defeated by Yang Ming in just one move. He did not know the depth of Yang Ming. He thought that Yang Ming's flying kick was like his iron fist, which had been practiced to the point of perfection. He did not dare to be negligent. In an instant, the situation was reversed. From the initial 2-on-1 to the current 1-on-2. I didn't expect that you have an expert around you. The Macho Man with the iron fist glanced at the Macho Man with the iron rod, who fell to the ground. Judging from the rise and fall of his chest, he was only unconscious. There was no danger to his life. Wang Xiaoyan did not expect Yang Ming to knock out the Macho Man with the iron rod with one kick. She was surprised. She was more suspicious of Yang Ming's origin. However, at this moment, it seemed that Yang Ming and she were on the same side. Yang Ming did not speak. He just stared coldly at the Macho Man with the iron fist. He was thinking about how to knock him down. It was obviously useless to use the unexpected move just now. The Macho Man with the iron fist would definitely avoid a head-on confrontation with him. But when he understood the depth of his strength, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Let's practice. The Macho Man with the iron fist pointed at Yang Ming and said coldly. He could not wait for Yang Ming to answer. He waved his iron fist and smashed toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not stupid. How would he be willing to fight head-on? At the critical moment, Yang Ming inadvertently remembered something. Then, a smile appeared on his face. The Macho Man with the iron fist moved. Yang Ming also moved. Yang Ming passed by Wang Xiaoyan. He pushed Wang Xiaoyan and said, "You go to the side first." The macho man with the iron fist thought that Yang Ming wanted to fight with him alone. He did not care. After all, in the current situation, if he did not kill Yang Ming, this thorn in his side, he could not continue to kill Wang Xiaoyan. The macho man with the iron fist smashed his fist. Yang Ming also flew up from the ground and kicked over. The macho man with the iron fist had seen the power of Yang Ming's flying kick before. He did not dare to neglect. He was vigilant and carefully guarded while waiting for the opportunity to punch. Poof! A faint muffled sound. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the head of the macho man with the iron fist. You cheated. The macho man with the iron fist said the last sentence. His huge body fell to the ground. Cheated? Yang Ming took a deep breath. Only an idiot would fight head-on with you. Chapter 843. Wang Xiaoyan was completely shocked at the moment. The two guys who practiced kung fu to the extreme were defeated by Yang Ming in an instant. Although it was all skillful and a bit suspicious of cheating, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much deception in war. What's more, the assassin played with skillful skills. This was killing people, not fighting in the ring. Especially Yang Ming's last sentence, "Only an idiot would fight with you head-on," made Wang Xiaoyan smile. Although it was a bit vulgar, the truth was indeed this. "Who are you?" Although Wang Xiaoyan admired Yang Ming's skill, she didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend. How could she take it lightly? This was her first time going out to perform a mission. Her social experience was obviously insufficient. She was still fantasizing about doing it beautifully, but she didn't expect things to become so complicated. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let's talk about it when we go back. The top priority is to leave here first." Yang Ming came here through the normal way. Although he had changed his appearance now, he didn't want to cause more trouble. After all, this was a murder scene. It was better to leave as soon as possible. "But I still have a mission." Wang Xiaoyan glanced in the direction of the villa. At this moment, she didn't think about hiding anything from Yang Ming, because no matter how she looked at it, Yang Ming seemed to be the same kind of person as her. Based on what Yang Ming said, he must know a lot of inside information. Mission? Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing it. Now you still want to perform the mission? The situation is already very obvious. This is a scam. Do you think there is any meaning in killing that Zheng Xiaopeng? Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed. She had also realized the crux of the matter. Just now, her mind was thinking about how to complete the mission as soon as possible, but she didn't think of this. Now that she heard Yang Ming say it, she reacted. Yes, now it seems that Zheng Xiaopeng definitely understands my assassination plan, so he should be fully prepared. Sure enough, Yang Ming was right. The sound of a car engine suddenly came from not far away. From the front door of the villa, the Buick Boulevard suddenly rushed out and drove away. Zheng Xiaopeng ran away. Wang Xiaoyan sighed as she watched the car drive away. "Since you have figured it out, let's go quickly. It will be troublesome when the police come." Yang Ming reminded Wang Xiaoyan. Okay." Wang Xiaoyan looked at the two people on the ground, nodded, and quickly disappeared into the night with Yang Ming. If this happened to Yang Ming, in other words, if Yang Ming was Wang Xiaoyan, then he would definitely take away the man who was still alive and unconscious on the ground and try to get something out of him. But he wasn't Wang Xiaoyan, so there was no need for him to do this. Yang Ming was concerned about whether the organization behind Wang Xiaoyan was related to the Black Widow. At present, this incident had no direct relationship with Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't be a busybody to do this. He just wanted to figure out which organization was behind Wang Xiaoyan. "Where do you live?" Yang Ming took Wang Xiaoyan's hand and asked as he ran. "Xinhai Hotel." Wang Xiaoyan had no idea now. This was the first time she went so far to accept a mission alone, and she made a mistake. In the final analysis, no matter what her hidden identity was, she showed the helpless side of a little girl at this time. When Yang Ming asked, she said everything. Wang Xiaoyan was also very scared now. If it weren't for Yang Ming, She couldn't imagine what would happen to her today. Even if she didn't die, she wouldn't be able to leave easily. In any case, now it was Yang Ming who saved her. She naturally regarded Yang Ming as a person she could rely on. After the two people ran for a long distance, Yang Ming slowed down and whispered, "Let's take a taxi in a while. Don't go back to the Shanghai Hotel. Is there any other place nearby?" "Yes, there's a Shanghai shopping mall. It sells some new fashion," Wang Xiaoyan said. "Well, let's take a taxi to a random place, then go to the Shanghai shopping mall, and then walk back." Yang Ming told Wang Xiaoyan, "After a while, when we get in the car, you and I will pretend to be a couple. Don't say anything else, so as not to cause more trouble." Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised by Yang Ming's calmness. He just killed people, but it seemed that nothing happened. Wang Xiaoyan asked herself that she couldn't do what Yang Ming did. Her feeling of Yang Ming now was that Yang Ming was more and more like an assassin, a more professional assassin than her. However, Wang Xiaoyan knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Although Wang Xiaoyan had a lot of doubts, she was not stupid. She knew that if she asked too much now, it might cause Yang Ming to be disgusted. It was not too late to talk about it after they were safe. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She reached out and gently straddled Yang Ming's arm. The two looked like a couple. Yang Ming reached out and stopped the taxi, and then went to the back of the car with Wang Xiaoyan. "Huh, young man, have you made up with your girlfriend?" The taxi driver smiled and turned back. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. This driver was actually the one who dragged him to follow Wang Xiaoyan. Fortunately, the performance of Wang Xiaoyan and I now look like a couple with a good relationship, so I smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I have been persuading her all afternoon. Let's find a restaurant to eat something. We are all hungry." Okay. After the taxi driver listened, there was no doubt at all. What Yang Ming said to him before was completely consistent with what he saw now. What was there to doubt? The taxi driver was not puzzled, but Wang Xiaoyan was very puzzled. She looked at Yang Ming strangely. She didn't know what he said to the taxi driver before, but although Wang Xiaoyan was puzzled, she couldn't ask. Otherwise, it would be bad. Yang Ming also saw Wang Xiaoyan's doubts. He put his hand on her shoulder and leaned her body to his side. He whispered in her ear, "I will tell you when we go back." Wang Xiaoyan grew up, and she didn't even have a boyfriend. When had she ever been so close to a boy? Her whole body trembled slightly, and her breathing became a little hurried. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that she was acting at the moment, but she couldn't help but look at Yang Ming. If she knew that the person in front of her was the person who sent her flowers every day, I wonder what she would feel. Yang Ming had told the driver before that the two of them were tourists from other places. They came here to travel, so Yang Ming didn't say where to eat. The driver drove the car to the door of a very special Macau snack shop and then recommended, "The food here is good. It is affordable and delicious. We're tired from driving at night, so we often eat here." "Okay, thank you," Yang Ming said as he took out the money to pay for the taxi fare. The taxi driver waved his hand and smiled. "Forget it. It's not far. The money you paid me before is enough. Just take it as a ride." Yang Ming listened to the taxi driver's words and smiled. He didn't argue with him again. He just said, "Thank you." He pulled Wang Xiaoyan out of the car together. The two walked to the snack shop recommended by the driver. "Are you hungry?" Yang Ming had been here all night. He hadn't eaten yet, so he was already very hungry. Wang Xiaoyan was actually the same. When Yang Ming asked, she really felt a little hungry, so she nodded and said, "A little. Let's eat something first." Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan, "We will talk about other things when we go back." Okay. Wang Xiaoyan nodded subconsciously. In Macau, she had no relatives. With such a thing happening now, Wang Xiaoyan really felt helpless. She left home in a fit of anger. She wanted to make some achievements to show her family, but now, after so many years, she was still herself. After graduation, she had to listen to her family and go back to get married. Wang Xiaoyan imagined everything too ideally. She didn't consider this situation at all in the plan. In her opinion, as long as she was careful, she could complete this seemingly simple task. This was a franchise store that mainly served sirloin called Old Wu Sirloin. There were only 2 flavors, curry sirloin, and original sirloin. However, there were a lot of people eating. When Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan came, there was only one table left. The previous customer had just finished eating and left the table. Yang Ming ordered 2 servings of original sirloin rice noodles and ate 1 bowl with Wang Xiaoyan. The taste was really good, but Yang Ming, who was used to eating rice as the staple food, was really not very interested in rice noodles. It was okay to eat it occasionally, but he would naturally get tired of it if he ate too much. At this moment, a young man with a shaved head and a black leather jacket came in the food stall. Next to him was a teenage girl. The girl's dress was a typical non-mainstream style. Her hair was styled like an explosion, and her ears were pierced with a lot of earrings. The girl's original face couldn't be seen clearly. Like most non-mainstream styles, she seemed to be carved out of mold. Yang Ming was very disgusted with girls who dressed like this. Natural beauty was the most beautiful. You didn't look like a human or a ghost. You thought you were very fashionable, but in fact, you were making a fool of yourself. The watermelon head looked at the full number of people and couldn't help but frown. He scolded, "Motherfucker, why are there so many people?" Yang Ming was a little disgusted with this person's dirty mouth. Although Yang Ming sometimes said dirty words, it was only directed at some specific people who should be scolded. Usually, he wouldn't scold casually. "There aren't so many people usually," the non-mainstream girl said coquettishly. "What should I do? Dear, can you think of a way?" The watermelon head was a master who was used to being arrogant. He was a famous punk on this street. At this time, when he heard his girlfriend acting coquettishly with him, a sense of heroism suddenly surged into his heart. He looked around in private and finally stopped at the table of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Chapter 844. Although the watermelon head was very arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He specifically picked the soft ones to bully. After looking around in the store, he found that Yang Ming's table looked easier to bully. Both of them didn't look so fierce. They should belong to the relatively soft kind. Especially looking at Wang Xiaoyan's dress. She seemed to be a tourist here. He was thinking about how to drive the two away, but the girl next to him was a little impatient. "Hurry up. I'm starving. Don't you always say that you are the boss of this street? Why can't you do such a small thing?" The watermelon head was provoked by his girlfriend, and he was a little anxious. He pointed to the table of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and said, "Let's sit there." As he said that, he took his girlfriend and walked to Yang Ming's table. He patted Yang Ming's table with his hand and said, Okay, don't eat. You haven't eaten before? Hurry up and get out of the way." Yang Ming looked up at the watermelon head and said faintly, "We haven't finished eating yet. Even if we finish eating, maybe we still want to order something else." If it were normal times, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. "This little bastard dares to be cocky with me?" But today, Yang Ming killed someone. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he endured it. He replied with a calm tone. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, but the watermelon head wasn't willing to settle the matter peacefully. He glared and said, "You motherfucker, I give you face and talk. If I don't give you face, I will directly take you out. Don't you know who your grandfather is? My grandfather died long ago. If you're not afraid of bad luck, you can continue to pretend." Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, so he endured it and didn't make a move. But want to take advantage of Yang Ming's words? Not a chance. "Dear, he scolded you." The non-mainstream girl wasn't a good person either. She was afraid that things would be too troublesome and would ignite a fire in the already tense atmosphere. After the watermelon head heard it, he felt that he lost face. With a poo, he spat into Wang Xiaoyan's bowl and scolded, "Motherfucker, I will give you 1 second to get out, or I will kill you." Wang Xiaoyan was eating with relish, but when Watermelon Head spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in her bowl, she was so disgusted that she almost vomited what she had eaten before. As such, it was obviously impossible to continue eating. Wang Xiaoyan almost exploded in anger. How did she know that Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble? She thought that they were just 2 punks. Yang Ming could take care of them with just 1 finger. Looking at Yang Ming's murderous look, she knew that Yang Ming was a ruthless master, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't make a move, but the watermelon head spat a mouthful of phlegm. How could Wang Xiaoyan think as much as Yang Ming? At this moment, she was angry. She directly picked up the bowl of rice noodles from the table. Whoosh! The bowl of rice noodles with soup mixed with thick phlegm was poured on the head of the watermelon head. This rice noodles was hot. When it was poured on the head of the watermelon head, it suddenly burned him. Fuck! He screamed and began to dance. He looked terrible. The owner of Old Wu's brisket shop also noticed the fight here at this time. He quickly ran over and saw that the watermelon head had become like this. He was shocked. Brother Kong. Brother, you motherfucker, the watermelon head scolded. I will cripple this dog couple today. Aya, how did you offend Brother Kong? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Kong. The boss didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He quickly winked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. You are tourists from other places. Brother Kong is the boss of this street. You can't afford to offend him. Although Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Apologizing to a rascal was simply impossible. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have that thought. Instead, she wanted to continue to teach this guy called Brother Kong a lesson. Apologize? Hey, it's too late. The watermelon head took out a dagger from the waist of his pants. I will let you bleed today. As he said this, he stabbed at Yang Ming. Since things had already come to this point, Yang Ming had nothing to worry about. He directly picked up the stool under him and put it on the watermelon head from top to bottom. Then he kicked the watermelon head's waist and directly kicked the watermelon head to the ground. He said disdainfully, "You still want to pretend with me like this? I will also give you a second. If you don't disappear now, you don't have to disappear. Don't mention those means of killing." In terms of fighting, the watermelon head wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. The nickname Madman Yang was not casually called out. It was earned from fighting. The level of the watermelon head, compared with the two bodyguards who practice thwart kung fu today, was like heaven and earth. The upper body of the watermelon head was still covered with a stool. His hands were tied inside. It was difficult to get up from the ground, but he now understood that he had encountered a tough opponent. The watermelon head was also a veteran of fighting. He could feel whether the other party had kung fu. Yang Ming's fighting posture was completely at ease. He was not in a hurry. This kind of person was a master who often fought. Unlike those who had never fought before, if they fought, they would fight with all their might. At the moment, he didn't speak. He quickly left the brisket shop with the help of his girlfriend. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't worried about Yang Ming at all. That little punk dared to provoke two professional killers. He was simply tired of living. When it came to fighting, both of them were the ancestors of fighting. Yang Ming pulled a chair from the side and sat down. He shouted to the stunned brisket shop owner, "Boss, please give me 2 more bowls of rice noodles. And try the curry flavor this time." The boss suddenly recovered from the horror. He looked in the direction where the watermelon head had disappeared. He quickly said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, "Young people, do you know who the person you just fought is? Didn't you say it before? What boss of this street?" Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "Since you know, do you still dare to provoke him?" The boss widened his eyes. "You should hurry up and leave. If he brings people over, you won't be able to leave. This group of people are not ordinary people. They are gangsters. Why would they come out? Murder and arson are common in their eyes." Murder and arson? Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Saying that the little punks committed murder and arson was really flattering them. Compared with what Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan did, it was simply a small thing in the presence of a big one. It was nothing. "Boss, don't bother with them. In broad daylight, do they dare to gather people to fight?" Yang Ming smiled. "Just give us 2 bowls of rice noodles." AI. When the brisket shop owner saw that Yang Ming didn't listen to his advice, he couldn't help it. He thought that Yang Ming was a fledgling kid who didn't know the dangers of society. He shook his head and went to prepare the rice noodles. "Why didn't you do it before? Couldn't you just throw him out directly?" After the boss left, Wang Xiaoyan complained to Yang Ming in a low voice. "Now it's great. It's so disgusting. Little princess, you are causing trouble, Yang Ming said helplessly. Do you know our current identities? Wang Xiaoyan realized that the two seemed to be in a state of escaping from murder. She suddenly lowered her head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Forget it. Let's leave after eating. Yang Ming thought about it. It didn't matter. His current appearance was changed, and Wang Xiaoyan definitely didn't enter Macau through the normal procedures, so he didn't have to worry so much. Wang Xiaoyan nodded obediently this time. She also knew that this time she could get away because of Yang Ming. Otherwise, she would be finished. After a while, 2 bowls of hot curry brisket noodles were served. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly finished eating and then paid the bill to the boss. Yang Ming wanted to give the boss the money for 4 bowls, but the boss insisted on only receiving 2 bowls. After all, the unpleasantness just happened in his store, and he also had a certain responsibility, so the 2 bowls were exempted from the bill. After going out, Yang Ming stopped a taxi, and the two still sat side by side in the back seat. Yang Ming told the driver that the two were going to Xinhua Mall. As soon as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan left, a gray-white van stopped at the door of the old Wu's brisket shop. The watermelon head jumped down first, holding a bright machete in his hand, followed by 4 or 5 strong young men. They were either holding iron bars or knives in their hands. The watermelon head swaggered into the brisket shop and glanced inside the shop, but he didn't find Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He suddenly frowned. Damn, did the two of them already run away? Boss, we're the adulterous couple just now. The watermelon head shouted at the boss who was holding the brisket noodles. Brother Kong, they have already left, the brisket shop owner said carefully. Left? When did they leave? The watermelon head asked depressingly. They've been gone for 5 minutes. In fact, Yang Ming and the others had only left for 2 or 3 minutes, but the brisket shop owner deliberately said 5 minutes and said more. 5 minutes? Damn, they ran quite fast, just like a fucking rabbit. The watermelon head knew that he couldn't catch up when he heard it. They could go far in 5 minutes. Brother Kong, you and your brother should eat 2 bowls of rice noodles, my treat, the boss said with a smile. Eat my ass. The watermelon head swung his hand and resentfully took his people out of the brisket shop. He wanted to bring people to teach the man and woman just now a lesson, but he let them run away. However, the watermelon head never thought that when he came back this time, it was equivalent to stepping into the threshold of hell. If he didn't have the idea of coming back to find trouble, he might be able to escape. But now, Yang Ming didn't find trouble with him, but there were others waiting for him. Chapter 845. Watermelon Head cursed as he got on the van, and the van slowly drove away from Old Wu's brisket shop. Watermelon Head nagged as he drove. He's a fucking coward. Why didn't he dare to wait for me? The van turned into an alley. This was Watermelon Head's base camp, an abandoned warehouse. Creak. Watermelon Head stepped on the brakes, and the van suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man stood in front of the van with a blank expression, and the van stopped in front of him. Fuck your mother. Do you want to die? Watermelon Head shook open the glass and stuck his head out and scolded. Hurry up and get out of the way. I don't care if you hit me to death. Although Watermelon Head said so, he still didn't dare to hit him. If he wanted to hit him, he would have hit him just now, and he wouldn't have stopped. Although Watermelon Head was a punk, he didn't dare to kill anyone. Even if he was a punk, it would be a big deal if he killed someone. The middle-aged man still stood in front of the van with a blank expression. He didn't even move or speak. Are you fucking deaf? Watermelon Head jumped out of the van as soon as he opened the door and reached out to push the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man dodged gently and avoided Watermelon Head's hand. Io, you're quite badass, right? You still dare to dodge? Watermelon Head didn't find Yang Ming just now, so he was already angry. Now that the middle-aged man did this, he immediately became angry again. Brothers, come down and teach this idiot how to behave. As soon as Watermelon Head said this, several men in the van picked up their weapons and jumped down. They wanted to fix the middle-aged man who pretended to be badass with their boss. In an instant, the middle-aged man was surrounded in the middle. Hee, I say, Uncle, there's a road to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you walk in. Watermelon Head sneered. I was worried about where to vent my anger, and you came to me. If I don't fix you today, then I am sorry for myself. The middle-aged man didn't speak. He still stood there with a blank expression. This is a deaf man. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. Just beat him until he is disabled. One of the men impatiently raised the iron bar in his hand and was about to step forward to greet the middle-aged man. Just as the iron bar was about to fall, the middle-aged man moved, but no one saw how he moved. The man who was holding the iron bar flew out with the iron bar and fell heavily to the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, the middle-aged man moved again. He viciously stomped his foot on the underling's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The subordinate let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes rolled back. Blood kept spurting out from his nose and mouth. Watermelon Head was stunned by the sudden action of the middle-aged man. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. The subordinates who were about to make a move were the same, staring blankly at the middle-aged man. In the end, someone shouted, "Run!" Only then did these people recover from the shock and scramble to get on the bus. However, the middle-aged man suddenly snatched a knife from the hand of a small gangster. With a few strokes, several gangsters, including the Watermelon Head, all fell down, and blood flowed like a river. The middle-aged man glanced at the few corpses on the ground disdainfully and threw the knife in his hand aside. Do you think people like you deserve to find trouble with a young lady? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and dragged the corpses of several people to the van. Then he sat in the driver's seat of the van and drove the van away. In a secluded grove, the middle-aged man took a shovel and quickly dug a big pit. He threw the corpses of several people in and then buried them with soil. Finally, he set up a small wooden tablet on top of the grave. There was nothing on it except for the word tombstone. This was the habit of the middle-aged man. After killing someone, if possible, he would set up a tombstone for the dead. In fact, many assassins had very strange habits. The middle-aged man was like this, and so was the Hawkeye group assassin, Delayman 001, brought by Ouyang Junwei's father. It was just that the habit of the middle-aged man was nothing, but the habit of Delayman 001 made him die. After doing all this, the middle-aged man left the scene as if nothing had happened. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Butler Moo, it's me." The middle-aged man said to the other side of the phone, "How is the situation? Did you figure it out?" The person called Butler Moo on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. "I figured it out. The person who came here is indeed the young lady," said the middle-aged man. "Sure enough, you did a good job." Butler Moo breathed a sigh of relief. "Remember, no matter what the situation is, you must ensure the safety of the young lady." "Understand." The middle-aged man certainly understood, otherwise he wouldn't have taken care of a few garbage. "Okay, then you continue to follow up on this matter. If there is any situation, report to me at any time." Butler Moo said, "Is there anything else? If not, I will hang up the phone. I have to go and make coffee for the master." "Wait a minute," the middle-aged man said. "There is one more thing." "What's the matter?" asked Butler Moo. "Just now, the young lady was in danger when performing the mission. I wanted to take action, but another person took the lead." The middle-aged man reported. "Who is it?" Butler Moo asked with a tight expression. "I don't know. It's a person I've never seen before, but judging from his skills, he's also a person in the same line. At that time, he only used 2 moves, so I couldn't see through his moves." The middle-aged man said. "Where is he now?" asked Butler Moo. "He is with the young lady." This was what the middle-aged man was most worried about. He didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Otherwise, there were so many assassins in the world. What did it have to do with him? He wouldn't care about it. What? Butler Moo was shocked. "You must investigate his identity and his purpose." Don't let anything happen to the young lady. Otherwise, you and I have to apologize in front of the master with our heads." "Understand," said the middle-aged man quickly. "If there is news, call me immediately." Butler Moose said. Hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Such a guy who kills without blinking actually has a time when he is afraid. The young lady in the middle-aged man's mouth was naturally Wang Xiaoyan, and that person was Yang Ming. The task given by the master was to secretly protect the young lady, but not let the young lady find out about his existence. Therefore, the middle-aged man didn't dare to appear in front of the young lady. There was no way to directly find Yang Ming to find out. He could only wait for Yang Ming to break up with the young lady before making a plan. The middle-aged man didn't track Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming at the moment because he already knew where Wang Xiaoyan's hotel was. He would go there directly in a while. There was no need to track. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan took a taxi to the Xinhai shopping mall. The two people walked around the mall for a while. Yang Ming didn't intend to buy anything, but Wang Xiaoyan was interested in a butterfly-shaped hair clip. It wasn't much money. Yang Ming simply bought it generously and gave it to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan didn't thank him. She accepted it with peace of mind. In her opinion, the thrill that the two had just experienced was life and death, so they had some friendship. It wasn't far from the Xinhai Hotel. After the two left the mall, they walked directly back to the Xinhai Hotel where Wang Xiaoyan lived. The Xinhai Hotel was also a relatively large hotel. There were many people coming in and out every day. The waiter couldn't remember the appearance of the guests. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were going to take the elevator, he just checked Wang Xiaoyan's room card and found that she was a guest of the Xinhai Hotel, so he let them go. Wang Xiaoyan lived in a couple's room. The room had a whole big bed. Wang Xiaoyan felt that it was more comfortable to sleep like this. She didn't like the narrowness of the small bed. After the two entered the room and closed the door, Wang Xiaoyan took her hand off Yang Ming's arm. The show was over. "Lu Lei, who are you?" At the moment, Wang Xiaoyan no longer believed the words that Yang Ming said to her before. "What work here?" It should be completely fabricated by him, including the name Lu Lei. It should be fake. "Wait." Yang Ming didn't answer Wang Xiaoyan's words, but he made a gesture to wait. He looked up and searched around the room for something, and Wang Xiaoyan was somewhat inexplicable. She wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would harm her. If he were to harm her, he wouldn't have saved her before. So no matter what Yang Ming did, Wang Xiaoyan didn't have any vigilance. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned to Wang Xiaoyan not to be impatient. Then he walked to the desk, picked up the chair on the side, and put it next to the door of the room. After that, Yang Ming jumped on the chair and reached out to take a small black cube from the top of the door frame. After taking it down, Yang Ming threw it on the desk, took off his shoes, stood on Wang Xiaoyan's bed, and took a similar small cube from the chandelier. Wang Xiaoyan stared blankly at Yang Ming, her face full of disbelief. Then, Yang Ming found a total of 5 similar small black cubes in the hidden places of the entire room. Finally, he threw them on the ground and smashed them with the chair leg until all the small cubes were smashed, revealing the circuit chip inside. Yang Ming didn't stop until all the small cubes were smashed, revealing the circuit chip inside. Wang Xiaoyan knew what Yang Ming took down the first small cube. She was also an assassin, so this kind of small equipment was naturally not unfamiliar to her. This was a kind of wireless eavesdropping device that could transmit sound to a receiver within a radius of 300 meters. However, although Wang Xiaoyan understood this, she never dreamed that there would be such a thing in the room she lived in. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.